Aqueduct Racetrack in South Ozone Park, New York. Early start on this second day of the fall meet. Trainers used to getting up early. Christophe Clement, no exception. Used to winning stakes races. Clement poised for a big afternoon at the Big A. Enter Inflation Nation, 7-5 favorite in the Atlanta Beach Stakes. Impressive maiden winner this summer at Saratoga. Just like stablemate, Don't Look Back at All. Serious threats in the Stewart Manor Stakes for 2-year-old fillies. Great to have you with us on America's Day at the Races. I'm told that's the side entrance the TV crew uses when they're late showing up for our broadcast. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. The calendar says it's fall. Doesn't feel like it. Temperature in the low 70s on this 5th of November in New York City. Alongside trainer Rick Schosberg, I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Been looking forward to this. Rick, our first time we've had a chance to actually work together. Like, I promise I'm nicer than Andy Serling.
Oh, well,
promise.
That goes without saying. That chair's nicer than Andy Serling. But, no, it's great to be here. It's an honor to be sitting here with you.
We can say these things because he's in Lexington at the Breeders' Cup, right?
Yeah, well, he's swinging away.
So, yeah, the bar not very high in that regard. We will be previewing and recapping the Breeders' Cup activity in Lexington all afternoon. We also have stakes racing here at Aqueduct. As mentioned, 2 stakes racing for 2-year-olds. We start with the Atlantic Beach compact field of 5. 3/4 of a mile dash on grass, $120,000 purse. Number 4, Inflation Nation, 7-5 morning line favorite for Christophe Clement. This was his latest with Vacation Dance. The futurity right here early October, Rick. And how much better does this race look after the winner, Nagarrock, came back to run third in yesterday's Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf?
And a close third, too. He was 40-1 yesterday and got beat just a couple of lengths and ran really, really well. What a great race that was. And it really could set these two apart. They were noses apart in the futurity. John Kimmel's horse, Vacation Dance, and Inflation Nation for Christophe. It looks like those two are the horses to beat in here, but it's a 5-horse field. They're babies. You never know what's going to happen.
Strength of schedule bump for Inflation Nation, Vacation Dance. Then you have None Hudson, marooned with the also eligible runners in yesterday's Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. Did not draw in, Rick.
Yep.
So here he is, last seen finishing third in the Indian Summer at Keeneland last month. The pivot, he runs here today.
And he's got the rail to deal with today. He's got to come out of there running. Paco Lopez is on board for Wesley Ward. They're a good combination there. Paco's great out of the gate. He's aggressive throughout the race. But again, 2-year-olds breaking from the rail. He's got to get lucky coming out of there.
None Hudson by None Never, sire of yesterday's Juvenile Filly Turf winner. Meditate for Aidan O'Brien. O'Brien's first ever win in the Juvenile Filly Turf. So that's the Atlantic Beach for the boys. Then you have the Stewart Manor for the 2-year-old fillies, female equivalent. The field, 6 furlong sprint on grass, and while Redefined is the 7-5 morning line favorite, let's start with Don't Look Back at All. This was her debut at Saratoga, late August, Rick. Don't Look Back at All. Hard to miss out on the racetrack, on the attack with this big white face.
Yeah, she was really impressive, Lafitte, in her startup at Saratoga. First time out. Listen, Christophe is very, very precocious with the first starters at any distance, whether they're sprinting or whether they're going long. We'll talk about that a little bit later. But this filly was very, very impressive. And a good third in the matron coming back later. It was a little bit soft for her that day, and she had to check up a little bit in that race. But this was very impressive.
Eye-opening performance. Don't Look Back at All. Co-owned by West Point Thoroughbred, Scarlet Oak, Titletown Racing. Trained by Christophe Clement, as you mentioned. We told you could be a big afternoon for Clement. She'd follow up that effort with a 4th place finish in the Grade 3 Matron. Speaking of which, this is the Matron. Redefined, Stewart Manor favorite, and Don't Look Back at All, Rick, chasing American Apple to the wire.
Yeah, and we have Redefined here for Tony Dutrow. Just getting beat ahead in this race with Javi Castellano coming from deep in the pack, and certainly looks like worthy of being the odds-on favorite in here, or the co-favorite in here. And again, coming off good track, I think we have maybe a little bit of give in this turf course because Aqueduct is always a little bit softer than Belmont, but certainly a good turf course to run over today.
Rick, Redefine, don't look back at all. They seem to do their best running from off the pace at first glance. Like on paper,
Right.
How does the race shape up for 'em?
Well, you certainly have speed with the 3. Showgirl Lim B has shown before early on, lay in second. Recinto Romper has been up close to paces that were pretty quick, 22 and change over the Kentucky Downs and the Monmouth turf course for Arnaud Delacour. So I think there's going to be pace in here. Listen, it's a 6-furlong turf sprint. They're not going to be taken back. So I think you got riders. You got Trevor McCarthy on Christoph's horse today. I think he's going to keep her in contention, but put her in position to win. Okay, I don't think she's going to be lagging back. The other filly, Tony Dutro's filly, Redefined, I think she's a little bit more of a solid closer. She may want to extend herself later on in her career, but again, they're just babies.
4 stakes races this weekend, all for 2-year-olds. Atlantic Beach, that's coming up, and that'll be first race number 4. On today's program, today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. First of 10 in about 15 minutes. Race 4 is mentioned Atlantic Beach. Race 6 started the late pick 5, included race 7, the Stewart Manor. Main track fast, turf course firm on this incredibly warm fall afternoon in Queens. Still haven't joined? Come on, it's Breeders' Cup weekend. Get involved. Join Naira Bets. And when you do so, use that promo code CUP25 for a $200 deposit match. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now, NairaBets.com, to earn that free $25 bet plus $200 deposit match just in time for today's Breeders' Cup World Championships. Field for the opener as we get to the live racing showing. A very, very promising group of 2-year-old fillies. Maiden special weight, mile and a 16th on grass. Rick, looking forward to this one. And the current favorite, Idea Generation, at 6-5. We'll say hello to the MIG when we come back. He's in the paddock, keeping a close eye on these 2-year-old fillies. Idea Generation, there she is. Powerhouse Connections, Klarovich, Brown, Manny Franco to ride. First of 10 from the Big A, just getting started on America's Day at the Races.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back. Just getting started on America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Claiborne well represented in this first race. These 2-year-old fillies, natural beauty. There she is, daughter of Claiborne stallion Blame, the only horse ever to have defeated Zenyatta. 2010 champion older horse Breeders' Cup Classic winner. Not the most popular opinion in California, Rick, but I did think he should have been horse of the year as well.
Well, you know, she had a great following. What an incredible mare. And this filly here is trained by Christophe Clement, who we spoke about before. Has precocious 2-year-olds. They go out there and they run, even going over a mile. He's winning races with first-time starters going long. This filly right here has as good a shot as any in the race, no doubt, even though there's a heavy favorite on the inside with Chad and Klarovich.
See how she performs at 7-1. And her debut, the Blame filly Natural Beauty, as we welcome in Richie Migliori down in the paddock. Richie, yesterday was Future Stars Friday at Keeneland in the 5 Breeders' Cup races, and looking forward to seeing how they develop potential stars of tomorrow. There could be a star or two of tomorrow in this first race here at Aqueduct.
I agree, Lafitte. This is a quality-laden field. There's just a nice group of young ladies here, all acting very classy, minding their manners. Let's talk about Tonic, who was meant for the turf first time, rained off. She took money that time. This is from the Anthony Dutrow barn. Got a good inside draw, and she's got a flat, wide foot. Think like a platypus bill. I mean, she just really looks like a turf horse, and she was turf meant first time. Probably will improve getting on the grass. Idea Generation, kind of on the small side and really not overwhelmed with how she looks as a very short price favorite. The 5 Natural Beauty really has a very intelligent forward way about her. Highland Grace looks very sharp and fit for Barclay Tag, coming in with 2 gate works. And the 9, the other Chad Brown, is the one I prefer from a physical perspective, Ola Gata. And she was beaten only a length to Pleasant Passage, first time out, runner-up in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf yesterday.
A bump for strength of schedule for Olagata as well. Big effort, Pleasant Passage to finish second in yesterday's Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf. Olagata, riders up, Eric Cancel. We'll see her again in the post parade, starting with Tonic in that big pancake flat turf of Richie was referencing. Kind of hard to see from here.
Right, and here's number 2, King Making for Wesley Ward. Obviously, very tough with first-time starters. Better going shorter on the for the most part. Idea
Generation, Rick, highly regarded from Jump Street.
Yeah, she came out of that strange race at Saratoga that was declared a non-contest due to some miscommunication, and then came back to run a good 4th in the P.G. Johnson.
Juniper's Moon, $725,000 Galileo first-time starter.
Yeah, certainly got the pedigree for it. Tony's not as precocious with the first-time starters going long. This horse might need one.
We touched on Natural Beauty. Here's Highland Grace, debuting filly by Triple Crown winner American Pharoah.
And American Pharoah's, as well as he ran on the dirt, he is really throwing some serious turf horses.
Number 7, Lady Empire, a non-factor in her first race.
Yeah, wasn't heavily bet, didn't run all that well. Blinkers do go on here for Tim Hills, and you never keep him out of the exactas here in New York.
Spelterini, Godolphin homebred.
Yeah, this is a nice filly here, trying the turf for the first time for Hall of Fame trainer Billy Mott and Jose Lascano.
And finally on the outside, Olagata, 2nd of 2 for Chad Brown. And Richie preferring this one of the 2 Chad Brown trainees.
Ran really well second time out. The first time basically was pulled up out of that same no contest race, but closed really well to be 3rd, beating a length with Manny Franco last time. Eric Cancel gets the call today.
Field for the opener, 2-year-old fillies. Maybe you just tuned in. Maybe you want to play the races, don't have past performances. Equibase has you covered. Follow all the stats, horses, trainers, jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances on all the races on today's show. So now you have your past performances. You have Richie's insight from the paddock. Rick Schosberg's here on the set. And there's Olagata, Eric Cancel aboard. And her most recent, late August Saratoga, Richie, Olagata. She's kind of all over the place, but winds up running well, showing promise once she kind of figures out what she's doing.
Yeah, I mean, again, these are babies. They're out there. It's almost like being in an open field tournament for home there. They're all over the joint sometimes. They got to deal with They got to deal with a lot of adversity. They're splitting horses. She ran really well to close here, to be a really good third, and I would expect a big leap forward. The only thing I'm a little worried about here is that she gets parked a little bit too wide on either turn. So if he has a shot to either drop back and get close to the rail, if he's in the 2-path going around the turn for the first time, I think she's probably got a better shot because you know she's going to have a good late kick.
Well, Agata, just like Daddy, Kitten's Joy, late champion, defeated favorite in the 04 Breeders' Cup Turf at Lone Star Park. There's Idea Generation, the favorite, 6-5, and you mentioned that race at Saratoga where the starting gate essentially was still on the track and it was stalled and they couldn't get it off the racetrack and the race was halted essentially, but she still ran on that afternoon. Like, she didn't know, but fact is she comes in with a big reputation, a lot of promise, supposed to be very good. We haven't quite seen her fulfill that just yet, only her third career start.
Yeah, and again, you gotta toss that first race, and it doesn't have the odds on here, but I have a feeling she was a heavy favorite that day. And I remember the race. So he was kind of forwardly placed, so didn't hear what was going on. Ira was on her that day. And I think the riders that were in the back of the pack got pulled up by the outriders, said, hey, there's a problem. And the ones in the front saw that the gate was gone, and so he rode, like it was his race, and he got beat ahead in there. So she did show some promise, definitely got something out of it. She doesn't know the difference. Came back in a stake race. She was heavily backed that day also. She was 2 or 3 wide. She didn't disgrace herself, no doubt about it. Little cut in the ground that day, firmer today. Ideally, the odds-on favorite.
Yeah, Richie, we don't mean to pass judgment or to be too harsh on Idea Generation, but I think back then this summer, Chad Brown would have thought if Idea Generation was running this weekend, it would have been yesterday in Lexington.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment, and I don't really see what excuses she had last time in the PG Johnson. I mean, she had a good trip, just kind of ran on evenly, and at a very short price. I think you can look elsewhere, shop for your price, if you will, a little. I thought the 4 horse, Juniper Moon, kind of nondescript in the paddock. This expensive daughter of Galileo, trained by a terrific horseman at Anthony Dutro. But I really elevated her on the track. She made a beautiful impression to me. Love the way she moves, and obviously being by Galileo, should love getting on the turf. The 5 Natural Beauty from another top horseman in Christophe Clement. I just love this filly's focus. She's just got a great attitude. She's by that Claiborne farm stallion Blame, conqueror of the mighty Zenyatta in the Breeders' Cup Classic. And when you see a young horse first start have that laser-like focus, you know they have the mentality to be a horse. A lot of horses have physical ability. Mentally, they kind of stop themselves from making or maximizing it, if you will. And I'm going to go to the other Chad Brown's going to be my top selection, Olagata. Last time, she didn't break very cleanly. She also shied out from the riding crop. Manny Franco, who rode her that day, can be very, very strong. I think stronger than he even realizes sometimes. And I thought she reacted negatively to it. Eric Cancel's a little bit of a quieter rider. Doesn't get after horses quite as hard as Manny. And I think her race against Pleasant Passage is certainly good enough to win here. So she's going to be my top selection.
Richie, what would you consider a win for Eric Cancel in terms of position from the outside post with Olagata going into the first turn?
Well, I think he's got to get his position going forward, Lafitte. You don't want to be a victim and have other people make those decisions for you. Come out forward, make the inside horses that want to show speed, show some speed. That creates separation. That gives you options, and then you try to find your way in between flights. But if you come out looking at everybody, you're just asking to be caught 5, 6 wide into this first turn.
To watch right for the start. Olagata, how much real estate does she lose trying to establish position from the outside post with Eric Cancel? And Rick, you went with Idea Generation, now even money as they'll get set to cross over to the turf course momentarily.
Yeah, again, I think probably just because she was so highly regarded early on, and she did run, she hasn't done anything wrong so far, and I just think that probably this is going to be her day again. Last time, little cut in the ground, a little bit soft for her. Today it's a little firmer. We've got nothing but sunshine for the last couple of days. It feels like August out here right now, at least where you and I are sitting. And I think, Manny and Chad Brown are a very formidable pair on any surface. So I'm going to stick with my guns here. It's 4 to 5, not much value. Maybe I'll come up with something underneath. And I did use Christoph's horse underneath, the 5 horse at 8 to 1.
Play the hand you dealt. Idea Generation 4 to 5, an exciting 2-year-old event to kick off this Saturday program, and just the connections at first glance. Rick, when you see you have King Making and a Stone Street first-time starter and an Idea Generation, a 2-year-old filly with causing some buzz this summer at Saratoga. You have Juniper's Moon, a $750,000 Galileo first-time starter. These are the races that we see a 2-year-old and you say, next time, keep an eye on this one. Remember that name. That could be a serious racehorse.
And look for him in the springtime. We're at True Aqueduct now. And a race like this would have been a Belmont Fall Championship or BAQ, Belmont at Aqueduct at the Big A. This is a great race to start our card off today. We got 10 races today, and just a wonderful card and some really super racing down at Keeneland today, no doubt about it.
Opening weekend as we reset things here. The fall meet at Aqueduct with one eye on the racing, of course. On Keeneland, Breeders' Cup Day 2, 9 championship races this afternoon. All eyes on Flightline later on this evening in the Classic. We'll have a chance to preview some of these races, recap once official. And of course, with the live racing about to commence here, race number 1 of 10 from Aqueduct. 2-year-old fillies started the early pick 5 mile and a 16th on a firm turf course. Idea Generation number 3, odds on 4 to 5 at post time. John Embrial standing by with the call.
The favorite Idea Generation is now moving into the gate. And so we're waiting on Juniper's Moon and Oligata. A field of 9 going about a mile and a 16th on the firm inner turf to get things started on this Saturday here at Aqueduct. Oligata now moves in, and they are all in line. And they're off, and it's a good beginning for Idea Generation along with King Making. King Making grabs the lead as Spelterini moves up on the outside. Spelterini and King Making, and the two of them are right together here in the early going. Idea Generation is on the outside. Tonic is down at the rail, and then comes Oligata, who is next in 5th, followed by Lady Empire in 6th. Highland Grace runs in 7th. And at the back of the pack are Natural Beauty and Juniper's Moon. The 2-year-old maiden fillies round the turn and head for the backstretch. And the quarter went in 24 1/5 seconds. And it is Spelterini on top here by a length and a half. Idea Generation tracking in 2nd. King Making, first-time starter down at the rail, runs in 3rd. And then it's Oligata in 4th, followed by Tonic in 5th, who's about 5.5 off the lead. On the outside is Lady Empire. Then we come back to Highland Grace, and the trailers are Juniper's Moon, and then Natural Beauty. Half mile in 50 3/5 seconds. It is Spelterini, Idea Generation now closing the gap on the outside. Spelterini at the rail, Idea Generation on the outside, and now they are right together coming for the head of the stretch. Oligata has moved up into 3rd. Juniper's Moon has gained ground, and she's on the extreme outside. Then comes King Making. Here is Idea Generation now to grab the lead from Spelterini. Juniper's Moon continues to move up. Idea Generation is the leader. Juniper's Moon on the outside now takes 2nd. Idea Generation by 2. Juniper's Moon in 2nd. They come on for the finish, and it is Idea Generation and Manny Franco to win the opener. Juniper's Moon finished 2nd to complete the exacta, then Spelterini and Oligata.
There it is, the filly we've been waiting to see. Seth Klarman's Idea Generation graduates in her 3rd career start for Chad Brown. Manny Franco in the saddle, back from Lexington, 4 to 5 at post time, convincing winner in the opener.
And a really good run for the first-time starter from Tony
Yes.
Dutcho, Juniper Moon, and Richie had it pegged. He said she looked fantastic in the paddock, and she ran a dynamite race. Take nothing away from the winner. She did this easily. She drew away from the field. Billy Mott's filly, first-time turf, really made her work for it up until about the 8th pole, and then Chad's filly took off. But take nothing away from this 4-horse here. She runs a really great race, first time out going long on the turf for Tony Dutcho. Keep an eye out on her.
Onward and upward, Richie, Idea Generation. And how about Juniper's Moon, the Galileo, $725,000 purchase, first-time starter to complete the exacta at 28-1.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we got to give Idea Generation all her due. She was very impressive. She was good, always in position. Manny Frank did a great job placing her. But this, I guess, where you would get your value with a 4 to 5 shot, getting a 28-1 first-time starter underneath Juniper's Moon. And she was, you could see the first half a mile, she really wasn't sure why she was out there, what she was doing. And then, the idea clicked. And it's interesting when a horse catches up to that first horse in the pack when they're coming from last, how they engage. And you could really see her engage and finish with interest. I think these are two nice fillies.
Not trying to be critical, Richie, but just watching how the race unfolded. We discussed the start, Olagata, what would be a win for Eric Cancel, establishing position. Almost looked like there was some indecision going into that first turn.
Yeah, and this is something that Eric needs to work on. Sometimes you see that he gets glimpses of, hey, I've got to get my position going forward. I've got to be aggressive. And then he reverts to habits. All athletes have habits. It's learning the good habits and, breaking the bad ones. And sometimes, I see it with Dylan Davis. Sometimes they slide back into that little bit of that complacency. And you can't be complacent when you got a jockey colony as deep as this one.
Cost him some position, not that it would have made a difference. 3, 4, 8, 9. Good stuff, Richie, and specifically with Juniper's Moon completing the exacta at 28-1. The favorite delivers. Idea Generation, 4 to 5 in the opener. 3, 4, 8, 9. Speaking of odds-on favorites, Flight Line, 3 to 5. On the morning line, at Keeneland, Schooling, horse of a lifetime. Some say maybe the best. Since don't say it, Big Red, maybe. We'll see him this evening in the $6 million Breeders' Cup Classic.
Here comes Malathaat. Here comes Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's going to be Clariere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathaat grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathaat has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curling, the classic sire.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets. Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
One down, 9 to go at the Big A. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Get over 300 tracks worldwide with Naira Bets. Get started at nairabets.com today, where you could have unloaded on Idea Generation. Comes through. For Chad Brown, owner Seth Klarman, winning pilot Manny Franco with Richie in the winner's circle.
Yeah, thanks, Lafitte. And I'm pleased to be joined by Manny. And I talk about it often, just how strong a rider Manny is physically. Manny, the key to the race, though, you just got really good position early.
Yeah, that was my plan. I want to be in forward place in the beginning. So my filly helped me a lot because she jumped out of there quick. And I just tried to get some cover. But I saw the the rider was trying to put him behind the horse in the lead. So I just get the position, and that was it.
How much confidence do you have now? You've been riding so much more for Chad Brown to basically ride your race. I know sometimes when I was riding for a big stable, you're trying to please them so much, but once you get their confidence, how much easier does it make it?
I mean, he helped me a lot because he let me. I spoke to him before races sometime. We talked bases, but sometimes he let me go up there and ride my horse. And I think if you wanna win for those guys, you gotta be prepared. Do your homework, and that's what I did. I'm trying to do my homework every day, and do it out there. Try to put my horse in good position and get it done.
Well, you've been doing that consistently. Now, you flew back last night from Lexington at the Breeders' Cup yesterday. You ride 8 races today. How difficult is it to do all this travel and come back and be as fresh and as strong as you are?
It is, but at the same time, is what I love to do, and this is my job. So I'm happy to be here today and happy to be there in Kentucky yesterday, and just keep doing what I'm doing.
Congratulations. Way to start the day. Guys, he's living the dream, but it's not like you've got a team charter that everybody's going to jump on a private flight and fly to the next venue. Got to go run through airports, commercial flights, hope you don't get delayed or your flight gets canceled, and it's just a tough grind for these guys. And there's no season. It's basically 365.
Year-round, no guaranteed contracts. If your horses don't run well, if you don't win, for riders, you're not getting paid.
No, you're not getting paid, and you might be on another horse the next time. So, listen, Manny does a fantastic job. He says, it's my job. I work hard at it. I do my homework, and it shows. He really is a terrific guy. What a wonderful human being. He really is a good guy.
Has won a Breeders' Cup event sharing juvenile fillies turf a couple of years back at Santa Anita. Live mounts this afternoon, Manny Franco. And this one aboard Nicholas James at the bottom, current 5-2 second choice. Ria's Angel, the 2-1 favorite. $25,000 claimers here. Non-winners to lifetime 1 mile in the second race at the Big A. That race with a $36,000 purse. The main event today at Lexington with a $6 million purse. Breeders' Cup Classic. Older horses, 1.25 miles, 8 of them. All eyes on number 4, Flightline. 3-5 favorite. Have you seen this, Rick? Did you see Flightline's performance in the Pacific Classic by any? Maybe you missed it.
I didn't see any other horses in the race. Let's put it that way. This was phenomenal, and he's geared down at the end. He could have gone a couple of ticks faster if that's possible. But he is really an exciting horse. He runs 126 Beyer figure, and he's practically in a jog pulling up here. This is an amazing performance. His performance prior to this in the Met Mile, he got into all kinds of trouble. They tried everything to do to get him beat, and he just outclassed them. And this horse is a really exciting horse for the industry. There's no doubt about it.
Training at Keeneland. We saw a couple of his breezes very early in the morning out at Santa Anita. In the morning it was dark, and they said, just follow the blinking red light. Yeah. I was thinking, just follow the vapor trail.
The blinking red light might be the cops chasing him for speeding. He really is a phenomenal horse, and he looks incredible. He was paddock schooling the other day, and he is there he is right there, and he is just the picture-perfect athlete. And he shows it in the afternoon. They've done a phenomenal job with him. There's 13 Grade 1 wins in this race. Wow. He's got 3 of them. Life is Good has 4 of them. They have half of the Grade 1 wins in this race between the 2 of them. But they still got to go once around.
Undefeated, Richie. 5 wins by a combined 62 3/4 of a length. For Flavien Prat, his jockey today, if you're having a conversation with him in the paddock, let's say, for example, hypothetically speaking, that Richie Migliore's riding Flightline today. What's your approach? What's the mindset? What's the strategy?
Honestly, enjoy yourself. Get out of his way. Let him do his thing. Let him strut his stuff. He's as good a horse as I've ever seen. Watching both his Met Mile, where he overcame the adversity that Rick was just talking about, and then the Pacific Classic, it transported me back to 10-year-old me, falling in love with thoroughbred racing as a fan, watching the greats in the 70s. And I'll compare him to any of them. And it's amazing that horses can do that for us, to take us back in a time in our life when things were much simpler, and we could just look at these horses and just appreciate them so much for the incredible ability that they have. He is a generational horse. I'm a fan. I'm looking forward to watching him later on today. Now, like Rick said, they've got to run around the racetrack. Years ago, somebody bet a horse that was going to pay $2.10, and his friend said, "How could you bet that?" I said, "Well, what bank gives you 5 cents on the dollar for 2 minutes of investment?" And then the horse stumbled leaving the gate, lost his rider, and his friend said, "Well, what bank makes you run around the racetrack first to collect?"
Richie, I almost feel like, I don't want to call him a victim of his own success, but expectation is so high. This is like going to a ball game and expecting Nolan Ryan to throw a no-hitter, like expecting Michael Jordan to drop 60, like expecting Joe Montana to throw 5 touchdowns every time you go out and watch him. The bar is so high for Flightline, like almost seemingly insurmountable for him to meet expectations this afternoon.
Well, I think, you're making a good point, but listen, Life is Good is a very, very good horse, and he's fast. And at some point, Flavien Prat's going to have to make a decision on Flightline to engage him. And at what stage of the race does he engage him? You don't want to hook into him when he's too fresh, because that could take a little starch out of you and set it up for somebody else. I think the most likely recipient of a scenario like that would be the 3-year-old Epicenter, who I just think has made steady strides, leaps and bounds throughout the year. I think he was unlucky through the Triple Crown, but I just think Flightline is the kind of talent that it's just not really going to matter. If he's good on the day, he's going to win.
It's almost like everyone expects something out of this world again, as we saw in the Pacific Classic from Flightline. Rick, no such thing as a sure thing. They all, Man of War lost, Secretariat lost. Flightline, Life is Good.
Yeah.
This is how good Flightline is. Other trainers were hoping Life is Good would run in the Breeders' Cup Classic to perhaps set the table from someone from off the pace. But I think we're forgetting how talented, how gifted of a racehorse Life is Good is. To no fault of his own.
Oh, if you just look at his past performances here, it's all ones all the way across. All the wins. He's won his last 3. He's won 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of his last 7 races. Got beat a neck in 1. The only race he didn't run well is in the Dubai World Cup. You just look at him here. I mean, here's a horse. If it wasn't for Flightline, this horse would be 1-9 in here. So that's how good he is. But to have two horses like this, 2 older horses like this meeting in a $6 million race, that's what racing's all about. You got the talent rises to the top. And these 2, it's going to be a rider's race. You got Irad Ortiz, you got Flavien Prat. Both of them know their horses intimately. Prat has actually won on Life is Good, so he knows what kind of talent, what kind of speed he has. This is going to be just a phenomenal race. Everybody just sit back and enjoy.
Can't wait to see the chess match early on. Flightline, Life is Good, Life is Good. Can he thrive at 1.25 miles? Todd Pletcher not worried about the distance, says that the Dubai World Cup had more to do with the track than it did the actual 10 furlongs, and still confident he can thrive running 1.25 miles. It feels like a heavyweight fight. We'll treat it as such. The tail of the tape, Life is Good. 6 more starts, 4 more wins. The earnings in his corner as well. The numbers stack up in Life is Good's favor, but hard to erase that image of what we saw at Del Mar. Flightline, what he did to that field, and if he duplicates that effort this evening in Lexington, look out.
Yeah, no, I mean, a 126 buyer, that's serious stuff. And Life is Good. He's solid grade 1 horse. There's no doubt about it. Like I said, if Flightline wasn't in here, Life is Good would be the odds-on favorite in here. But to have these 2 in there, my only question, and I don't think I'm not any genius here, but if the distance is going to affect one of them, maybe its life is good. But
It still has
Flightline
to-
just extends himself. The further he goes, the faster he goes,
One's
which is
proven
amazing.
at 1.25 miles, the other isn't. Epicenter is proven at 1.25 miles, as we saw this summer at Saratoga in the Travers. He ran a very respectable second in the Kentucky Derby. The three-year-olds have done just fine in the Breeders' Cup Classic. This was his Travers victory. What a summer for Epicenter at Saratoga, the Jim Dandy and the Travers. It's just he would be receiving so much more attention, if not for what Flightline did in the Pacific Classic.
Yeah, absolutely true. I mean, if you look at his record, the Travers, the Jim Dandy, second in the Preakness, second in the Derby, the Louisiana Derby, the Risen Star. I mean, this is a solid, really, really top 3-year-old taking on the older horses. Gets a little break in the weights, may make a difference. Rosario is on him and has been on him for his last 7 or 8 starts, so he really knows this horse well. And if there's a horse that's going to have something to say about it to the top 2 older guys, this is the horse that's going to be the one saying it.
Honest as the day is long. Fires, brings it, race in and race out. Runner-up in the Derby. Richie, runner-up in the Preakness. We touched on his success this summer at Saratoga. How do you feel at this stage? It's the first week of November. 3-year-olds facing older horses in a race like the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Well, historically, we've seen the really good 4-year-olds beating the really good 3-year-olds, even late in the season. We can go back Seattle Slew and Affirmed in Spectacular Bid, so on and so forth. Now, Epicenter, to me, is continually impressed physically, mentally. He's, to me, gotten bigger, stronger. He was always an imposing individual, but I think he's taken it to another level from what I can see watching him on videotape, watching him train, not being there in person, but he is very impressive. I love the fact that he had that break from the Travers all the way to here, not concerned about his fitness level because Steve Asmussen's very good at preparing his horses, had that big 58 and change work, his penultimate work. And I love the fact that he stayed up in Saratoga with that break. He stayed up there till the end of September. I think horses really flourish there once we leave in the summer, getting into fall, cooler nights, cooler mornings, very tranquil setting. I really like everything about it. And again, if things were to get into a slugfest up front early, I still think Flightline's the best horse. I do think Flightline will win. But if there's a scenario where him and Life is Good engage in an all-out war, I think Epicenter is the most likely beneficiary of that.
Steve Asmussen won multiple Breeders' Cup Classics, one with a 3-year-old Curlin Horse of the Year, 2007, 5 years ago, Gun Runner at Del Mar, trying for another this afternoon with Epicenter. And we touched on the success of the sophomore in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Just look at that list.
Wow.
Several of them going back to AP Indy in 1992, eventual Horse of the Year. Curlin, Triple Crown winner, American Pharaoh. Arrowgate in 2016, that memorable one, running down California Chrome. And the last time we were at Keeneland, Authentic going wire to wire. And that's something else to pay attention to today, Rick, is how the track is playing at Keeneland. I remember how throughout the course of the afternoon, Breeders' Cup Saturday 2 years ago, Authentic stock kept rising, because it felt like the inside lane speed was dominant. Whitmore won from off the pace in the sprint, but the speed was doing very well all afternoon. Something else to keep an eye on today at Keeneland.
And it's a different dynamic in the sprint races than the long races as well. But one thing that Richie hit on before is that he kept Epicenter in Saratoga for a while, but then just trained him at Keeneland. Got a lot of really good, solid breezes over that track because he's never run over it before. I think that's a key. We saw a lot of dirt horses. Some of the dirt horses that won yesterday were horses that have run over that racetrack, and I think that's going to be a key for this afternoon, too. So Steve, one of the smartest guys in horse racing, had his horse down there for several months training over that racetrack, had him up in Saratoga where it's calm, it's cool up there, and I think if anybody's coming up to this race for a top effort, it's Epicenter. Is his top effort good enough? We'll have to see later on.
You mentioned Alcibiades winner, a Wonder Wheel, Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly winner for trainer Todd Pletcher Forte, a Breeders' Futurity winner, went on to capture the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. See if that trend continues this afternoon. Main track races, there are 5 of them in the 9 Breeders' Cup Championship events this afternoon in Lexington. Filly Mare Sprint kicks it all off. You know, the Europeans have won the last 7 grass Breeders' Cup races at Keeneland. Sheer European domination.
Yeah, and yesterday they showed up again with Godolphin and Coolmore and Ryan Moore. It's just been a really fantastic European turf down there.
Well represented once again. Breeders' Cup Saturday. We'll have further preview, recap the races once official, and it all gets started with the Filly Mare Sprint around 11:20 Eastern. And these are not Breeders' Cup type runners, just $25,000 restricted claimers, non-winners to lifetime. 1 mile is the distance. And Rudy Rodriguez represented with Ria's Angel, the favorite. The story of he and his brother Gustavo, good horsemen. These guys are great when you get them together. That story's next. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of Dubawi standing in Kentucky. Dubawi, one of the world's most celebrated stallions, is now a sire of sires. His top sons at stud are making son of Dubawi brings one of the world's most potent bloodlines to America. DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
On this warm fall afternoon in New York City, you're watching America's Day at the Races. 1 race down, 9 to go at Aqueduct. $25,000 claimers coming up. Ria's Angel, number 5, is the current favorite, trained by Rudy Rodriguez. He used to be a jockey. He was a Grade 1 winning jockey. His brother Gustavo is a trainer. Like, they've done everything around the racetrack, just walking hots, even parking cars. This summer, we had a chance to sit down with Rudy and Gustavo. Gustavo was having a very good meet. Rudy, not so much, kind of a struggle, but you get these two brothers together, and you'd never know which one was winning at the time and which one was losing.
Trainers Rudy and Gustavo Rodriguez come from a family of 10 brothers, 5 of which have worked in the thoroughbred industry. But training wasn't their first job.
I was a jockey for almost close to 17 years.
And here's the wire, and Frost Giant, a huge upset.
I broke a lot of bones. So that was easy for me to change, I guess. You know, when you're riding big horses and falling down a lot and being in the hospital a lot, you know, it's tough.
I had 2 jobs. I was working for Rick Dotro as an exercise rider, and I used to park cars, for Naira.
Over here in the back, it was in the preferred parking.
Yeah, over here. I did it for like a few years,
So
maybe more than 10 years.
This little spot is still close.
Yeah.
Parking cars aside, the brothers decided to work together.
Rudy would get his trainer's license and Gustavo would come work for him. But that took some encouragement.
He didn't really want to do it, but I kind of like was pushing him, to do it because he knew a lot of owners. And I thought maybe through him, we wanted like to do our own thing, but he didn't really want to do it. And I was
I want to keep pulling out on the horses still. I want to keep riding.
And little by little, he made it.
Vijak to win the Kelso Handicap.
Dad's Caps has won the Carter. Condo Commando was splash-tastic.
Everything seemed to be going well. Well, most of the time.
Was okay. Couple of days, like everything else, some days good, some days bad, but
no, for like
we keep moving along.
For like most of the time, good. We used to argue and this and that. 2 minutes go by, we everything good.
This continued until a partnership with Andrew Gurdon developed with Gustavo, and he decided to go out on his own. That would pit brother against brother on the track.
My wife, she don't like it when when we run against him. She don't like it. No, because Rudy beat us a lot. Right now, if I need anything, I ask him, and he's there for us. And if he needs something, I'm there for him.
We try to put it together,
Even we fight sometimes, but we right there.
You gotta fight sometimes to make it work, no?
Well, brothers will be brothers, but through it all, there is still a lot of respect between them.
He's very unique, and it's tough to be like him. He's more laid back.
Rudy's like
I just go with the flow.
He don't stop. He don't stop. Rudy, he just keep going.
I'm good. I gotta go take a shower and come back.
Live look at Rudy Rodriguez. Rick, they need their own podcast, reality show, something.
Oh, they are. I go into their barn once in a while. They'll have a horse for our retirement program, and I'll go in there. It's just so entertaining. Where's Rudy? Rudy's over there. Where's Gustavo? Well, he's over there. Well, they're nowhere. One's on the track. It's just a lot of fun going over there. But they do a great job. They really are consummate horsemen. They really take care of their horses, and at all levels. They have like the horse they have in here, like $25,000 claimer, and they've got stake horses too. So they've been there a long time. They've done everything, like you said, from walking hots to parking cars to winning graded stakes. So the consummate horseman.
Yeah, and Richie, if you wind up with a fender bender, you know who to call. Bam's Auto Body, 718-738-8314. You actually rode with Rudy Rodriguez. What do you remember about Rudy the jockey?
Pretty much the same thing that he brings to the table as a trainer is his work ethic. Guy never stopped. He'd work all morning, get on 10, 12 horses, ride all afternoon. Then he might fly to Canada to saddle a horse for Rick Dutrow. He might shoe one. I mean, he basically could do anything, a jack of all trades. And I had the biggest kick out of when he won the Suburban on Frost Giant, who became a very good New York bred sire. Getting a grade 1. I mean, it's not an easy thing to do. Rudy Rodriguez got it done as a jockey and as a trainer. That's a pretty good double right there.
And Richie, look, Rudy Rodriguez as a trainer, we're accustomed to him being a high percentage trainer. Like, he wins a lot, right? And does well at Saratoga. It was a tough sledding this summer at Saratoga, and still he seemed to take it all in stride, which that easier said than done.
Yeah, I think outwardly he did take it very well in stride, but he's a competitive guy as well. And we had some conversations, and I know it was getting to him a little bit, but you've got to stay the course. You can't start changing everything up. Things that have worked for you in the past are going to work for you again. So you just go into a bad cycle. Now, if that was me, might have ripped the phone out of the wall in the jockey's room, might have broke a window, might have picked a fight. But Rudy's a little more even-tempered.
That's all right. You just call Bam, and he fixes everything.
Okay, Bam. Well, here's the field for the second race coming
Auto Body T-shirt. Rudy Rodriguez with Ria's Angel, the 8-5 favorite. Riders up. Have a chance to meet this field. Started the day with some really impressive 2-year-old fillies. Just a modest $25,000 claimer, all for sale, all one for something. We start with Sight Unseen, drawn inside 14-1 maiden winner right here last month.
Yeah, and Mr. Harkey is back aboard after his maiden win for $25,000, and probably will have to go from the rail.
Achilles heel, Finger Lakes shipper.
Stone cold closer, good connections. Jeffrey Englehart's done a great job down here and at Finger Lakes.
Iron Lion in Zion, Dutchess View Farm homebred, 6-1 shots side by side. Here's Milano, third, facing similar last month.
Yeah, deep closer. Ruben Silvera takes the mount here for the second time.
Rudy, there's Ria's Angel.
This horse ran a huge race last time. I'm a little bit worried about a bounce, if that number is actually real, an 80 dropping down, and they've got real hot rider Jose Gomez.
Johnny Quist. I was a Johnny Quest fan as a kid. Kong Loves a Fight. Struggled at Saratoga.
Yeah, this was his first time gelding, but I'm not sure if that's going to be enough of an equipment change to change him around.
Nicholas James, Orlando Noda runners will break side by side.
Yeah, and this horse is on the stretch out from 6 furlongs, stretching out to a mile here, has natural speed, and we'll see if we can hold it over the course. First time off the claim for the Noda brothers.
Which one of these will capture that elusive second lifetime win? We'll find out in about 6 minutes. Start of the early pick 4. Rudy Rodriguez trains that gelding. Ria's Angel, current favorite, 9-5 with Jose Gomez in the saddle. That's next from Aqueduct. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One partner, one horse, one victory at a time.
Flight line, 20 lengths clear.
Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
The 2016 Ballerina Grade 1 at Saratoga is my favorite race for a number of reasons. One is the fact that we won it with Have You Gone Away that year, just made it extra special. It's a race with an enormous amount of prestige, and it was our first Grade 1. There's something very special about the Ballerina. I don't know what it is, but the nerves had just hoping that you get a clean trip. We wanted a bit of pace to run at, but on paper there didn't appear to be a lot. So I said to Johnny, just make sure that she breaks cleanly and you get a nice position on the outside. I was hoping that we weren't going too wide around the turn, but Johnny really just stepped on the gas here a little bit, but he was also very careful not to hit the front too soon and not to give away too much ground, he said to me afterwards.
Here's Have You Gone Away on the outside, and she's coming with a rush.
At this point, I still thought we were going to be second, but she just in the last 5 strides got up.
Have You Gone Away has won!
After the race was a bit of a blur, to be honest. I remember the trophy presentation and some of the interviews, and then I remember just trying to digest it all, and I actually struggled a little bit, I have to say. It was an extremely emotional time, and it was also kind of a little bit lonely in that the owners weren't there, Maggie was still working, it was Travers Day, and I went and sat at a stall by myself for hours and hours on end, just hung out with her. Maggie and I went through a lot with that filly. We owe Have You Gone Away an awful lot, we really do. She was our first flagship horse. God, it still sends shivers down my spine watching that.
Maggie, we love you, but the lasting image of that feature is Tom just staring at Have You Gone Away, the two of them together in the stall after the race.
It's amazing. Your first grade, you never forget your first grade 1. And I sat in a stall just like that. It was at Pimlico, but it's such a memorable thing, and it's such an emotional thing that for a young trainer to reach that pinnacle. And Tom does a fantastic job, and obviously he and Maggie are a fantastic team. But that first grade 1 is really an emotional thing for a young trainer.
And to do so at Saratoga in a race like the grade 1 ballerina, Richie, Tom Morley, who also trains Iron Lion in Zion, pictured at 6-1.
Yeah, this horse is very consistent, right, Rich?
Well, you know, honestly, he looks fantastic, very sharp. I mean, the work that Tom does that you were talking about, you know, it's reflective here. I mean, the horse is just very well turned out, great coat, kind of a stocky build to him. I mean, he's run well going a mile last time, but from a physical perspective, I almost think he might be a little more effective on the turn back. But I think he's a major player here. Your favorite, the 5, Ria's Angel. Listen, rightful favorite, looks great. Gets Jose Gomez, so you're getting a 5-pound break in the way. It's Jose Gomez hitting on about 140 wins so far this year. And to me, it's a foregone conclusion. He will win the Eclipse Award as your champion apprentice. Now let's talk about the 2 Orlando Noter trainees. Starting with the 7, Kong Loves a Fight, returning as a gelding. This horse could not look any better, and I got to be honest with you, I'm just going on my gut instinct here. I thought about changing because he does look like he certainly has to improve on what you see on paper. But he was gelded. His last work was a very sharp work out of the gate. He looked focused. His coat is great. He's carrying just the right amount of weight. I'm going to take a big swing at 20-1 with the 7, Kong Loves a Fight. Now, the other horse that Orlando has in here is a horse first time off the claim, Nicholas James, who I think plays out to be the speed of the speed. Now, he had been running with an extension blinker on the outside. He's at a regular blinker cup today. Orlando opened him up. I asked him about that, and he said that just in the morning he hasn't been showing that propensity to bear out, and he felt very comfortable opening up the blinkers, and he expects him to show high speed as well. I think they're both contenders. Again, 22-1, maybe I'm crazy. I don't have to be right too often if I can get a 22-1 shot home every now and then.
Good enough for me. At that kind of price, Kong Loves a Fight, Rick, the other NOTA trainee in this second race at Aqueduct.
Yeah, and again, it's first-time gelding. It's a great betting angle, and it's a great angle for other trainers when they're looking at horses that are dropping down or running and claiming races as first-time gelding. He's got a lot to overcome from his last couple of races. Had a really good work from the breeze, work from the gate on the October 30th, a minute from the gate. So, yeah, I mean, at 21-1, absolutely, why not? And I agree that the speed on the outside may keep the one horse busy and set it up for a horse to close, which could be a flyer there with the 7 horse.
Who you wound up with Ria's Angel. Who do you think has the most upside to pull off a potential upset?
Well, my second choice here was the 3 horse, Tom Morley's horse, and I used the word consistent before.
Right.
A 1 fur is not usually very consistent, but certainly his last 2 races were moving forward in the right direction. So it was 4th, she was he was third last time. Could move forward into this spot here. The numbers are pretty good. Trevor McCarthy stays in here for it, so I think that the 3-horse has a shot to beat the 5.
At this level, everything is relative, and so I hear you working, and a little will go a long way. Let's see if Rudy Rodriguez can get a win here with Ria's Angel, the favorite. Even money at post time. Johnny I standing by. Start of the early pick 4, race 2, Aqueduct.
And they're in the gate. And they're off. Nicholas James from the extreme outside is out for the lead as Sight Unseen moves up from the rail. Nicholas James, Sight Unseen, the two of them are together. And then it is Johnny Quist who joins them on the outside. So it's 3 of them across. Milano's in between horses. Down at the rail, Achilles Heel moves up a spot. Then Kong Loves a Fight. Followed next by Ria's Angel, who had to steady there. Iron Lion in Zion is at the back of the pack. Up front, it's Sight Unseen, the leader through a quarter in 23 and 4. Nicholas James in the yellow blinkers runs in second. And then it's Achilles Heel at the rail. Johnny Quist on the outside. Those two are heads apart, 3rd and 4th. Kong Loves a Fight is next in 5th, followed by Milano. And then on the outside is Ria's Angel, who's still towards the back of the pack and about 7 lengths from the lead. Iron Lion in Zion is the trailer. Half mile in 47 and 1/5 seconds. Nicholas James in between. Sight Unseen at the rail. Johnny Quist on the outside. 3 of them stacked across. And just in behind is Kong Loves a Fight and Achilles Heel, who will need some racing room. Ria's Angel is now up into 5th, followed by Milano and Iron Lion in Zion. 3 quarters in 1, 12 and 3. Johnny Quist has now come away with the lead. It's Johnny Quist in front by 2. Kong Loves a Fight moving into second. It is Johnny Quist in front. Achilles Heel is now coming on. And on the outside, it is Kong Loves a Fight. It's Johnny Quist trying to hang in there. Johnny Quist lights up the board at 57 to 1.
The old I used to watch the cartoon play. Not Johnny Quest, but Johnny Quist in a massive upset. Race 2, Aqueduct, as Johnny I referenced, 57 to 1 at post time. Wow.
Well, that's why they got to run around the racetrack, no doubt about it. Hard to say where this one came from, but been running at Penn National, at Parks, at Delaware Parks, and comes up here to Big A and lights it up. We got $100 and something horse right here.
I'm watching Mig's top pick, Kong Loves a Fight, white cap at 20 some odd to 1. You might get, wait, who the hell's in front?
Yeah.
Johnny Quist.
Johnny Quist.
Yeah, the recency, why not? One in the mud at Penn National, now goes back to back. The Breeders' Cup tie-in by Nyquist, a former Breeders' Cup juvenile winner, champion 2-year-old, and eventual Kentucky Derby winner.
How about that? And how about that triple? We got 57 to 1, 13 to 1, 20 to 1, 7 to 1, the superfecta. Whoa. These are big bucks here.
Did you see anything from Ria's Angel, the heavy favorite, who was just a non-factor in the end?
Did not show up. I don't understand, although, that last number was really out of line for this horse and maybe just reacted poorly, and it does happen. That being said, big box cars on this one.
Back to Bam's auto body. He'll fix it right up.
Yes.
Ria's Angel. Johnny Quist in a massive upset. Back-to-back wins from Penn National to the Big A, 57 to 1 in race 2. 57 to 1, over 13, over 20, over 7. Wow, results, reaction when we come back. And the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint in 12 minutes. Will we see a back-to-back winner in CC? Echo Zulu, so good last year, undefeated 2-year-old filly champion, back just in time for a run in the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint.
Very powerful colt, very square and behind, carried a lot of muscle, a lot of strength. Obviously bred and raised at Windstar, which is a great sort of advertisement for them and the stallion that stands there.
Constitution himself has really good physiology. I mean, he was impressive on the track. He had the physiology himself to be successful, and it seems like he's putting that into his foals.
I actually loved him from, the first look I saw him.
big, strong horse, great strength about him, great mind, great athlete.
Rick and I are still trying to figure out what the hell happened in that second race here at Aqueduct. 57-1 bomb. You're watching America's Day at the Races, as always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Entering the winner's circle, Johnny Quist. Andrew Wolfsont, the winning pilot. How did he trigger that upset standing by with Richie in the winner's circle?
Well, we're going to go right to the source of it. Andrew, huge price, 57-1. But the horse seemed as... 57? Wow. His last two races, though, he seemed like he was improving. And do you feel like, obviously, he took another step forward?
Well, I mean, I trusted Alan Bedard, the trainer, said the horse is doing fantastic. And I really did see the horse turn a leaf and, just do a lot better his last race. So even though it was a tough spot, I trusted the trainer and I just put the horse in a winning position, and he did the rest.
Well, you did put him in the right position. Now, for people out there who don't know, you're a native of Ballston Spa, right in the shadow of Saratoga. Started going to the races with your folks when you were about 8 years old up there, and you sold newspapers out in front of the track at 14?
Yeah, I sold the Times Union tip sheet, the blue sheet, and I would just hassle people as they walked into the track, try to get them to buy my 50-cent newspaper. And, I learned how to hustle at that age, and, I also saw a couple jockeys rolling in their nice cars and said, wonder if I could do that one day.
Well, you're doing it, and how satisfying is it to come here back to your home state, New York, and get it done?
It's so satisfying. It was a lot of fun winning a stake here last year, and just as nice to win a small claiming race here. It's a beautiful place to win a race.
Congratulations, well done. And guys, just a little lesson. You're walking into Saratoga next summer, and some kid is bugging you to buy the tip sheet. Come on, help a brother out.
Help a brother out. That's like a feature, Rick, waiting to be made.
Yep.
The story Andrew Wilson just told.
Absolutely, no doubt. The buildings were not too tall for them today.
No, not at all. Andrew Wolfson, engaging, thoughtful, and you see his reaction. He's like, 57-1. What are you talking about?
Are you kidding me?
$116. Don't know that we'll see that kind of payoff in today's Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint, first of 9 Breeders' Cup events coming up shortly from Keeneland. We don't have the updated odds. We do have the morning line odds. We can tell you Goodnight Olive, who was the lukewarm 3-1 morning line favorite. Wow, 8-5, 7 minutes out to the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint. And this is part of the reason why we go back to the Ballerina at Saratoga. Goodnight Olive, Rick, like the trip of all trips, and obligatory. Look out for her late in the stretch this afternoon. They're swinging so wide, covered with dirt, and putting in a nice late run.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And Goodnight Olive, there's two things I really like about Goodnight Olive. One is that she loves the distance. She's 3 for 3 at 7 Ace, and she's 1 for 1 at Keeneland.
It's key.
That is a very key betting angle for these horses down there running on the dirt, no doubt about it. And Echo Zulu, we're going to talk about her in a little bit, got a real unfortunate draw in the 13 hole.
Echo Zulu, reigning 2-year-old filly champion. Goodnight Olive, 8-5 favorite, trained by Chad Brown. First Breeders' Cup at Keeneland. Brown won the filly mare sprint with Wavell Avenue. She was no 8-5, though. She was a price. Goodnight Olive here. And unraced since the Ballerina, coming in fresh and well backed as we get closer to post time for the Breeders' Cup filly mare sprint. But the road to the winner's circle does go through the champ. Want to beat the champ? Got to beat the champ, right? CC, number 4, at 4-1. And here's how it all unfolded last fall at Del Mar. CC and Edgeway, while Gamine, the favorite, was being hounded throughout by Bella Sofia, really setting up things nicely for Edgeway, who tries to sneak through on the inside. Victor Espinosa takes CC to the outside.
Right. And gets her to the outside in the clear and goes ahead and draws off by a couple of lengths here, really impressively.
Can she do it again?
Why not? She's got a good post. Victor Espinosa's back aboard. He's the only one that's been on her back. She's good at this distance. She's won half her starts at 7 furlongs. Absolutely. Probably going to get a pretty good price on her with all the money going on Goodnight Olive.
Such an honest mare, Richie. CC, Grade 1 winner at route distance, at a sprint distance, obviously, having captured last year's Breeders' Cup filly mare sprint. What's the key? Where is she right now in terms of form compared to where she was last year when she won this very prestigious Breeders' Cup filly mare sprint?
Well, I don't know if she's in quite as good a form coming in, but I really have a lot of faith in Mike McCarthy, her conditioner. He's really good at getting horses ready for the day, and obviously today is the day. They tried to stretch her out earlier in the year. She won the Azari, was beaten in the Apple Blossom. They went back to her strength. And to me, this is what she wants to do. 7 furlongs is her absolute best distance. And I like her. I think she gets the right kind of trip. I think she's going to set up shop not too far behind the speed and be able to make that run that she made last year. I like her. CC is the horse that's my top selection in here. A hickory kind of mare, the kind of horse that I admire. I like my horses like my people, honest and hardworking.
She does bring it. Will it be good enough this afternoon? Trying to go back-to-back. We'll find out in just a few moments. CC in the Breeders' Cup filly mare sprint. Rick, the favorite, you were just telling us that you're a fan of hers. At 8-5 still, is that your selection going in?
Well, she's my selection going in, but with CC, one thing about her, I mean, she's won half her starts at 7 furlongs. She's won half her starts. She's run 22 times. She's won 11 races. That's consistency, just like Richie was talking about. Hard working, hard knocking, won half of her starts. I'm going to stick with my with my pick here. I just think it's a really good angle. 7 furlong horses are specialists, and Richie will tell you he's ridden a couple of them for us. 7 furlong horses, they have a trouble going 6 furlongs, and they may not be able to get the mile, but they have to have cruising speed, which is in the 44 to 45 range, and they got to be able to stay a little bit. So any horse that's undefeated going 7 furlongs and has won over this racetrack at Keeneland, that's good for me.
Goodnight Olive for Chad Brown, training at Keeneland, 8-5 favorite with 3 minutes to go to this Breeders' Cup filly mare sprint. Brad Ortiz with the win yesterday at Keeneland. Breeders' Cup's Future Stars Friday. Goodnight Olive, her sire, a Breeders' Cup Classic winner, Horse of the Year, Ghost Zapper in 2004. Razor sharp, having won 5 of 6, arrives with a lot of momentum and an 8-5 favorite in this Breeders' Cup filly mare sprint. You touched on Echo Zulu, who was untouchable last year. The win in the Spinaway at Saratoga, the Frizette, the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies at Del Mar, on to a championship. It's been not quite as smooth sailing during the course of her 3-year-old season. What are you expecting from her from that outside post today?
Well, I think the turn back in distance, she had a little trouble going longer. She won the Fairgrounds Oaks, and then the Kentucky Oaks, she had a little bit of trouble, but ran into a horse named Secret Oath, which was at the top of her game at that time. Then she came back in the dogwood at 7 furlongs and won. My only issue with her here, and she's a fantastic filly, is the breaking from the 13 hole going 7/8. It's going to be tough for her to clear, and if she doesn't clear, she's going to be wide. So it's a jock's race, but obviously you got the horse underneath you. She's never run over this racetrack, but she's 2 for 2 at 7/8.
Every year is an isolated event. Trends, though, in the filly mare sprint, outside post positions have done very, very well. It wasn't until Kofefi won from the rail a few years back. Before that, no horse had won from like the 1, 2, or 3 post position in the Breeders' Cup filly mare sprint. Again, we've seen horses run better from the inside, but it was a trend for a while in this particular race. We'll see how Echo Zulu does from that outside post. And look out for Obligatory unleashing a furious run in the stretch. And when we come back, something that's very close to your heart, Rick, Take the Lead, the program, and for retired thoroughbreds, and how incredibly useful they still are once their work is done on the racetrack.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this,
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield, family, form, physique, fantastic.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets. Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Launch your thoroughbred ownership experience with Flying Partners Racing, a New York and Florida-based racing partnership with winning percentages over 20% at Belmont,
Lone Rock to win,
and 25% at Saratoga in 2021.
Ice Princess.
Limited opportunities available now, with yearling partnerships coming this fall.
It is Tell Your Daddy.
Meet the Flying Partners team at our open house. Visit flyingpartnersracing.com to learn more.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
A racing career could be 2, 3, 4 years, 5 years at the most. They live to 20. The Take the Lead segment of the initiative is what I do, okay? And we basically transition racehorses from the racetrack into aftercare facilities. We'll get the process started on paper, we'll take some videos, we'll gather up all the medical information, and then set up a profile, and then we'll contact the aftercare facilities. We have a wave of horses that leave the grounds, and there's 5 in the on-deck circle and 4 in the hole, if you use a baseball analogy.
Nice looking little filly. She's got a little bit of a tendon issue that should heal up in about 90 days.
One of our older horses, Saul the Freud, who actually everybody trained him. He was a New York bred. He's been through up and down the claiming ranks and always put in a great effort. He's a candidate for war horse now. And I said, what a perfect horse, because he was a war horse. He's a perfect type to help with our military veterans with PTSD. Thoroughbreds already have this innate ability to learn new things. Starting gait, big track, little track, jog the wrong way, go the right way. You're gonna learn something new. They already know, they're already processed for that. Take Two, part of our initiative, is a hunter and jumper, thoroughbreds only league, if you will. And to be able to see what these horses can do once they're rehabilitated and retrained and adopted out, and to see them in the Take Two competitions doing jumps or dressage or a polo pony. riders are doing handstands and backflips off. I mean, this is really, really cool. What we've tried to put forth and to get through to all the horsemen. I've been training horses since 1988 on my own. Call us one race early, call us one workout early, okay? If you think something's going, if you think something's going awry, and there's a chance that your horse may have an issue in the future, call us before that. Instead of trying to get one more race or one more workout or something like that, we can expedite this process within a week and get that horse into an aftercare situation.
Such an important program. And Rick, lots to unpack. In the conversation you and I are having offset in 3 words that really stuck. You mentioned cooperation, network, trust. How does that all work? How does that come together?
Well, the program, the Take the Lead program, we're basically facilitators. We know that we have a supply of horses that need to get into aftercare, and we have the demand on the other side through the Take Two program for horses, for thoroughbred horses to transition off the racetrack, get rehabilitated and retrained. So it took us a little while for the horsemen to buy into our program and say, we're going to guarantee you that your horse will find safe haven through TAA accredited facilities. And the standards and practices of the TAA accreditation process are so high, and there's so many incentives to do the right thing through the TAA that we know that those horses are going to find safe haven, and not only that, purposeful second careers. And our Take Two program has just had our 10th anniversary, just like the TAA. Matter of fact, the TAA just celebrated our 10th anniversary, and we sponsored a couple of races down there at the Breeders' Cup. And we have 84 facilities, 84 organizations now in the TAA. And those are the organizations that Take the Lead works with, because we know that those horses, regardless of what kind of condition they're in, whether they have physical issues or whether they just don't move their feet fast. Those are the easy ones. But we know that they're going to find a place where they can get completely rehabilitated, retrained, adopted out, and there's always a return policy, no questions asked. If anything goes wrong with somebody who's adopted a horse through the TAA, whether it's 6 months or 10 years, that horse will go back to the facility at our own expense. Wow. Okay, and that's the key. So people need to trust and know that we're doing that. And the TAA is the first real incentive that cross-jurisdictional lines. Okay, I know we're trying to do it now with the federal legislation, but the TAA cross-jurisdictional lines because it's an industry responsibility. And that's where the funding comes from for the TAA, is that the industry has to feed back into it through per-start fees and registration fees and other incentive programs. We have a claiming assessment here in New York where 1.5% of every claim goes to aftercare, whether it's our program here in New York or to the national TAA. So other jurisdictions have bought into that. The funding is flowing in to make sure that these horses have enough money in their coffers so that they can be rehabilitated fully and adopted out, retrained by experts on the ground. It's just a wonderful system, and we have cooperation with the van companies. We have cooperation with the veterinarian population, helping us out, gathering diagnostics so that when the horses get to the facilities, they know exactly what's coming off that van.
Great stuff, and thank you for explaining so concisely.
Thank you.
Such an important program, and Richie, as you understand, and the emphasis on thoroughbred aftercare, and as you've often pointed out, for all of us in the industry, our responsibility to give back to the horses that have given so many of us a livelihood.
Yeah, absolutely, Rick. Everything good in my life comes from horses. Obviously, the house I live in, the car I drive, but deeper, the woman I met and married was through horses. So my children, my family, horses have given me everything, and it's incumbent upon everybody within the industry and anybody who's just enjoyed an afternoon of sport and enjoyed these horses to make sure that they have a safe place to land when their racing days are over. And because of, people like Rick, your commitment and your passion to the horses has been inspiring. You know, I've always felt strong about it. You've taken it to another level. You don't just talk the talk, you walk the walk. I have some horses at my place, a horse I won on from Michael Hushin 20 years ago. They're pasture ornaments, but you know what? I get up in the morning, I make my coffee, I look out my window to the side paddocks. There they are, and my day starts the right way. So horses continue to give me peace, comfort, solace, as well as everything else good that I've ever been able to enjoy in this life.
You walk the walk as well, Richie, looking after for these thoroughbreds. Once retired, you know, they'll retire at 4 or 5 years old, and the fact that they live until their late 20s, Rick, and you've, during the course of a very successful training career, you're still training, but just announced your retirement. What will you have more time to do now, being that you're not back at the barn as much time, as demanding as it is to be a thoroughbred trainer?
Well, it will definitely give me the opportunity to enhance our Take Two program, and also I'm on the board of the TAA, and I've just been appointed onto the advisory committee for HISA as well. And also I might do a couple of TV spots if they'll still let me back on the set. But yeah, no, it's a lot of work. It's great stuff, and I really enjoy it. I think the industry is preparing to change. Okay, and one thing that we want to emphasize through our Take the Lead program and through the TAA is to try and get these horses to retire sound. And we're working on new diagnostics with Cornell University and other universities for coming up with diagnostics and biomarkers that will predetermine if there's any injury forthcoming down the road, and either stopping on them now or knowing that it's time to retire this horse while he's still sound, until waiting till something might happen. So there's a lot of work being done at the university level, at the scientific level. We're working with Cornell University. I'm on their ZWI committee, and we do a lot of work with genetic biomarking and genetic makeup and all kinds of new kinds of tests to try and determine that horses may be at risk earlier on. And I think that's the key, because having sounder horses is better for the industry as a whole. It's better for the betting public. It's better for our image. It shows that we're doing things. And also for us in the aftercare business, these horses are retiring sounder so they can have proper second careers, like Take Two or the RRP, which is the Retired Racehorse Project, and HITS, or they can be barrel racers or police horses. They have this innate ability to learn and to change, because they've come from weanlings to yearlings and hierarchies and the starting gate and adversity on the turf and adversity on the dirt and things like that. These horses, in that 75% of their life, which is after racing, have a purposeful career.
As you mentioned, that technology, making the sport as safe as possible for both horse and human, Rick, and thank you for everything you've done for the stars of our sport.
I want to give back to the industry that has given to me. All right, I've been in the game for a long time. My parents bred horses. My father was the president of the New York Thoroughbred Breeders for years and helped write the legislation for the breeding and incentive program here in New York. And it's been good to me, and I just want to try and pay it back and pay it forward. Again,
Thanks so much for what you do.
Thank you.
For the thoroughbreds, the stars of our sport, those stars on display that are still running at Keeneland this afternoon in the Breeders' Cup. We'll have a chance to recap the Filly Mare Sprint and yesterday's Activity Forte, another juvenile win for Todd Pletcher, Mike Rapoli, Irad Ortiz, and a first Breeders' Cup win for Tyler Gaffleone, fired up following that winning ride on Wonder Wheel in the juvenile fillies. We'll be right back.
Daredevil, returning to stud on U.S. soil. The only first-crop sire to see 2 offspring win the Grade 1 Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 1 Preakness Stakes in the same year. She dares the devil, taking the Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 2 Azeri Stakes, and champion Swiss Skydiver, winning the Preakness and the Grade 1 Beholder Mile Stakes. With more exciting prospects on the track and multiple 6-figure sales in the ring, Daredevil's career is just getting started, only at Lane's End.
Live look at Aqueduct. Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Is always brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Saw a 57-1 shot in race number 2. What will race number 3 bring? Post time in about 15 minutes here at Aqueduct. Yesterday, though, Future Stars Friday at Keeneland. 5 Breeders' Cup events for 2-year-olds. And in the juvenile, with all eyes on Cave Rock, undefeated for Bob Baffert. Rick, speed is his game. What did you notice right from the start?
Well, to me, never really looked comfortable in this race. You know, he was getting a little bit rank. He had the speed horse inside of him, and Juan Hernandez tried to get him out away from the other horse to get him to settle a little bit, and I thought he was going to be in okay shape. But then turning for home, he looked like he was laboring on his left lead a little bit, and boy, Irad had a really big run coming off the turn with Forte. Again, a horse that has won over that racetrack. And right here, if you look at Cave Rock, he's not switching leads. He's got his head cocked to the side. He just doesn't look comfortable. And Forte does his thing, goes right on past him. Cave Rock switches leads late. Didn't disgrace himself by any means.
No, he didn't cave in. He didn't run poorly. He just got beat. Richie did point out something he saw in a work 3 works back, something similar to what we saw in Deep Stretch. As for Forte, this is a carbon copy, Rick, of the Breeders' Futurity.
Yep.
Mid-pack, Irad pulls the trigger, the acceleration, and he's not worried about losing ground when you have that kind of momentum going.
No.
Swings wide and explodes in the stretch.
Yeah, and you could see he makes his move on the turn so that when he spins off the turn, even though he's wide, his feet are running faster than the other horses. So he's making up ground, even though he's losing ground geometrically. But he had that momentum coming down the stretch, and it just looked to me, and probably to everybody else, and certainly to Irad, and probably Todd, that right here he has to get into him just a little bit to go in between horses. But that one tap with the left hand really made a difference. And right here, you know, he's got him in position to win. And again, he's out there in the middle of the track, but he's got a world of momentum coming off there. And it looked right here, when he switches leads, the other horse doesn't. Looks to me like it's over.
Cave Rock still hanging on that left lead, as you noted.
There he switched.
There he switches, but
too late.
Too late.
Yep.
As Forte, for owner Mike Rapoli, of course, has Ness going today in the distaff.
Yep.
St. Elias Stable. Vinny Viola, trained by Todd Fletcher. Irad Ortiz with the victory, and he's always underestimated. We see, going in to the hopeful, going into the Breeders' Futurity, Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Maybe now he'll get the respect he deserves once crowned 2-year-old champ. That was Forte in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, the female equivalent, the Juvenile Fillies. And it was more that home court advantage Rick was just talking about. And Wonder Wheel, trained by Mark Cassie. Cassie, who has been so confident in this filly, even when she was beat in the spin-away, he emphasized, look, the most promising 2-year-old prospect I've had since Classic Empire, and I've had some good ones since him.
Yeah, well, and listen, Mark's a fantastic horse. I mean, he's a good friend of mine. And this filly, again, a race over the racetrack meant a lot. And she didn't just win this race. I think she just destroyed this field. She had a great trip under Tyler Gaffalione, and she really showed her stuff. And I'm just so happy for Mark. I texted him right after the race. He got back to me at 4:30 in the morning. That shows how many congratulations he had. I'm so happy.
It shows you when he got home.
Yeah, DJ Stable, Leonard Green and John Green, they're clients of mine, and I'm clients of theirs. And they're good friends of ours. Just great people, great for racing, very philanthropic, giving back to the sport, and it's just all around just a great result.
Love seeing the versatility, especially from a 2-year-old. A filly who goes wire to wire at the Grade 1 level.
Yep.
And happy to sit far off the pace, stalk, and accelerate late, and close and win the way she did yesterday. Wonder Wheel. The Americans, yeah, they did just fine in the dirt races. Wonder Wheel and Forte, but Rick, the domination by the Europeans, a clean sweep. Touched on this at the top of the show. Last 7 grass Breeders' Cup races at Keeneland, all won by Europeans.
Isn't that something? Well, you know what? They come here loaded. Aidan O'Brien comes here loaded, and the jocks, they know the course, they know their horses, they have they just have a knack. You watch Ryan Moore's rides yesterday, and they just have a knack to know when the door is just going to open and just when to make that move between horses and not get parked wide. They tend to know how to save ground and tend to know just when that. And I'm not taking anything away from our American riders. Believe me, I know I'm retiring in a couple of months. Probably won't matter, but the rides. And the performances of those horses yesterday on the turf from Europe, whether it was Godolphin or whether it was for the Crewmore group and Magner, they were just outstanding. Some of the races was so exciting. The noses apart and real acceleration through the lane.
Buick and Moore, Richie, you and I were watching the juvenile turf from your office, jumping up and down like two little kids.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun to watch. It really was. And the ride that William Buick put on Magic Mischief in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint, I mean, the horse didn't break. He saved every inch of ground. He skinned his way through on the fence. Just a display of all of his skills. And Ryan Moore, to me, they're the two best riders in Europe right now. William Buick, to me, stands out a little bit because not only is he so tactically sound, he's such a strong finisher. Really, really fun to watch. You got to be brave, too, guys. You know, you're putting horses in them little gaps and getting their shoulders in there. And then you got to have horse to kind of carry you through. But some terrific riding. And certainly they brought the right horses here, didn't they? But great racing. That's what the Breeders' Cup brings, the best of the best. Let's get back to the third here at the Big A. The 2, Melting Snow, your favorite. She looks great. And Mike Maselli, former top rider, won the Travers on holding pattern many years ago as a rider. Has been doing great as a trainer. This horse is coming back, hasn't been seen since Saratoga. She looks very fit, coat's great. She's even money. I'm not going to pick her, although I think she's the most likely winner. A Fleet Diva making the first start for Rudy Rodriguez. Hey, another Grade 1 winning rider that turned into a trainer. Adds blinkers, but not just blinkers, an extension blinker. She's had a propensity to want to bear out. Rudy's hoping that this blinker keeps her a little more focused and straight. She was a handful for Trevor McCarthy in the warm-up, kind of really jumped in the bridle, the 5 daily briefing. You get Jose Gomez, 5-pound break in the weights. I think she's going to outrun her 9-1 odds. I really like what I'm seeing from her on the slight drop down in class. She did win for 14. That one is a 3, a few back. And then my pick, the 7, Veradia. Jose Cameo has been winning at a high percentage this year. His horse has been running well. Filly ran well for 25 last time, drops down to the 16. Well posted outside with a strong finishing. Manny Franco aboard.
Looking for a second win, and Richie, you're in good company. Rick also going with Veradia, the 7 in the third race here at Aqueduct.
Yeah, I liked her in here. Connections are obviously high percentage. The one thing I think that is going against her, it's not her best distance. She's actually, believe it or not, she's never won at 6 furlongs. But I think the drop in class is going to make the difference there. Manny Franco, and here we go. We're going in the gate, and here's John and Brielle.
Post time.
There in the gate. And they're off. Diva Banker from the outside. Summer Brew mid-pack. A Fleet Diva now moves up. A Fleet Diva grabs the lead with Summer Brew racing in second. And now Veradia comes on through to take third. Diva Banker far outside is fourth as Melting Snow moves up a spot from fifth. Then it's Missing Link next in sixth, followed by Daily Briefing. And at the back of the pack is Shadow Lamo. Opening quarter in 22 4/5 seconds. It is Summer Brew with a head in front now of a Fleet Diva. With Veradia on the outside in third, and in behind the favorite Melting Snow in fourth. Diva Banker is alongside in fifth. It's 4 lengths. Back to Missing Link as they come for the quarter pole, and it is Summer Brew who has the lead. Summer Brew on top after a half in 46 3/5 seconds. Veradia is on the outside. Melting Snow now darts down to the rail. Diva Banker is out in the middle of the track. It is Veradia who has the lead. Veradia is in front, moving for the 16th pole. Diva Banker on the outside, and Melting Snow is down at the rail. They're coming for the finish. It is Veradia with the lead, and it is Veradia to win it. Diva Banker got up for second. Melting Snow settled for third.
2 wins on the afternoon. Manny Franco for trainer Jose Camejo. Veradia. Rick, you and Mig got 4-1 at post time. Well done.
Yeah, well, again, this filly on the drop from 25,000. She ran a good second last time with Irad Ortiz. High percentage connections here. And now she's finally won at 6 furlongs. Look at that. It's her 10th win, and she finally won at 6 furlongs. And she's a sprinter.
She just wins, yeah. You mentioned the 10 lifetime victories, and 6 of those right here. Veradia, Manny Franco, strong handling, and able to coax her home for Veradia. And the 3 consecutive second-place finishes. She always seems to, she does bring it. And today, able to deliver the knockout punch.
And a good run for Eva Banker on the outside from Ray Handel. And Dylan Davis came in deep, stretch, closing, and a good hang on for second, for third for Melting Snow. Kind of was pushed along hard and hang on pretty well. You know, last time was avoided claim and then the big drop, but obviously had her in the right spot with Mike Maselli.
The favorite could do no better than third on this afternoon. Melting Snow, too much Veradia. In race number 3, we'll have those results momentarily. 7 left here at Aqueduct. Pair of stakes races, both 2-year-olds. The Atlantic Beach Stakes coming up next year at Aqueduct. That is a turf sprint. In Lexington at Keeneland, they're getting ready for the Breeders' Cup turf sprint. A big field and all eyes on Golden Pal. 8-5 the current favorite. Make it 6-5 the current favorite. Wow. Number 8, Irad Ortiz looking for a 3rd Breeders' Cup win on the weekend. A tally yesterday in the Juvenile. Just took down the Filly Mare Sprint, and a date with Golden Pal. Won the Juvenile turf sprint at Keeneland 2 years ago, and here's what he did at Del Mar last fall. Golden Pal. Rick, the class, the speed. Wesley Ward said a long time ago, before he ever won a race, when it's all said and done, this will be the best horse I've ever trained.
Well, listen, he's run 12 times. He's got 8 wins and a couple of seconds. This horse knows how to get it done. Got high cruising speed, no doubt about it. 21-1 in his last start, and hung on 101-1 for the final time. And this horse deserves to be the favorite. 6-5 is a little bit short, but I think deservingly so. It's a big field, and he's got to get away clean.
Are you as confident? Do you feel he is as good as he is right now as he was this time last year when he made short work of his competition in this very same race?
Well, I think they're hoping so. There's no doubt about that. But you know, he's certainly coming into it good. He's won his last 2 starts. He had a little hiccup over there at Ascot, but you know, there's a lot of hiccuping going on across the pond at the moment. But look at his race record. You know, he's won 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You know, 8 out of 10. I mean, this horse is really the deserving favorite. High cruising speed, deserving favorite.
And Richie, Golden Pal, 4 for 4 at Keeneland on that sand-based turf course that some simply don't take to, as he tries to become just the 3rd horse in Breeders' Cup history, joining Beholder and Goldakova as 3-time winners.
Yeah, I mean, incredible feat. And I think what you just said, those key, Lafitte, that success at Keeneland and the fact that it is a sand-based course, some horses just don't handle it. It gets away from them. It kind of breaks away from them. They bobble around. He obviously is very proficient on it. He's very fast. But sometimes when you have that much speed, you could fall victim to someone really taking you on, wanting to chase you, make you work harder than maybe you want to have to. Maybe he's just too fast and it doesn't matter. And I thought Creative Force was kind of interesting. We get William Buick, who we talked about, gets that inside post. You know he's going to save ground. He's going to try to cut every corner. Charlie Appleby, Godolphin, William Buick, they're percentages is gaudy here in North America this year. Campanelle, I thought, one of the other Wesley Ward runners, I thought was interesting, getting Frankie Dettori. And what about Casa Creed, turning back in distance from the 1 mile? Isn't this going to kind of intensify his late turn of foot? And if things get heated up on the front end and he can avoid a logjam, avoid Belt Parkway traffic, isn't he going to be really finishing. I just think it's a fascinating race. Listen, if I was riding and I could pick one, I'd probably tell you, just let me ride Golden Pal and make everybody catch me. But I think there could be some alternatives here.
Climax runner in Casa Creed for Bill Mott, Lee Einseidler. What a celebration that would be, Rick. And you know that Golden Pal, the speed demon that he is, the big target on his back, they'll try to heat things up early on.
Sure.
Casa Creed, though, and his win in the Jaipur, as soon as I saw him entered in the turf sprint, this was the first image that came to mind. The performance and the ride by Luis Saez.
Yeah, no doubt about it. He's down inside there, and he finally gets off the rail. He switches leads late right there, and then he gets the run down under Luis Saez, who's back aboard today. And it could set up just perfectly for this horse. That being said, they're going to have to go really fast to head that other horse. He goes 21-1. Faster than that is 20.
Speed demon. Come and catch me if you can.
Yep.
But Casa Creed does have that late acceleration. Grade 1 winner at a mile this summer at Saratoga. And we just showed you the Jaipur. So he has all the class in the world. He has the ability. It's just a matter of Golden Pal and what the race shape is like right from the start. And keep your eye on Golden Pal and how he needs to break. That's not always automatic with him.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely true. I mean, when a horse can go 21 and change and break a step slow, that's a fifth of a second. So, he really has to get out there and go flying. Casa Creed, he's breaking from the 11 hole, but like Richie said before, you may think that's an advantage. But in a sprint, especially a turf sprint, if you think about looking over and seeing what's going on, you just lost the race. You can't blink, burp, hiccup, anything like that. In a turf sprint, the race is over. So you got Luis Saez. I don't know if there's a better rider out there that knows how to get the job done at any distance. He's strong, he's smart, he's tactical, he puts horses in position to win, and if the horse is good enough, they're going to win for him. From the 11 hole, he's going to have to, kind of let the horse break out of there, not be caught too far wide or not be caught too far back, because there's a lot of horses in here and traffic can be an issue.
The turf sprint that Glass Slippers won, becoming the first European to win a turf sprint 2 years ago, there was so much traffic in the stretch. So many trips. I remember one of the faded horses taking up, horses getting the door slammed shut on him. And I think more so than losing ground for Casa Creed, that's the Luis Saez navigating position and not getting stopped. In a race that short, there's just less room for error. You get stopped in a 5.5 furlong turf sprint. It's over.
It's over, no doubt about it. And, horses are going so fast early that some of them are going to be tiring. So you got not only the factor of horses looking for position, you got horses backing up right into your face. Then the horse behind him has to check and go one way. The horses behind them have to check. It's a roller coaster ride that's over in about a minute.
A creative force, as we mentioned. The European domination on grass at Keeneland. They swept the grass races, Breeders' Cup Saturday 2020. They swept the grass races yesterday, Future Star Friday. Appleby, Godolphin, William Buick with creative force. Look out. Currently 8-1.
Yeah, no doubt. Breaking from the rail. But if you watch his tactical racing ability yesterday, it's almost like slot cars. It's almost like he had a track that he could just go. It's like he had a joystick instead of reins. And just a tremendous talent on a horse's back. So if anybody can do it from the rail, it's this combination right here.
Will that European domination continue on grass at Keeneland? Or will Golden Pal make history, become just the third horse ever to win 3 Breeders' Cup events, joining Goldakova, 3-time winner of the mile, and Beholder, a juvenile filly winner and 2-time Breeders' Cup Distaff winner. In this winner's circle, the Mig and Rick had the winner pegged at a bit of a price of Aradia, just a win machine, 10 overall, and much of that damage done right here at Aqueduct.
Horses for courses.
Strikes the front, does the 7-year-old mare for trainer Jose Camejo. Manny Franco, second win of the afternoon. Too much for Aradia in the end. And as Rick mentioned, proves she can win running, sprinting 3/4 of a mile. You and Richie got $10.40 for your would-be $2 investment.
Well, look at that. Well, we're going to have to go out to dinner up in Millbrook.
Faradia in the third. As we mentioned, stakes race gets underway in race number 4. A couple of stakes races for 2-year-olds right here at Aqueduct. And the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, Atlantic Beach Stakes, compact field of 5, 6-furlong turf sprint. Vacation Dance, the current early favorite, 9-5, solid support as expected for None Hudson, and Inflation Nation, who was the 7-5 morning line favorite. So the Breeders' Cup activity is underway at Keeneland, moments away from post time for the turf sprint, but we started the day, as per usual, with the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint. CC looking to go back-to-back, 7/8 of a mile, right from the start here. From the far outside, Rick, you were touching on the tough post for Echo Zulu and Goodnight Olive, who you really like coming in with that win streak, 5 straight, the win in the Grade 1 Ballerina for Chad Brown. He had her ready to rock and roll this afternoon.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, the only blemish on this horse's entire past performance is her first start. Maiden race. After that, it's win, 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 win. And guess what happened today? Win. Over the Keeneland Strip, where she was 1 for 1, at a distance where she's 3 for 3. And she proved it right here. She's gone, and really just goes to prove that, you know, having a race over the track, a horse for a course, and that, like we discussed before, specialty distance of 7 furlongs, high cruising speed, staying power late.
About the effort from Echo Zulu.
Great race from the outside post, no doubt about it. I mean, it's a very, very tough to negotiate from the 13 hole. Outside posts have done well, and they did again today. I mean, you had the 8, the 13, and the 11 run really well, going 7/8. But I think the 13 hole really compromised her somewhat.
Rad Ortiz, he won on a 66-1 shot. The name escapes me. The Canadian, Delmar 2017, Bar Gold. That was Ortiz, his handiwork. This one didn't quite pay as much. The handicappers were locked in here. Goodnight Olive, 570 Ortiz, and he's getting into that groove. The win yesterday with Forte and the Juvenile, 2 wins, and now a date with Golden Pal coming up in the turf sprint.
Yep. And that was our good friend John Kimmel in 2017.
66-1.
Right? Yeah. Oh, and the Bromans, fantastic, top breeders in New York, and just wonderful people. Chester and Mary have been friends of ours for years and years, and boy, I was so happy to see that happen.
That was 5 years ago today, a little more chalky, and a second win in the Filly Mare Sprint at Keeneland for Chad Brown, Wavell Avenue, 2015, and moments ago with Goodnight Olive. What'll happen in the turf sprint? We'll recap, and we'll visit David Donk's stable. Life of a trainer. It starts very, very early in the morning, as Rick can tell you. That story's next. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers.
It's a Bushido coming down to the wire in the Ontario Racing Stakes has run them ragged.
A proven value sire. First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Sharing the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced the winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
The industry has a few things that we have to take care of better, and one was the aftercare of the horses.
If we did nothing, these horses would end up in very bad places.
Go back to where we were years and years and decades ago when it was just considered de rigueur that you could just send these horses to slaughter.
It's different than any other program that was put into place.
I remember that meeting at Belmont Park. It was a dream.
It is a first line of defense for those who are concerned about what happens to the equine athlete after he's done racing.
Without the TAA to provide that oversight, there would be a big void in terms of making sure that we have this ongoing safe environment for our off-the-track racehorses.
We started with some 21 organizations across the country, and now we're up to over 82 facilities throughout the country and giving away almost just under $25 million.
It's the one shining accomplishment that we have that we can point to say we really do love our horses.
Just the word aftercare has become part of the discussion, has been part of the vernacular in a way that it was not when I started this position around the start of 2013.
It's a daunting task that the TAA and its accredited organizations have taken on. And that's why the industry itself has got to fund it.
Every time I turn around across the country, you know, the TAA staff is there, and they're shaking hands and they're kissing babies, and they're doing the blocking and tackling right that needs to be done.
We have a social responsibility to make sure that thoroughbred aftercare is also #1 on the list.
Grooms get here about 4:30, get to the stalls, do the stalls. Hot walkers don't need to be here till 5:30, till we start training. My alarm goes off at 4:25, 4:15. I'm in here by 5. Georgie's the rider. He gets here at 5:10, 5:15, sets the tack for both riders. First set's at 5:30. Beyond Brown can be second. All right, well, she'll be number 2. Let 87 North be 1, so. And we're in a late race. Boy, a lot of days this meet, so a lot of long days. You got an easy morning, only 8.
Okay.
You won't know what to do. I guess same thing, huh?
Put it up.
Straight off. He might need to do her too, Faye. My dad has owned and bred horses since I was about 8 years old. We were in 8th grade, and we'd all meet with our guidance counselor, and I think they always asked everybody, what do you want to do when you grow up? And I'm going to train horses. And told my dad about the conversation with my guidance counselor. He was not happy. Listen, you're never going to make a living doing that. You got to plan on doing something else. Georgie, if she's quiet, maybe just jog a 1.5 miles and come off the backside. I had worked a couple years out of high school. I'd been on the track, and my dad said to me, my dad owned some horses, and he said, listen, if this is what you're going to do, I'm going to help you get started. I was going to be 20 in May, so I went and got my trainer's license. And I started in 1980 at Finger Lakes, training horses. And when you're there, you do everything. I did everything but ride. I went to Florida when I was training after my 5th year. And, towards the end of the spring, got a phone call from Bill Wilmot and said, listen, there's an opening at Woody Stevens looking for an assistant trainer. I drove over to Hialeah and then met Woody. And long story short, he hired me. I called up my dad and said, Dad, I'm not coming home. A couple weeks went by, and I think he realized it was what I knew was the greatest opportunity I was ever going to get. I always said I came to New York 35 years ago to go to work for Woody. Good, Georgie. And I'm very fortunate to be able to have stayed and make it work. Woody wrote a book while I was there. It's titled Guess I'm Lucky. I guess how appropriate, because I'd say the same thing. I'm lucky. I've been really fortunate in the sport. Really good clients. Been lucky to have some good horses. Great staff, a lot of great employees. It makes it a lot of fun to do this, to do something that you love to do. Experience a place like Saratoga. I guess I'm lucky too.
The opportunity to learn from Woody Stevens, like an Ivy League education for a young aspiring trainer. But for you young aspiring trainers, that's part of the job that you need to understand going in, how early it all starts for you guys, and the fact that there is no off season, holidays, weekends. Like, this is round the clock. Not many jobs in sports more demanding than training thoroughbreds.
Well, there's no doubt about it. You know, these horses they're athletes. They train, they eat, they have to move around, they have to be taken care of every day. It's just like, you know, having livestock on the farm. They don't take a day off. You're not going to take a day off. But listen, Dave does a fantastic job. He really does, and it shows in the results on the racetrack, both on turf and dirt. And he had trained a horse named Awad, who was a champion. And but it's tough work in the morning. It's early, and if you're there at 4:30, it means you got up at 3 something, right? And
what if you have a horse running in the last race?
Well, exactly. And if you're running a horse in the last race here at Aqueduct and you're stabled at Belmont, you got to go back to Belmont, unload the equipment, and make sure your horse gets put to the, you know, and then it's dinner time, and you know, so it's a lot of time. It's rewarding. It's frustrating. It's exciting, it's miserable, it's everything. But, you know, Dave's been doing it a long time. I've been doing it a long time. I wouldn't have wanted to do anything else. And I think the education, like you said before, is like going to an Ivy League school. The education you get on the backstretch, listening to the experts that you're around. I was stabled with Billy Mott when I was a young trainer. And I finally learned to be quiet and listen. One of the finest horsemen I've ever been around. Just natural. No gimmicks. Just natural horsemanship. Need time, give time, right? Horses, if they're good, you race. If they're not good, don't race. He was under no pressure. And you got to try and go into it with that attitude, even though you're under a lot of pressure as a trainer to race.
Bill Mott and for David Donk, big summer at Saratoga. You touched on Awad. David Donk was a my favorite race feature, and that's the horse that came up, Awad, in that Pilgrim at Belmont.
Absolutely.
In the early 90s. For Christophe Clement, one of his favorite races, probably last fall's Juvenile Fillies Turf, a first Breeders' Cup victory, Pizza Bianca. Here at Aqueduct with us today and running some live 2-year-olds in the stakes racing, about to get underway, the Atlantic Beach. Clement, represented by Inflation Nation. That's next.
Here comes Malathaat. Here comes Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's going to be Clariere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathaat grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathaat has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curling, the classic sire.
Pizza Bianca's coming up through 2. It's a wild finish here. Also coming is Haughty. Who's it going to be? Pizza Bianca.
What a ride. What a ride. Jose Ortiz bottled up, saving ground, finally finds a seam. Pizza Bianca, owned and bred by celebrity chef Bobby Flay. Right there. Look at that, Rick.
That's
cutting towards the end. He goes outside, she gets beat.
Yeah, no, what an amazing ride. Just gutsy. Saw a tiny little seam and put a 1,100-pound horse into that tiny little seam, and there's Bobby Flay. He's not thinking about cooking tonight. That's for sure. That was really exciting.
And part of the excitement, he said shortly thereafter the race, how proud he was to be just a part of Christophe Clement, world-class trainer, finally getting that well-deserved, elusive first Breeders' Cup win.
Yeah, no, listen, Christophe is one of the hardest working trainers on the grounds and a great horseman. Been on both sides of the pond and done wonderful work and really gets his horses ready for races early on and gotten into the New York bred program. Now he's at a formidable force in the New York bred program, on both surfaces, and just an all-around really good man.
As we welcome his daughter-in-law to the show, Acacia Clement with us. What an exciting moment that must have been for you watching Pizza Bianca last fall in the Breeders' Cup. What an exciting 2-year-old Clement's about to run here. Inflation Nation, serious contender in this upcoming Atlantic Beach Stakes.
Absolutely. You're always looking for the next one, Lafitte. As we'll get to Inflation Nation in a moment, we'll talk about the 2 horses, beginning with Vacation Dance, who do come out of the Futurity. And as far as Vacation Dance, this is a horse that I had liked first time out because I saw his works over the turf course in preparation, and he's, for such a big horse, incredibly light and efficient on his feet and has a lovely stride over the turf course to him. Now making his 3rd start, he's by far the strongest I have seen him. He's put on muscle mass and condition, which I like. And I thought he hung in there gamely last time being part of the pace. Inflation Nation last time was kind of steadied back out of the fray. He's sharp on his toes going out. That's how he always is. He's gotten a little bit warm in here, but something I talked about yesterday too. You're going to see that this time of year with the unseasonably warm days we've had, some horses getting a little bit hot, and he is a high energy individual. He's also looking like he's taken a step forward as far as the strength does go. The number 5, Chiringo, he was a horse that improved greatly after having a start and probably needing that first race for fitness. Just jumped in the final jumps last time out, but he is coming along in the right direction and at the right time. Let's see if he can kind of get into the game a little bit earlier, as he is the most fit that he's looked now in his 3rd start. Lafitte?
These 2-year-olds in the Atlantic Beach Stakes. Rick, time for the post-parade. No Nate Hudson, 9-5, the favorite.
Yeah, got to come out of there quick. Paco Lopez and Wesley Ward, very formidable team, no doubt about it.
All dressed up, nowhere to go. Left at the altar on the also eligible for yesterday's Juvenile Turf Sprint. There's Be of Courage at 7-1.
Yeah, you know what? Don't toss this horse out. Ran a really good race last time. Has never done anything wrong first time out. Got beat ahead and come on 1/4 last time out. Good value on this horse.
Vacation Dance, 3rd in the Grade 3 Futurity. Acacia mentioning as strong as she's seen him look.
Yeah, if this horse moves forward off of the last race, this horse is going to be the horse to beat, no doubt. Got beat a neck last time. Very, very good finish for John Kimmel.
The very sharp Inflation Nation, 4th in the aforementioned Futurity.
Yep, and again, beaten by a horse that ran very well, 3rd in the Juvenile Turf yesterday. And this horse, again, coming hard last time. An effort similar to that can get this job done.
Chiringo to the outside, relentless maiden winner last month.
Yeah, comes from off the pace. Closer, stalker from the outside. Eric Cancel's got to be patient a little bit here, but don't be too patient. It's only 6 furlongs.
Field for this Atlantic Beach Stakes. 2-year-old sprinting 3/4 of a mile on grass, post time 7 minutes. Right back to Acacia with Vacation Dance's co-owner, Brian Spagnol.
Of America's Pastime Stables and enjoying, I know one of your favorite pastimes here at the races, Brian, Vacation Dance. What an exciting 2-year-old. Talk a little bit about his last performance, as he really ran valiantly, showing the speed.
Yeah, he raced great. I mean, he was coming off. We originally entered him in the Pilgrim because we wanted to stretch him out because he's big boy, and the track came out soft. So John decided to put him in the sprint, and he didn't breathe. So he missed a week of breathing. So we didn't think he was especially tight, but he really fought. So he was under pressure the whole race and fought. So we're excited for what today brings.
And that actually shows in him, too. He looks the strongest, the fittest that he has now in his third start. How encouraging to have an exciting 2-year-old this time of year.
Yeah, no, it's fun. I mean, we were hoping we got in yesterday, but we're excited to be here today. So, we'll see what happens.
For your partners with the first out winner in Saratoga and some valiant efforts in Stakes Company, how fun a journey has that been? Because, of course, with these young horses, it's all about the dream.
Yeah, as you know, we claim a lot. So to have a young horse that's doing well, as you know, you never know, until they get in the race. So but John was excited about him before he raced. So it's a good run. So hopefully he can keep it going.
We look forward to seeing him today. Best of luck.
Thank you. Thanks.
Brian Spagnola, America's Pastime Stables, is Vacation Dance ready to rock and roll today.
Just discussing Barra Gold, John Kimmel, trainer, Vacation Dance, Kendrick Carmouche aboard. Let's circle back to the futurity. At first glance, you see him at the wire, blanket finish. It's kind of, how good of a race was it with all them finishing bunched together? And then you watch the winner, as you mentioned, Nagarok, come back yesterday and run third in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf at 30-1, and maybe you feel a little bit better about this particular heat.
Yeah, no doubt. And again, they're just babies, very, very, inexperienced horses. So they all are probably going to move forward here. It's, which one excels the most. But if you look at a blanket finish like this, look at that. I mean, that's like they almost started, 70 yards before the wire. But, this horse, none of these horses have to move forward a whole lot in order to get the job done here. That being said, it could be a 4-horse blanket finish once again.
Who'd you wind up with?
I got on John Kimmel's horse, Vacation Dance, here. I thought tactical speed, first time out, stalked the pace and got up and won. Second time out, showed pretty high velocity and still held on well. So I think it's a versatile type horse. And the jock is going to make the difference here. He has a couple of choices here. He's not a one-dimensional horse by any means. And again, he's only run twice, but neither race was a disgrace at all. Got won by a neck and lost by a neck.
None Hudson for Wesley Ward. Again, he was on the also eligible list, did not get in to yesterday's Juvenile Turf Sprint, hence his presence in this Atlantic Beach Stakes. And he was considered a prime candidate for the Juvenile Turf Sprint, a 9-5 favorite in a key prep for the Juvenile Turf Sprint, the Indian Summer at Keeneland. Rick, having to settle for third on this afternoon.
Well, he dueled last time. He was 3 wide. He drifted a little bit in his last race. That being said, he's the most experienced horse in this race, so maybe that's going to be to his benefit. It's going to have to be because he's breaking from the rail for the first time also. So did he get himself beat last time, and did that make the difference between getting into the Breeders' Cup and not getting into the Breeders' Cup? It could be. That being said, he got beat a length and 3/4. It's not like he got beat ahead. So he's got a lot to overcome from the rail in here, but again, he's run 4 times. Most of these horses have only run 2. One other horse has run 3 times. So he's got the experience factor. He looks like he's warming up good. He's a good-looking horse, got a great engine on him.
Acacia, what kind of signal is None Hudson sending you out there?
Completely agree with what Rick said. I thought he had a lovely warm-up, and he is kind of that typical Wesley Ward, compact, solid, burly type of sprinter physique. Now, I did not love his last race at Keeneland, where he was third in that Indian Summer. I thought that he was 3 wide throughout, and John Velasquez did take a good hold of him, but he just, to me, had no punch late and had kind of looked the winner when he took over the lead at the top of the stretch. So I wasn't completely sold on him coming into here. I also just thought that the horses coming out of the futurity have just run faster races at this point than he has. We'll see, as he has had just 2 starts on the turf after breaking his maiden first time out on the dirt, but he's one that could potentially continue to move forward, and he is quick, though it did seem last time that they were pretty keen on taking him back off the pace and not being the indeed pace setter. He is inside a Vacation Dance, who, as Rick mentioned, has some versatility. So I do think that would mean that we're going to see him be forward from that inside post, especially how sharp he is out there on the track. Then number 2, Be of Courage, as it's a short field. We might as well touch on all of the runners in here. He did win a pretty quick race last time out, though. He was actually dueling in the lane with a loose horse that ran with the rest of the field, and actually the loose horse finished a little bit ahead of him, but they were way ahead of the rest of the field. I thought that it actually, even despite that, he ran quite well, and he ran a valiant effort on debut too. He's incredibly fit in here, and while he does come in for some lower profile connections versus what he faces, he stacks up favorably and he belongs in here with this group. He will probably be in that stock spot, and he is the co-biggest price on the board. Lafitte?
As you mentioned, Rick, in the post parade, don't sleep on Be of Courage.
Yeah, no, his last race was pretty strong, and again, he got beat ahead in his very first start with the Bug Boy on, and came back to run a really good race, breaking his maiden here at Aqueduct over this course. And the horse has done nothing wrong. You got Rubens Silveira, who's riding at winning 1 out of every 5 starts. And John Pregman, he's a sneaky trainer. He's a sneaky trainer. He'll put him over on you, and he wouldn't have this horse in this race if he didn't think he had a shot. Trip's going to mean a lot. This horse is a stalker. So, again, you know, there's going to be horses that are going to be out there early. And there's not a lot of horses like in the Breeders' Cup, but you got to be careful about making your move and finding yourself a seam.
When you say sneaky, not suggesting anything nefarious, just
more
cagey.
No, exactly. Yeah. You know, he doesn't run a lot of horses, but when he runs them, you got to keep an eye on him, because he'll have a horse that will be a longer odds, and maybe they'll be overlooked in here. Here he's 10-1 in a 5-horse field. And this horse looks awfully good.
We're seeing
a lot of standing
today.
around.
Taking their time here for this Atlantic Beach Stakes. Upsets at Keeneland, upsets here. Aqueduct, we had a 57-1 shot earlier. The 4 stakes races this weekend, all for 2-year-olds. Later on, the Stuart Manor, the female equivalent of the Atlantic Beach. And tomorrow, the Tempted and the Nashua, and races that could be key preps for 2 of the more celebrated fall races for 2-year-old at Aqueduct. Late November, early December, the Remsen and the Demoiselle.
Yeah, no doubt. You know, you have the late blooming 2-year-olds. Some of them just maybe the later foals, or maybe they came up with some kind of a little issue, or you know, we had some viruses going through the barn area during Saratoga. So some of these late blooming 2-year-olds are maybe the type that are going to get into the graded stake program later on in the year, and that'll have them ready for the spring, maybe hopefully the spring classics.
We saw Mo Donegal win the Remsen last fall, went on to win the Belmont Stakes, the final start of his career. And oh, by the way, later on this afternoon in the Breeders' Cup Distaff, the last 2 Demoiselle winners, stablemates for Todd Pletcher, going head-to-head, Nest and Malathot. Pretty productive, the Demoiselle, over the last couple of seasons.
No doubt, no doubt. That's going to be a great race. I'm really looking forward to those 2, and there's other horses in there that certainly are within a chance to win the Breeders' Cup Distaff. But those 2 are pretty tough team for Mr. Pletcher there.
Later this evening, we'll recap the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. Dirt Mile is next, but here at Aqueduct, first of 2 stakes races, Inflation Nation steps forward for Christophe Clement and Dylan Davis. The Atlantic Beach Stakes. It's post time. Here's Johnny I.
Waiting now on the final horse, number 5, Chiringo, to complete the field. And they're in the gate. And they're off in the Atlantic Beach Stakes. And Vacation Dance is out for the lead with No Nay Hudson running in second. And then Be of Courage in third. Chiringo's on the outside and steadying there just a bit. Inflation Nation up the backstretch. Vacation Dance leads by 3/4 of a length. No Nay Hudson is second by 1.5 lengths as Be of Courage now comes through down towards the rail. Chiringo is on the outside, and Inflation Nation continues the trail through 1/4 and 22 1/5 seconds. They head into the turn. Vacation Dance by 3/4 of a length. No Nay Hudson now is on the outside in second. Break of 2 to Be of Courage and Chiringo, and Inflation Nation continues to trail. The field is coming for the head of the stretch. It is Vacation Dance and No Nay Nay Hudson. The two of them are heads apart. The half in 44-3. Vacation Dance, No Nay Hudson. The two of them are battling it out with an eighth of a mile to the finish. And then it is Chiringo, Inflation Nation, as they hit the 16th pole. Vacation Dance, with something left on the inside, has the lead as they come on for the wire. It is Vacation Dance to take it over No Nay Hudson. Inflation Nation was third, and the time was 1 minute 8 2/5 seconds.
Determined effort from Vacation Dance, relentless on the inside, and actually wins going away. Vacation Dance in the Atlantic Beach Stakes. Your top selection, Rick, 5-2 at post time.
Yeah, really, really great effort. The key to this race was the start. This horse came out of the gate. He was halfway out the gate when the rest of them were just starting to break. And that's the key to winning on the front end on these turf courses. The one horse had to wait and get to the outside of the horse. Paco rode a great race, looked like he had him, and then just started to fade a little bit late. And then Inflation Nation just left himself too much to do off the pace. Came running. Good race. Maybe you want a little bit longer race for that horse, but an excellent, excellent effort by the three-horse Vacation Nation for John Kimmel and America's Pastime Stable and Sleeping Giant Stables.
I heard from his co-owner pre-race with Acacia how excited he has to be for Vacation Dance, a neck away from being a perfect 3 for 3. There's John Kimmel.
There he is. That's a
like the cat, like stoic, like, you know, just another day at the office.
He's had a great year. He really has. His horses have been running great during Saratoga, since Saratoga. Has been winning races here, Monmouth Park, and John's done a great job with these horses. And this horse has a future here. He showed a lot of guts. Half in 44-3. And then let that horse get to him, and then opened up and said, "No, you're not going past me today." Really good job, and a great ride by Kendrick.
You can't teach that.
No,
you can't
that's
teach
innate.
heart. Yep. Vacation Dance. A couple of observations. Acacia, her top selection as well, but she mentioned the strongest she's seen him look. He ran to his looks. And pointing out that No Nay Hudson just didn't do much in the stretch of that Indian summer, and we saw No Nay Hudson. He didn't have much of a response when Vacation Dance dug back in late. Vacation Dance, in the first of two two-year-old stakes races, takes down the Atlantic Beach.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
If this place could talk, it would roar. Hearts pounding, hooves beating. Into the stretch they come. It would say, "This is racing." Full fields and packed stands, and the best fans in the sport. This beating heart in the heart of horse country. Steady and strong beneath the roar. Listen closely, and you just might hear it. Ringing out, growing louder, reminding us why. For the love of the horse. For generations to come.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal racing experience.
I would just say that it's a smaller, tighter-knit group. Everybody has a common interest. We spend a lot more time together than some of the bigger operations, and I very much enjoy that.
We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Contact us to get a taste of the Adelphi Racing experience, and let's win races together.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. brought to you in part by Run Happy, Eclipse champion with record-breaking speed. Now the sire of winners on all surfaces, dirt, turf, and all weather. Vacation Dance. Rick just would not be denied late. Digs in, fends off all challengers to take down this Atlantic Beach Stakes. Now 2 for 3 again, a neck away from being perfect in 3 starts.
Yeah, no doubt about it. You got a quality horse here. $90,000 purchase at the Fasig-Tipton Eastern May Sale from John Kimmel, and really showed a lot of guts here. Put out some good fractions. That second quarter in 22 really stand out there, and then to be challenged in the lane and to put away No Nay Hudson the way he did. Really quality effort here.
$7, not bad for your top selection and Acacia's in a 5-horse field. It can be difficult to determine in those races whether it was the inside horse digging and finding more or the outside horse hanging
a little bit.
I felt like we saw a little bit of both. Vacation Dance fighting, really digging, and No Nay Hudson just coming up a little bit small when it counted most.
I agree. That's a good way to put it. You know, and Kendrick, even if that horse did go a really fast second quarter, Kendrick gave the horse a breather. You know, he wasn't really scrubbing on him at the top of the stretch. He said, okay, you come to me, right? Paco's horse kind of ranged up on him at the quarter pole, let his horse have a little breather and said, kicked over on his right lead and said, okay, son, let's go. Let's see what you got. And the other horse, yeah, like you said, got small, wilted a little bit.
Too much Vacation Dance. Let's see what his trainer thinks. John Kimmel standing by with Acacia in the winner's circle.
Vacation Dance picking up the first stakes win of his career. John, what a valiant effort from this young horse who really has done nothing wrong in his short career.
You know, he's been kind of straightforward. The only questions was, to me, whether I was going to run him on the dirt or on the grass. And after a few breezes, his gallop out, especially at Saratoga when the course was a little deep, I said, maybe we ought to go to the grass. And his breezes on the grass at Saratoga were great, and that kind of pointed us in that direction.
And for such a big horse, he's such a lovely, efficient mover over the turf, too.
That's what brought me to him in the first place. You know, watching his breezes, I saw him in March at OBS, and then again here. I had no idea about the stallion except that he was a half-brother to Justify, and it's a sad story about the stallion himself. This is the only crop he ever sired.
Yeah, but certainly waving his banner proudly is Vacation Dance. And I spoke to Brian before the race and how exciting it's been for the partners to have a fun 2-year-old and be part of the big races like this.
For sure, and you know, we'll try him a couple breezes back on the dirt, and he is a stallion-eligible horse, so maybe we try the big race on the 17th in December.
Well, we look forward to seeing him in his next start, but congratulations on this one.
Thanks, Acacia.
Vacation Dance, a valiant effort for a 2-year-old that maybe could have a future on either surface, Lafitte.
Versatile, game, talented, and those are the horses, Rick, that you don't mind getting up at 3:30 in the morning for to go out to the barn.
No, no doubt about it. You know, and John's got a barn full of really nice horses and good staff, and you know, like you said, doesn't matter whether it's 2 degrees or 78 degrees in the morning. When you have good horses, it's a pleasure, no doubt about it. But just going to the barn and seeing your horses in the morning really kind of, it brings your blood pressure down a little bit. Most of your blood pressure is when you're driving to the barn and you're anticipating something, and then you get there and everything's okay.
Blood pumping, watching that stretch drive. Exciting finish in the Atlantic Beach. We have the female equivalent a little bit later on, the Stuart Manor race 7 here at Aqueduct. The second Breeders' Cup event is in the books on this Saturday program at Keeneland. Golden Pal trying for a 3rd win against Breeders' Cup competition. This is not what they were looking for right at the start. Blows the brake, does Golden Pal, Rick.
Yeah, that, you know, and like we said, a hiccup will get you beat in this race, and certainly that's not what they were looking for here. But
opening the door for another opportunity for another Caravel at a massive price where she likes to be, in front, wheeling and dealing at 40 some odd to 1, and she's not done yet.
No, this is a heck of a stretch run here. And if you look, the one horse on the way outside here, coming down the middle of the stretch, had to come from off the rail. A really great ride by Mr. Buick again. But fantastic effort by Caravel here, and was she paid $100? Is that about right?
80 some odd. Tyler Gaffleone, who missed with his first 35 Breeders' Cup mounts, $87.
Oh, boy.
He wins yesterday, Wonder Wheel into Juvenile Fillies. Now with Caravel, $87.78. Bombs away with Golden Pal blowing the break. We thought Caravel was done this year. You remember last year after she won the stakes race, the Caress at Saratoga, we said, all right, one of the best turf sprinters in the country.
No doubt.
She could be a factor in the Breeders' Cup. It didn't work out, non-factor. This year, her best days are behind her, and now look where she is.
$87 later, here we go. That's horse racing, my friend. That's why we do it.
Huge upset in the Breeders' Cup turf sprint, ending that streak. 7 straight Breeders' Cup wins on grass for Europeans at Keeneland. Back to the main track. Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, that tweener event, Laurel River is out. 10 of them, and Cody's Wish, who is the 2-to-1 favorite. They're just 4 minutes out. And you're going to get that kind of respect when you go out and beat Jackie's Warrior, the way Cody's Wish did on the undercard of the Travers in the Forgo. Pipeline in front, Cody's Wish from off the pace. And Jackie's Warrior ran very well.
Yeah.
Cody's Wish just ran better.
Well, and, you know, Jackie's Warrior is certainly, he's going to be the favorite for the sprint. But Cody's Wish ran dynamite that day. You know, the half mile, it's 7 furlongs, the half mile in 45, 3/4 in 8 and 3. You know, that quarter right there, that's the one that kind of separated things for Jackie's Warrior. But Cody's Wish is the deserving favorite in this mile race. I went for a horse named Gunite. And again, we're going over horses that have run over the racetrack, and this horse is 1-for-1 over that racetrack.
Acacia, Cody's Wish, what's he going to do in the next 3 minutes?
I like him in this spot, Lafitte. I know that he is taking quite a bit of money, but like you said, he beat Jackie's Warrior last time, and I don't think that that was a fluke. I know that there have been some conversations as far as him in this dirt mile, with it being at Keeneland, that it's a 2-turn race, and Cody's Wish recently has shown that maybe he is a little bit better as a 1-turn horse. But physically, the way that he's built, the way that he moves, I really don't mind this spot for him. I do think that a mile is a good distance for him, and though it is 2 turns, he has the running style that can kind of put him in a place of where he needs to be. He's been training sensationally leading up to this race. I've loved everything that I've seen from him. And how could you not be rooting for this horse, given the story, as Godolphin named him after young Cody Dorman, who's at the Breeders' Cup this year. When he came to meet this horse for the first time, the horse put his head in Cody's lap. And it's just an amazing story with a young man with a rare disease who has the opportunity to cheer on his horse in the Breeders' Cup. So I'm really looking forward to seeing Cody's Wish today. I love all the preparation, and it's kind of a heartfelt story as well, Lafitte.
If you've never watched a horse race in your life, Rick, and you hear that story about Cody and Cody's Wish, now you're invested in the outcome of the race. Now you're glued to see if this horse can win and what that would mean to the family and little Cody Dorman, who, as Acacia mentioned, is at Keeneland.
That's amazing. You know, these are the type of stories that when they get out to the public and they really realize that horse racing is more than just horses running around in circles. There's a lot more deep down when you cut down through the layers. And stories like this where the horse is named after him and he's there at the racetrack and this horse has done everything right. It's just amazing that you could see that the horse can feel your emotions. We talk about this, we do seminars. Horses can feel your emotions. And we showed a picture of Tom Morley before sitting in the stall. Horses, on your best day, on your worst day, go sit with your horse. You know, it's 1,200 pounds of emotional feedback. It's really amazing.
He laid his head right on little Cody Dorman.
It really is something when you see something like that, and that's what the public needs to see more of. You know, it's not just horses running around and people betting on them. There are a lot of human interest stories here on the backstretch, and that's the stuff that's got to get out there.
It's greatest sport played outdoors. Those kind of stories that make it that much more special. So certainly, even if you haven't bet a cent on any of the Breeders' Cup events. You're invested. Can't wait to see what happens in that Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. Cody's Wish, the favorite, 9-5. When we come back, look ahead to the Distaff Demoiselle winner. Malathat, 3-year-old filly champion last season. Kentucky Oaks winner. She'll be this year's 3-year-old filly champion. She is a Demoiselle winner. Nest, the stablemates, going head-to-head in the Breeders' Cup Distaff later this evening.
Catalina Cruiser. He won 7 of 9 starts coast to coast, with 6 triple-digit buyers and 5 dominating graded stakes wins, including a record in the Grade 2 True North Stakes. A son of leading 5th crop sire, Union Rags. A $370,000 yearling with an imposing physical, and one of the best of his generation. There's only one Catalina Cruiser, now standing at Lane's End.
Bold Ruler along the inside in second position. Here they come, spinning out of the turn. Secretariat now by 5 lengths.
Few horses have stood in esteemed stall number 1 at Claiborne Farm, and all of them champions, legends of the sport.
And down the stretch they come. Unbridled takes command.
Who influenced the generations that followed. Today, stall number 1 belongs to Run Happy, who is looking to create champions in the generations to come.
Bold Ruler, Secretariat, Easy Goer, Unbridled, and then Run Happy. Each of those horses were North American champions at one point in their careers.
All in line, and they're off. Secretariat by 7. Secretariat 8 lengths. Fente just hand-riding under the wire. He takes this in Travers by 2.5 lengths.
You got to basically be a champion to live in that stall, and certainly Run Happy was. Whoever's after Run Happy will have to make sure he was a champion as well. Hopefully Run Happy will be able to keep his name on the door and add to the list of great horses that live in that stall.
It was at Keeneland where Run Happy took down that Breeders' Cup Sprint 7 years ago. As always, coverage on America's Day at the Races brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Going to commercial, we touched on Nest and Malathat, the stablemates going head-to-head later on this evening in the Breeders' Cup Distaff, both trained by Todd Pletcher. Forever we were saying, here's Todd Pletcher, a future Surefire Hall of Fame trainer. Yeah, we can drop the Surefire part, inducted into the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame a couple of years ago at Saratoga for his family. For those who watched him grow up, those closest to him, they could have seen this kind of success coming right from the start.
We was
was at La Mesa Park in New Mexico, and he was 8 years old, and they had a horse sale there, yearling sale. Todd said, "Dad, this lady wants to give me a horse. Her husband bought this horse out of the sale for $800, and she's going to give it away." He said, "Dad, this is a nice little horse. He's correct. Can I have him?" We took him and we broke him, and the first time we ran him for 25,000 claimant. They claimed the horse. He won, and he had 36,000 in the bank. And I said, "That's a good start on your college education right there."
I have never in my life been known except, "Oh, that's Todd Pletcher's mother." I have no identity. I'm just Todd Pletcher's mother.
Todd Pletcher had the work ethic, he had the energy, he was articulate, and I guess I could say he's pretty handsome too. But the big thing was he was a damn good horseman.
And Lucas must be proud of you people. I don't care how the
relationship. He is. We all saw him here at Belmont, and you can see that he's sort of taking pride in the fact that most of the guys that have worked for him are doing pretty well.
I used to say, "I'm going to have a name for you," you know, like all these big people have names, and, you know, Marvelous this, and the assassin and this. I said, "You're El Duro." He said, "What does that mean?" I said, "El Duro is the person that is the tough one, the hardest one. The one that, like, if it's a group of people there and you point to them and say, that guy, he's El Duro."
Obviously, he's a very unique guy. He's hands-on on everything. You try to go into the computer, believe me, it's not going to work.
You know, Johnny and I were sort of coming along at the same time, so it just sort of evolved where Johnny was on the rise and our stable was growing.
The Shadow, lights down, Uncle Mo, English Channel, forward, alley. Stay thirsty. Alice Malice, Quality Road, left bank, cross traffic, Lawyer Ron, wait a while, and it's going to be a filly in the Belmont.
To me, Rags to Riches was always the most exciting and funnest win that we've had. The Derby with Super Saver was almost like a relief. With Always Dreaming, we really felt like we had a huge chance, and it was extra special to win it with Johnny.
After all these races that we had won together, he had won the Derby with somebody else, I had won the Derby with somebody else. It felt right. It felt really, really right.
We've had a lot of starters in the Derby. I think we've had 59. But one thing I'm proud of is I think 29 of those have gone on to win stake races after the Kentucky Derbies.
All the grade ones, the champion horses, the number of wins, the money earned, 14 training titles at Saratoga. And he's won 14 in 25 years.
The Lucas organization instilled early on is it's a team effort. I've been fortunate to have staff that has been with me for a long time and a good portion of the 25 years that's taken to get to this point. Without them, you can't make it work, and I also appreciate that some of them who have worked for me have gone on to do very well on their own. So Wayne Lucas has a pretty impressive family tree. Our branch has done pretty well on its own also.
The one thing I contribute to Todd's success is he's always known what he wanted to be, and Todd was a type that anything he set his mind to, he could do.
The first text I sent to him was to Todd and Tracy, congratulating both of them, because it's an amazing team effort. Tracy's involved in the business. If Todd works 20 hours a day, she probably works 21 hours a day. She deserves as much credit as he does.
It's hard because it's a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of sacrifices. He always separates one with the other one. You know, his family's family and business is business.
There's some games that I missed, and there's some parties that I missed, and there's some school events that I missed that, you know, I wish I could have back. But on the flip side of that, I think the one thing that we get in this industry is the family can also share in a lot of the stuff that's going on. So, you know, the kids were able to spend summers working at the barn, and they were able to come in for the Derby and go to the big races. You know, it's not too often that your kids can come to your job, come to your office, and then share some of the big moments as well.
Family with so much to be proud of. Todd Pletcher in the Hall of Fame, rightfully so. The success over the years in the Breeders' Cup yesterday, a 13th Breeders' Cup title. the remainder of his horses this afternoon. Malathot, Nest, and the Distaff. Happy Saver, Life is Good in the Classic. We start with Nest. Rick, the 3-year-old filly. Since that second-place finish in the Belmont Stakes, that Pletcher has pointed out time and time again how she just thrived after the Belmont and has just been a wrecking ball since.
And amazing for a mare like that to excel, gain weight, get stronger, get faster after a 1.5 mile Grade 1 Test of Champions against colts. Unheard of.
Where she stumbled at the start, and
yep.
I mean, horses usually go the other direction.
Yeah.
After the Test of the Champion, as demanding as it is.
Big, strapping, muscular colts go the wrong direction. She is special, no doubt.
Is she the one to beat in your eyes?
You know, I think she is. She's my pick, and it has nothing to do with the weight, that she's 3. I just like the fact that she's coming into it incredibly confident. She's got a 12-length score, a 9-length score. She's 1 for 1 over that Keeneland course. That's really, really important here. The horse to beat is their stablemate. That horse is 3 for 3 over the Keeneland course. So how do you separate them? You probably can't separate them by a lot.
Acacia, we've grown accustomed to seeing Nest blow her competition like off the track. Malathot normally does just enough to win, just what she has to. Not so much in the Spinster. That was a statement effort and a statement victory at Keeneland last month.
I thought that was a really encouraging win, Lafitte, for a filly that, as you said, it typically just does what she has to and will kind of almost pull herself up a little bit. I don't know if it was necessarily a lack of focus or a laziness, and I thought it was really interesting that it was Hall of Fame jockey John Velasquez who recommended the blinkers, and he did so when she was winning and running well, and he said, I keep telling Todd that I think there's more in the tank and we need to add a pair of blinkers. The first time she wore the blinkers, she was defeated in the Chuvie. Todd saying there's a fine line for Malathot with her just being too quiet and lethargic prior to the race and not being herself. And he said that day she wasn't herself. As many remember, it was a very hot, very humid summer in Saratoga. She was quiet before the personal ensign as well. And I thought that in the paddock search results looked like a fire-breathing dragon, and Malathot was able to run her down. And then last time in the Spinster with that dominant effort where she pulled away. I'm all about Malathot in here. I completely respect Nest, but I thought even last year in the Breeders' Cup, we saw Malathot probably run one of the better races too, in finishing 3rd that year. She's coming back here, I think a more focused filly, a stronger filly mentally and physically. She used to take her races really hard and not keep her weight from race to race, and I think she's doing even better this year. I'm excited to see the throwdown between those two. As yes, Nest beat older last time, but not the caliber of what she's going to face today, Lafitte.
Little different in terms of competition in today's Breeders' Cup Distaff. What were you just noticing, Rick, in terms of Malathot and just watching her gallop and train there at Keeneland?
Just the way she was galloping, it looks like a 5 or 6 year old girl could gallop her. She doesn't take a hold of the bit, so maybe that's kind of why she does just what she wants to. But as she's galloping away, you look at the size of her rear end and her glutes and the engine. Yeah, she's all racehorse there. There's no little girl riding that one.
Love to see the reaction of a viewer who's like, just turned on right at that moment. Yeah. Right at that moment. Just driving Malathot. What a distaff. Championship implications. Nest and Malathot, the stablemates. Clariere as well, the beautifully bred filly search results. That later this evening at Keeneland in the distaff. Horses in the paddock for the 5th. Start of the pick 6. Post time in 10 minutes. Stay tuned.
It's 1,000 words fighting back, coming down to the finish. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is one stunning picture.
1,000 words just in front. 1,000 words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Honoree P is full out now, second on the outside, and they're coming down to the line, and 1,000 words has done it.
Who are you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. and offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets. Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
I am Larray Visargi. Welcome to Rockridge Stud, a 200-acre farm in the Hudson Valley near the town of Hudson. This is part of the Hudson Valley, so from this farm you can see that's Catskill Mountains, like Bell's Pond is part of the farm as well. This farm is very historic. It's been part of the Livingston estate. On this farm, many great horses were raised. Make a line and then we'll cut them out one by one, okay? I have actually gotten mares from across the country as far as California to breed to our stallions here. So we get them from all over the country to stay and breed with us. I think this place sets us apart from everybody else because we are very much hands-on. We take care of all their paperwork. We take care of their breeding. If they go to Kentucky or stay in New York, we basically accommodate all their needs. Farming is definitely it's not for everybody, but there's a benefit in doing that. So much quality of life.
The strength of New York breeding. For more information, visit nybreds.com. Gorgeous fall afternoon here in South Ozone Park, New York. I don't think I've ever been here in November, and it's been in the low 70s. Ever.
We could have had the Breeders' Cup in New York this year. How about
perfect,
that? Right here
see?
at Aqueduct.
It's
Look at
perfect.
that turf course.
It's 10 degrees cooler in L.A.
We might get it soon enough. One of these days
Fingers
we'll get
crossed.
that Breeders' Cup.
Some great Breeders' Cup moments at Belmont Park and here at Aqueduct in 85. Post parade for the 5th. Pick 6 starts here. Whiskey Warrior, Trevor McCarthy aboard.
Yep, this horse is a deep closer for John Kimmel. Already has a win on the card, that combination.
I almost said that was Pipeline. I was looking at PPs for the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. 9-5 favorite who we just saw in Your Mission.
The Todd on the drop, definitely a contender here. Ran second, maiden special weight in for the 40.
Impassable Prince would be a surprise.
No, Chad Summers got a couple in here. This one's got speed. Another one that's trying the maiden 40 on the turf. Here we go.
Toga Dancer, 15-1 currently. A couple of contenders here. The Sleepy Chipmunk, also for Chad Summers.
Yeah, this horse is my pick here for the maiden 40. Ran a good race, 2 back and 3 back at this level.
Central Pride, Dylan Davis.
Yep, for John Terranova, and like you said, Dylan Davis. This horse is coming off a good third. Same
Magic
race.
Truck would be a huge upset.
Yeah, probably would be an upset, but you know what? In these races, and Trip might count here.
Sense a Giant, Kendrick Carmouche looking to go back-to-back.
Yeah, another Todd Pletcher trainee for Mr. Albert Freed, owner of Affirmed Success. This horse is related to a horse I had named Giant Moon.
I remember Giant Moon.
Yeah, this horse is related to Moonlight and Beauty, was a Oaks winner for us. And this horse definitely ran a good race last time out for the maiden 40 and has a shot here, but ran best on dirt back on the turf today.
That's the field for the 5th. New York Breds, $40,000 maiden claimer, mile and a 16th on grass. Acacia, we're looking at the favorite, Your Mission, 8-5. Your Thoughts on this gelding trying to break through in his 5th career start?
He is the one of the Todd Pletcher runners that I do like best, and the public agrees he continues to be a shorter price. But a couple things that I noticed about him today in that he is coming off of a bit of a freshening since August, and he really seems to have done well since then. Sometimes he's a horse that just looks completely asleep prior to his races. I thought he warmed up beautifully today under Manny Franco, took him away from the pony. He's carrying really good condition. It's not that he looks heavy coming off of a bit of a freshening. It just looks like he's put on some weight that he needed to. Sometimes as horses are racing and maybe they take their races a little bit hard, you like to see them put on some weight with the freshening, and also mentally can do them a world of good too. He looked the best in this race, but he is a short price, so I'm going to try to take one that I was expecting to be a little higher than 4-1, but a bit of a better price. Addicted to You, who was declared a non-starter last time out as the assistant starter was holding him when the gate did break, and he actually ran very well after that, and on the dirt, which is the surface that I just don't think that he prefers. The reason that I like him today, and I had been encouraged by what I had seen from him last time too, is that he is another one that has seemed to flourish in the latter part of this year. He is so much stronger than he was this summer, and he also looks so much more like a turf horse than a dirt horse. So he ran fine in his last couple of starts. I do think that this is his preferred surface, and I just love how he appears to be doing right now for Gary Siaka. He's not a winning type, that we know, and that he's 0 for 13, but hopefully he will have found the right spot today. The number 7, Central Pride, runs on the turf for a claiming tag for the first time, so that definitely gives him a little bit of an edge as far as the class as well. And last time out in his first start for the claiming tag, on the dirt, albeit, he was off the pace on a track that day that was very kind to inside speed. So I thought he was up against the track. He goes back to the turf today, and while his turf races haven't exactly been encouraging, he has been running against significantly tougher when running on the grass as well. Took a little bit of time to warm up, but then once he did, away from the pony, Dylan Davis got him going. He looks fit, he looks ready. He's fine in this spot. We'll see if he is in fact better on the grass. Lafitte?
Right, first time in for a claiming tag on grass for Central Pride. He was 7-5 in that last race on dirt when he finished 3rd. Central Pride trying to break through in his 8th career start. Rick, circling back to Addicted to You, several positive angles to work with, as Acacia touched on, including his last grass race. 3 back at Saratoga. Addicted to You, the Sleepy Chipmunk, wind up running 2nd and 3rd here. A couple of bang-up efforts by both of them.
Yeah, and listen, Addicted to You was doing nothing wrong on the turf before it ended up having to run on the dirt, probably to keep its eligibility to get back on the turf in a timely fashion. 3 seconds in a row, and both these horses run real good. Obviously, they up there at Saratoga to be 2nd and 3rd, and the horse has done nothing wrong. So back on its, I think its preferred surface. The numbers are much better on the turf than on the dirt. Eric Cancel's going to have to negotiate a good trip from the rail. The horse has never broken from the rail before. Doesn't mean, listen, we all say that, and they all have to do it at one point or another, so it might as well be today. But he's going to have to save some ground, hope for an opening somewhere in the seam, either up the rail or in the middle there. And this horse most definitely has a good shot once it's getting back on its preferred surface.
On grass, as you can see.
There's the grass.
Chad Summers, represented by a pair, Impassable Prince and the Sleepy Chipmunk, New York breds. And Chad Summers, who trained the richest all-time New York bred. Mind your biscuits, late-running sprinter, quirky, so popular, that lasting impression of that dominant performance, what he did overseas in Dubai, $4.2 million by the time it was all said and done.
Yeah, that's an amazing number right there. And you look at the horses underneath there, Funny Side, FNX, Tis the Law, all day at the spa, wonderful mare, turf mare. So these New York breds have earning power, earning potential. And what I love about the New York breds is that going up through your conditions, not only are you earning, but you're learning. So these horses get to learn against their own kind. So after they pass through those conditions, they get to run against open company in the initial allowance race, but with a lot more experience and maybe a real load of confidence going in, so they can reach that next level into open company, and the bonus program is second to none in the country.
Remember when I was on the backside one morning and Mind Your Biscuits was getting ready for one of the bigger sprint stakes races at Belmont in the spring. I was a Belmont Sprint Championship now, the John Nayrud, correct?
Correct.
And visiting with Mind Your Biscuits and Chad Summers. Line. No, he really likes hip-hop music. So he'd kind of perk up and wake up and get going. So every time he was getting walking and warming up before he'd go out for a breeze or a gallop or whatever, it was hip-hop music, that Mind Your Biscuits, which, again, if you knew the horse was quirky, like, yeah, that pretty much makes sense.
Yeah, whatever it takes, you know, if it's music, you know, our horses like country music, but that's okay. Maybe that's why they're slow. They know 5 chords.
Try a little Metallica Sandman.
That's
you could weigh 140 pounds and listen to that, think you're ready to play middle linebacker for the Bears.
Rivera's coming in.
There you go.
That's playing.
There you go.
Let me tell you. Okay, we're getting ready for the 5th.
These New York breds, pick 6 time here at Aqueduct. Mile and a 16th, $40,000 maiden claimers. Number 3, Your Mission, even money at post time. Johnny and Brielle standing by.
Waiting now on the final horse, number 9, Sense a Giant. He's in, and we're set for race 5. And they're off. And it is Impossible Prince, joined now on the outside by Sense a Giant. And right there is the Sleepy Chipmunk. Down at the rail, Addicted to You, the Sleepy Chipmunk. As they go into the line for the first time, in between horses is Impossible Prince. So it's 3 of them vying for the lead. Sense a Giant sits behind in 4th. Your Mission is in 5th at this point. To his inside is Whiskey Warrior in 6th. Then Toga Dancer, who's racing in 7th, followed by Central Pride. Oh, steadying there sharply was Your Mission. Your Mission had to take up there, going around the turn and heading for the back stretch. At the back of the pack is Magic Truck in 9th. The quarter went in 24 and 1. Addicted to You is down at the rail, and the Sleepy Chipmunk is on the outside. The 2 of them are heads apart. They've got a length and a half on Impossible Prince, who races in 3rd. Then Whiskey Warrior at the rail in 4th. Sense a Giant is next in 5th. Then comes Your Mission, who is 6th and about 6 lengths off the lead. Down at the rail is Toga Dancer, followed by Central Pride and Magic Truck, half mile in 49 and 3/5 seconds. Into the turn they go. Addicted to You on the inside and the Sleepy Chipmunk on the outside. They are right together. They've got almost 3 lengths now on Impossible Prince. And on the outside is Sense a Giant. Into the lane now. And it is the Sleepy Chipmunk with Addicted to You battling on down at the rail. Impossible Prince is in 3rd, then Sense a Giant, followed by Toga Dancer. And on the outside is Your Mission. As they come on for the finish, it is the Sleepy Chipmunk, and it is graduation day for him. And it turned out to be a photo for second between Toga Dancer and Addicted to You.
Maybe he likes hip-hop music. He liked this level and liked getting back to the grass today. Did the Sleepy Chipmunk for Chad Summers. Jose Gomez, the winning ride. 9-2 at post time. Things did tighten up a little bit inside the 16th pole.
Yeah, there were a couple of incidents in this race. There was a little incident in the first turn with Your Mission. Had a little bit of trouble. And then these two might have nudged each other in the stretch here. With the 1 and the winner, the 6, but it's hard to say without looking at the head-on whether it was anything that's worth looking at.
No, we'll keep an eye on that. This is the start, obviously. The favorite, number 3, with Manny Franco, is Your Mission. Now, in a good spot here, nearing the first turn, and he's going to have to take up very sharply right about here, Rick, and chances significantly compromised.
Right there, jumped across heels and had to check and steady and lost all his momentum in there and still running rank. I think there's a little space between those two horses, and the horse said, let's go, and Manny said, maybe not so fast. And then here, it kind of looks like the 6 comes in a little bit, and Eric Cancel stops riding for a second. I can't really tell if there's any contact right there. You see Eric kind of has to stand up just a little bit there. May have come in a little bit, but I can't tell if there was any contact or just intimidation.
Didn't look like too much, but just something that we both caught watching it live. Addicted to You on the inside with Eric Cancel. Sleepy Chipmunk for Gold Square LLC. Stanley Gold just had Cyberknife running in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. We'll recap. We're going to do that now? 6513. Let's go ahead and recap the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. Now official. Big story going in. Cody's Wish. We told you the story of Cody Dorman and the influence of the name of the favorite for this Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. Let's pick it up at the start. And Cody's Wish. He's not going to get out of the blocks very clean, but that's okay. That's just kind of Cody's Wish, Rick.
That's the way Cody runs. Cody usually, again, you can see breaking just a little bit slow. The 7 horse there in the darker blue coming towards the rail, saving ground. Doesn't really seem to affect anything. That's the way this horse usually runs.
Far back off the pace.
Yeah.
Last time we were here for this race, it was Nick's Go, wheeling and dealing on the front end in 2020. This time, Cody's Wish finds his best stride. Cyberknife right there as well. And this stretch duel. Cyberknife digging, battling, but Cody's Wish lengthens his stride and able to outduel Cyberknife to the wire.
And it's a heck of a stretch duel here. Cyberknife does not give up. This is a great race for both horses. Cody's Wish just has a little more left right there at the wire and wins by a head. And really, what a great story. What a fantastic story. Hall of Fame trainer Billy Mott. But the story, the human interest story behind this horse winning is really, it's something that should get out there and should be told. And you couldn't ask for a better fairy tale ending than what just happened there.
Cody Dorman, who is at Keeneland. Cody's Wish, second Breeders' Cup victory on the weekend for Godolphin. You mentioned Bill Mott. I believe, I'll have to check this. I think that's the first Breeders' Cup win for Junior Alvarado. Meantime here, yeah, they're taking a look at the head-on and the stretch. And this is our first look at the head-on. Addicted to You on the inside. Does the eventual winner, the Sleepy Chipmunk, put him in a bad spot? That ain't great.
He did come in on him just a little bit. Make him have to change pass, and it, I don't know if it cost him the win, but it certainly might have cost him second.
It was something.
But it's hard to say. Yeah, it was more than a nudge. There was some contact there.
Inside Addicted to You, how much is he bothered by the eventual winner, the Sleepy Chipmunk?
You got a right-handed whip right there. Now he's going left-handed. He actually ducked in when he hit him left-handed, so I think the jock may have anticipated him coming in, but the horse kind of came in on his own and made Eric Cancel have to check up a little bit and take a different path.
There might be something to this.
Could be.
Rick, and dangerous, in that they cleared the gap, and then the fence to his inside.
Yeah.
Tight quarters for Addicted to You and Eric Cancel, and the apprentice, Jose Gomez, the Sleepy Chipmunk right here with a side swipe and some trading of paint in tight quarters.
And it's a great point that you added there. As they're going past that gap there, you know, horses will have a tendency to go to open space, and once they get out of open space, then that rail's dead ahead in front of you. So that could have been an issue there. But we'll see what the stewards say. They're going to talk to both jocks, and they'll come up with their decision.
This is tough. I have to ask you your gut. What do you think? Is there a disqualification?
Well, I think, for me personally, I think it was enough to cause the horse to lose a placing. I don't think the horse was going to win.
But I think
he finished third, and I think he might have cost him second because he got beat at the wire for second. The winner cost him momentum. It looks to me like if they just kept going, the winner would have stayed straight and not bumped him. They probably would have finished 1-2. Eric has to check up, alter course. That's a pretty good bump right there.
And just announced by John Ambriella, disqualification. Disqualification, the Sleepy Chipmunk disqualified, taken down for interference in the stretch, bothering Addicted to You. Eric can't sell. There he is, fired up.
Yep.
And I have to, the more we saw it from the head on, the more I do agree. I think the stewards made the right call here. That was egregious, dangerous, and I thought the right call. The best horse, yes, the Sleepy Chipmunk.
Yep.
But a foul's a foul, and in this case, and the strong argument that Addicted to You you could make a strong argument it cost him a placing.
I think it cost him a place. I don't know if it was the jock's fault because he actually hit him left-handed right before he ducked left, which is odd. Most horses will go away from the whip, and this horse actually ducked into it. So it was unusual, but I don't really blame Gomez for it. He didn't pull him over that way. He hit him left-handed. He felt him drifting, and the horse kept drifting.
Young apprentice, incredibly talented, as Mig has pointed out time and time again, likely the Eclipse Award winning apprentice of 2022, but still young, lots to learn. Hopefully he learns from that incident, a disqualification, thankfully, and no injuries. Everyone comes back in the saddle, but the winner, the Sleepy Chipmunk, still a maiden after being disqualified in what was a winning effort in this 5th race at Aqueduct. When we return, we have the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf coming up, grass racing. Hey, the Europeans, look out. Dominant yesterday, Future Stars Friday, 3 grass Breeders' Cup events, 3 European victories.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne. Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the Law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
A little bit of everything on this Saturday at Aqueduct. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing for the love of the race. Visit America's Best Racing at .net today. Another look at what took place in this 5th race. Addicted to You on the inside. There goes the Sleepy Chipmunk, and you're going to see a check, side swipe, and a bump. Eventually, Toga Dancer is going to finish second. Inquiry sign, a good finish, by the way. Toga Dancer as far back as he was. Stewards took a look.
Right
and
there.
The disqualification right there. The head-on revealing a clear foul.
Yeah, and there's no doubt about it. They like you said before, the NASCAR connotation, and it was a little trading paint and a little too much. And it definitely cost Addicted to You the placing, and he ended up second. Probably would have ended up second if they had both gone straight, but you know, that's what the stewards are there for, and I believe that they made the right call.
Welcome back to the winner's circle, Romero Mirage.
How about him? We haven't seen him in a while.
In a while. Probably not the way he wants to get that, you know, first trip back to a winner's circle in New York, but he'll take it.
Yeah, and he ran a good. That horse ran a good race.
He
that
did.
horse was trapped down on the rail, had to wait for room, and then came running hard.
6th race up next. Start of the late pick 5. Lafitte's Fleet. If you like anybody other than Lafitte's Fleet,
get out of
Rick,
here.
This
Leave.
friendship is over.
That's my pick. My pick.
Late pick 5, and still a stakes race coming up from Aqueduct and more from Keeneland as the Breeders' Cup World Championships continue. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
Poppy Flower is kicking in. Poppy Flower with the momentum. Nagarok, they come on for the finish, and it is going to be Nagarok.
Out of a Galileo mare, this dual surface star has sired juvenile stakes winners on both dirt and turf. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We take pride in what we do.
For me, it's more of a passion than actual work. I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
Clocker.
Assistant starter. Trainer.
ESL teacher.
I love what I do.
There's so many jobs that come together every day. It's a collective effort that really makes this ball go round.
We are New York Racing! I couldn't imagine working anywhere else.
For me, riding horses in the morning is the best thing I can do.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
Like my dream come true.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Oscar knows basketball. Oscar knows Kentucky fans are crazy. Oscar knows God is great.
Life is Good now moves down to the inside, and they're coming for the finish. It is Life is Good still in front. Life is Good is the winner.
Oscar knows life is good.
The industry has a few things that we have to take care of better, and one was the aftercare of the horses.
If we did nothing, these horses would end up in very bad places.
Go back to where we were years and years and decades ago when it was just considered de rigueur that you could just send these horses to slaughter.
It's different than any other program that was put into place.
I remember that meeting at Belmont Park. It was a dream.
It is a first line of defense for those who are concerned about what happens to the equine athlete after he's done racing.
Without the TAA to provide that oversight, there would be a big void in terms of making sure that we have this ongoing safe environment for our off-the-track racehorses.
We started with some 21 organizations across the country, and now we're up to over 82 facilities throughout the country and giving away almost just under $25 million.
It's the one shining accomplishment that we have that we can point to say we really do love our horses.
Just the word aftercare has become part of the discussion, has been part of the vernacular in a way that it was not when I started this position around the start of 2013.
It's a daunting task that the TAA and its accredited organizations have taken on. And that's why the industry itself has got to fund it.
Every time I turn around across the country, you know, the TAA staff is there, and they're shaking hands and they're kissing babies, and they're doing the blocking and tackling right that needs to be done.
We have a social responsibility to make sure that Thoroughbred aftercare is also #1 on the list.
Great to have you with us on America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm, 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Still have a stakes race for 2-year-olds coming up a little bit later on here at Aqueduct. The Breeders' Cup activity, the Filly Mare Turf was just completed. As soon as it's official, we'll have a chance to recap. Wanted to take a look back at some of the highlights yesterday and the 3 grass races on Future Stars Friday, all about the Europeans, and the best finish of the afternoon, Rick. World-class connections, world-class rides from Ryan Moore on Victoria Road, and the favorite, Silver Knot, and William Buick operating on the inside.
This is really some stretch run here. These 2 horses, if you watch both horses coming together and you try and separate them once they hit the wire, it is really, really something. You could watch it 3 times and come up with three different results.
Watching live, I thought Victoria Road by a half a head.
Yeah.
Made like, he won.
Yeah.
But the head bob.
Yep.
Victoria Road takes the worst of it. Silver Knot the best of it. And from this angle, I'm thinking Silver Knot and Buick may have just stolen $1 million race.
There.
Right there, you're thinking he picked him off. He came back and picked him off.
Yeah, and his nose was ahead 3 inches past the wire, but it's at the wire where it counts, boy. And let me tell you, you couldn't separate him by the width of this piece of paper right here.
What a finish,
great run.
and it was Victoria Road on the outside for trainer Aidan O'Brien. Yet another win in the juvenile turf. Ryan Moore, they teamed up with Hit It a Bomb in 2015 for a juvenile turf victory, and several others. And the juvenile fillies turf a little bit earlier. Now this race, Aidan O'Brien never had one, and brought several top-class fillies, several very good fillies over for the juvenile fillies turf. This time it was Meditate, the favorite, mid-pack, just finding her stride here. They straighten out, Rick, and watch her acceleration, electric in the stretch.
Really some run here. I mean, she's 10th down the backside. So when she gets clear on the outside here, again, Ryan Moore again in the saddle for Coolmore and Magnier and John Tabor. This was a really powerful performance here. No doubt about that.
Avenging her sire's loss in the turf sprint at Santa Anita, maybe back in 2014, one of the dirtiest losses in a Breeders' Cup event. Picked off in deep stretch was No Nay Never. His daughter Meditate, traveling well. Ryan Moore keeps her out in the clear. She came over with a big reputation. There was a reason she was favored. Bunched up, heading into the far turn, and right here, Ryan gives her cue. She immediately picks it up, but it's that turn of foot, that acceleration in the stretch that just jumped off the screen.
Exactly, that's what I was talking about before, the timing that these jocks have. And he was just patient, just sitting, going into that turn. And he knew once she kicked over onto her left lead, that was the time to go. He knows this filly. And then, she had the momentum coming off the turn. If you can't save ground, you better have momentum going wide, and she just blew their doors in going home.
There was some traffic, there were some trips, but clearly the best, Meditate. A pleasant passage for Shug McGahee, a very good second place finish.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. That filly ran really, really well under Irad Ortiz, but no doubt about the winner. She's special, and she looked like she was extending herself past the wire too. She's got a future, I would have to say.
A little foreshadowing, lots of firsts at this Breeders' Cup for Aidan O'Brien. A first in the juvenile filly turf, and he was winless coming into the Filly Mare turf before today. We will recap a little bit later on, but that's going to wrap things up for Rick and myself. The first time we've worked together. An absolute pleasure, my friend.
Thank you so much. It was a wonderful time.
Lots of fun.
Absolutely
We'll do it again.
We
will do it again. And before we go, however, I almost feel silly asking you this question. Who wins the 2022 Breeders' Cup Classic?
It's hard to go against Flightline. I mean, he's just so talented, and as good as Life is Good is, Flightline, I want him to be that special horse. I want him to be on the front of a Wheaties box. I really do. And I think he can be. If you look at his form, you look at the races where things didn't go his way, he made them go his way at the end. He had enough horse and enough talent and enough mental fortitude to withstand a lot of offsets in the Metropolitan Mile, which is not an easy race to win.
I'm glad.
It's just a special race. And then he comes back in the Pacific Classic and wins by he's in a different zip code.
I'm glad you brought that up because it kind of brought out the little kid in all of us and the racing fan in all of us. Flightline, odds-on favorite, a little bit later on in the Breeders' Cup Classic. That'll wrap things up for Rick and myself. Greg Wolf coming up next. I promise he'll be next to an analyst. Guys, who's Greg with? Richie Migliori, the guy who takes you inside the starting gate. That's next. If you haven't seen this feature, don't want to miss it. That's next here on America's Day at the Races.
The post, the barrier, the stalls, the iron monster, the starting gate.
There are so many key and important times in a race where jockeys have to make quick decisions, when to move, when to sit, wait behind horses. But to me, one of the most critical times in a race is leaving the starting gate. If you don't break cleanly, you can get shuffled back, taken out of position, and it's hard to get a horse in a good rhythm. Starts are so important. I want you to know what goes on inside the starting gate. Come on with me.
What are we doing?
Hey, work on the throw.
All right. Yeah.
Key to breaking sharp from the gate is having your horse warmed up, alert, but settled. You want them relaxed. We got a great gate crew here in New York, and they know all the horses, their habits, what to expect. Put them in the gate, get them square, looking down the track, and be ready to go.
Try to get as relaxed as I can on my horse before we go in the gate. And once I get in there, I want to let him walk in and take a deep breath and make sure the gate guy get up, because I want to make sure he starts setting his feet correctly. And you know the ones that's going to sit in there and be still, but I just want to keep it as relaxed as I can going into the gate with the horse, where the horse can feel like he's going to do his job. I'm going to just stay out of his way.
You get one that cuts right to the gate, sometimes they'll balk. It's a kind of a closed space. Some horses are a little claustrophobic. Important to pick up your feet so you don't get your legs caught on the side of the gate. You could feel their energy. Sometimes you'll feel their heartbeat beating on your leg. Again, want to keep them relaxed, settled, get them square. The assistant starters are so good at getting the horse nice and balanced. Sometimes you get one that's leaning a little too far, you'll take your leg, push off the petition, get them where you want them to be. Looking down the racetrack, all four legs square on the ground. Last horse gets ready to go in, you're going to take your half cross, take a piece of mane, one hand, other hand free in case horse breaks left or right, you can correct them, and you're going to be leaving here in a hurry.
Well, a lot of people wait on the guys to say one out to get all set and ready. You know, I'm not, you know, you can hear the guy say one out, but I'm mostly paying attention to the guy with the button. That's how I break so fast out the gate, you know. I'm a button guy, you know. Or I listen to the last door sound and the button. And after that, early position wins the race most of the time.
So many moving parts that make a horse break well or break poorly. It's important to have great communication between the rider and the assistant starters, as well as the official starter, and working with the trainers to make sure that if a horse is a little bit nervous, they school them, they get them where they're relaxed around the gate. It's not always the horse that's the most keyed up that breaks the best. It's the horse that's alert and settled and balanced in the gate. Then you can leave the gate in a hurry.
Continuing live coverage on Breeders' Cup Saturday of the Aqueduct meet. We're getting set for race 6 coming up. It's brought to you in part where you can play all the action subtly. NyraBets. Go to NyraBets.com. Get signed up, started, bet all the action. Any track, anywhere, anytime. Greg Wolf alongside winningest jockey in the history of this racetrack here at South Ozone Park, the king of the Big A, Richard Migliore. And it's been a tremendous Saturday, of course. A lot of eyes out in Lexington. We have had some incredible numbers here at this Aqueduct card today, and it looks like there's some more chaos potentially coming.
Yeah, we've had some big prices and keeping things interesting. This race is fairly interesting because it's devoid of speed. I'm curious to see what your take is on it.
Late pick 5 starts here. 25,000 claimer at 7/8, and here's Super John, 8-1.
Andrew Wilson pulled off a 57-1 shocker earlier in the day.
3-5 here. Dylan Davis on Lafitte's Fleet.
Yeah, this horse makes a lot of sense. Makes first start for Rob Atras. Drops down from the $32,000 level.
Bourbon Bay 3-1. Trevor McCarthy. Antonio Arriaga trains.
Turning back in distance. Has shown speed going further. How will that translate to 7 furlongs?
5-horse Tapazirance for Eduardo Jones. Second off the claim for that trainer.
Yeah, it moves up from 12-5 after not so good effort last time and moves up in company.
10-1 lost in Rome. 2 back, tried to go gate to wire in the slop, Belmont and Aqueduct.
Yeah, and then got very ambitious for the $32,000 level. Starts to come back down slightly to the $25,000 level.
And FF Rocket at 5-1 outside a 3-time winner for Lolita Shivmangal.
Well, we saw Lolita Shivmangal win a race yesterday.
Biggest win of her career.
Biggest win of her career, the Amthak.
Athwak, 21-1 on the lead on the grass.
I guess I was trying to say Aflac. No, it was
It sounds like it, yeah.
But you know what? FF Rocket could be loose on the lead here. Potentially, this horse could play out to be the speed.
That would be great to see. It was a tremendous story yesterday when that happened. You can play this late pick 5 that begins in this race coming up. We're 7 minutes to post by getting signed up and started with NyraBets. That's the promo code. You get a $25 free play plus that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus when you go to NyraBets.com and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Short price on this one here. Lafitte's Fleet. Rob Atras just claimed this horse off of Mercan Cantermasi. Secret Rules, who would have been in this race, finished ahead of him last time out with that horse out, who took out a major contender. Very short number here.
Yeah,
and the 8 for that matter as well.
And Secret Rules was controlling speed here on top of it, and he was getting a 10-pound apprentice. Maddie Ulver will have to wait to make her debut, but shouldn't get discouraged. She's definitely going to have a future here. Lafitte's Fleet in a nice warm-up under Dylan Davis. Dylan Davis, unfortunate circumstance yesterday. His flight got canceled.
Incredible.
To Lexington. Didn't make his Breeders' Cup out, but that's why you don't wait to the last minute to get down there. You had 4 days off. You got to get there, get comfortable, make sure you don't miss. You know, could you imagine a pitcher? I didn't make the World Series because my flight didn't make it. Come on.
Tough situation. Has to be incredibly disappointed, but the way he's been riding, many more opportunities to come. Let's check in downstairs with Acacia Clement for more.
We'll start there with your favorite, Lafitte's Fleet, who has really maintained his weight quite well. Looks terrific once again for the new barn, moving to Rob Atras. And I agree with Richie. I loved the warm-up that I saw from this horse, but he's always such a good-looking individual, and he moves well out on the track. But I just have to say, I know he's a short price, and I always try to find some opportunities to go against the favorite. he just looks best. And given the warm-up that he's gotten, I think it speaks to the intent for Dylan Davis, knowing that there really isn't much pace in here, that we aren't going to see him too far off of it, and he does have a little bit of a tactical ability. The number 3, Bourbon Bay, cuts back in distance, and I do think it's encouraging that off of the layoff last time, Antonio Arriaga ran him for the waiver, which you have the opportunity to do with horses coming off these types of layoffs. And he ran a respectable third that day. Cuts back in distance, and now he's in for the 25,000. He's built much more like a horse that wants to go shorter. So given how he was wide and actually ran on a little bit to finish third, going 2 turns in the 1 1/8, I think that he's going to get a lot from the fitness standpoint from that race. He looks really strong, really fit coming back here, and I just think this is a much better spot for him. The number 7, FF Rocket, I agree with Richie, could be the one who might play out as showing some early foot, and he does draw to the outside. A horse that finished third last time out chasing. He has been forward in the past. He gets an extra furlong today to go the 7/8, and given how he is a little bit of a stretchier type of horse, I like this spot for him. Starting to look a little wintry, and so you'll see him getting a little bit warm out there on the track. In contrast to the 2 and the 3, though, he's had a relatively quiet warm-up out on track. So curious if he's just naturally faster coming out of the gate, but we did see Lolita Shivmangal with a very nice winner at a big price yesterday, too. So this one, tactically speaking, could make him a big player in this spot, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Even money now, floating up the right way if you like the 2. Lafitte's Fleet, who did win just, 3 starts back, 40,000 claiming race. This is 25 today. 1 for 40, going 7/8 at Belmont.
Yeah, listen, he's a deserving favorite. He comes from a good barn in the Cantor Massey's, goes to a good barn with Rob Atras, lands in a good spot, loved his warm-up. I'm just going to take a little bit of a stab here with the 7 FF Rocket that he clears off and maybe gets brave and controls things. I think that the 2 Lafitte's Fleet is a better horse, but sometimes the way races are run dictate how, who winds up in the winner's circle.
So short number here. We'll see if the week can turn around for Dylan Davis after that tremendous disappointment in here. And this will be the 3rd off the bench for this 5-year-old who has been first or second 10 of his 30 career starts with the, really his 2 main competition or fiercest rivals scratched out of here. That's why you're seeing that short price.
Yeah, and especially the fact that, like we were talking about, secret rules is speed. Even Risk Profile could have speed, so it really kind of took a lot of the speed away from this affair. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. I know if I'm riding the 7 FF Rocket, they're going to have to catch me. I'm going to try to have 2 by the time we clear the chute and dictate the race and make them come catch me.
So even money, Lafitte's Fleet. I always think about playing this earlier on. It's tough to trust this horse. I thought Bourbon Bay, here's a look at the 3. Like that cut back in distance, and that was unusually tough 20 claiming race last time on Pioneer Spirit, a horse with a lot of back class that beat him.
Oh, absolutely. And turning back in distance to 7/8, he's 0 for 4 at the 7/8 distance with 3/3. And I just wonder, coming out of the 1 1/8, if he's not going to get outfooted in a race that doesn't have a lot of speed. It's just hard to close into a race devoid of early speed. Interesting that this horse, bred by Oak Bluff Stables and Christophe Clement, co-breeder of this horse. So not only a trainer, but a breeder as well.
Yeah, how about that? We'll see if Bourbon Bay can get it done. 5-year-old who 2 of his 3 wins, they've come here at Aqueduct. And I personally really like to see that shortening up. 1 1/8 to 7/8 here today. And a horse who, even though he's never won at 7/8, he's run well. Hit the board 3 occasions. And doesn't have to be that far out of it either.
No, he doesn't. But again, you look at the fractions of the last race, Greg. 49-4, 114-4. He's a couple lengths up the lead. What do you think they're going to go this race? I mean, even if they go slow for the 7 furlongs, it's 47 and change. That's still 2 seconds faster than.
Yeah.
But I know you, and you like this horse.
Look, no one in this race is someone I want to lean on, to be honest with you, in this spot. There's other races I do want to lean on. Stewart Manor, if you're playing this pick 5, 6 and the 8, I thought were going to be really tough. In the next race, I was probably going to lean on those. The 7 a little bit. Horse ran very good. I thought first time out, horses paired up numbers and coming out of a grade 2 against Delight for Jonathan Thomas. That Jessamine at Keeneland, maybe a horse to look at a little bit. What'd you think of the 8th?
In the next race?
Race 8.
Yeah. Redefined. Oh, no, race 8. I'm sorry, you said race 7 I was looking at. Reggae Music Man. He's quick, outside post.
Second to what do you think now last time out in the Morrissey, Saratoga?
Yeah, I mean, he's faced much better, too. I mean, New York Traffic, Montauk Daddy, St. Selby when he was in raging form. Yeah, he makes a lot of sense to me here.
I thought Life Changer may be a horse to use in there, too. And Chad Brown's going to take money with Watasha, no question. But that was a maiden win last time out, so facing winners for the first time.
Yeah, and much more seasoned rivals. I mean, Reggae Music Man, 14 starts with 3 wins. And, even Life Changers, 11 starts, 3 wins, and he's got speed, and you get Jose Gomez, so you're getting a 5-pound break in the weights.
And I thought the last race, one of the reasons to probably play this pick 5, I thought the last race, anything could happen.
So now, when you would construct a ticket for this, are you going basically all in the last leg then?
Yeah, I wound up not playing this pick 5 today because I'm wound up going with some other races earlier on the card.
Okay.
But yeah, I was going to get just a lot of coverage basically in the last. Close to all, if not maybe Ginzu Warrior, the 7 I did not need. Ableton, the 9 I did not need. Aside from that, I thought almost anybody had a look in that race.
Well, you know who I'm looking for in the last? Breadman. Named for Artemi Panarin, New York Rangers. Come on. Eric Fine, big Ranger fan. Breadman dropping to the lowest level. Will the Breadman deliver?
We will find out. And if you do want to get deep coverage, look, a lot of people leaning on Lafitte's Fleet here, and that getting a single somewhere in the sequence can allow you to get deeper coverage later on. This could be a very lucrative pick 5. 6 horse waiting to step in. Lost in Rome. Second beat a nose when Fordley placed. That was in the slop going 7/8 Belmont at Aqueduct October 1st. Was not up to the task of 32 claiming last start.
We're watching the 5 Tapazirans be a little bit reluctant to load. The gate crew knows him. Obviously, they locked up arms behind him, give him that guidance. Not only got to be strong to be a gate, work on the starting gate, got to be brave too.
This horse has thrown in some absolute just clunkers, but he's got some races, the 5, that absolutely fit in here as well. Late pick 5 begins here in the 6th. Let's go to John Embrial.
Set for the start of race 6. And they're off. FF Rocket and Bourbon Bay. Those two go out for the early lead. FF Rocket goes on with it and is in front as they race up the backstretch. And there goes Super John now up the challenge on the inside. It is Super John to take the lead from FF Rocket. And then comes Lafitte's Fleet and Lost in Rome, 3rd and 4th. Bourbon Bay now back in 5th, and on the outside is Tapazirans. The quarter, 23 seconds. Super John leads here by a half length with FF Rocket racing in 2nd, and then Lost in Rome in the red blinkers in 3rd. To the inside is Lafitte's Fleet, the odds-on favorite in 4th, 2.5 lengths off the lead. Then it's Tapazirans and Bourbon Bay at the back, midway around the far turn. FF Rocket on the outside now takes the lead from Super John. Lost in Rome is on the move from 3rd. Tapazirans and Lafitte's Fleet. Lafitte's Fleet being asked for more now. Bourbon Bay still trails, half mile 46 and 1 as the field comes off the turn and enters the stretch. It is FF Rocket and Lost in Rome on the outside. Lost in Rome on the outside. FF Rocket continues to battle on. And then we come back to Lafitte's Fleet in 3rd. It is still FF Rocket and Lost in Rome heads apart for the lead. Lafitte's Fleet with one last chance on the outside as they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight. And it looked like Lost in Rome got it narrowly at a price 16 to 1.
Lost in Rome, holding off the late charging Lafitte's Fleet. It was odds on, as you heard it, a big number there from John Imbrial, 16-1.
Yeah, Lost in Rome. Nice ride from Heeman Harkey. He was making the most out of limited opportunities. We saw him ride a really nice turf race earlier at the Belmont at Big A meeting, and he put this horse right where he needed to be. Never let FF Rocket too much rope to get away from him. He pounced and had enough left to hold up. Now I want you to take a look at the two Lafitte's Fleet. The kickback has been very, very tough on these horses today. Look how covered he is. And it's almost mud. Even though the track is fast, it's got a lot of moisture in it, and it's really sticking. And he really didn't get to running, Greg, until he got out in the clear. And it's something to keep an eye on. I've noticed a lot of horses over the last week just really resenting the kickback.
Big number. It's been that kind of day here in South Ozone Park in another one here. 16-1, beating a 4-5 favorite to start off this late pick 5. Heeman Harkey, good for him. We talked about, the other day, some of these riders who don't get a lot of opportunities. They're getting them this weekend with a lot of those big names out of town.
And the one thing that stands out, too, about Heeman Harkey, because he does get limited opportunities on very live horses, he stays very calm. You don't see him overriding or getting excited, and that's difficult to do when you're not getting the prime mounts all the time. You're trying to make something happen as opposed to allowing something to happen. He's a little pumped up there, though. You see a little celebration.
Yes,
from
he should be second biggest price on the board here at 16-1. 6-2, 7-3 finish here in the first leg of this late pick 5. Meanwhile, back in Lexington, big moment coming up for one of the great sprinters we have seen in a long time. We talked about it a few days ago. Horse has already made history at Saratoga.
Yeah.
First horse ever in the history of that racetrack to win Grade 1s at 2, 3, and 4 in 3 consecutive years. It's unfinished business for him, though. He did not win this race last year. He was expected to do so. He's expected, probably even more so, to do it this year because how good he's been, and he is by far the controlling speed and should be by himself on the front end.
I think so, and I think going 6 furlongs, turning back from the 7 furlongs to the 4 go, Joel Rosario can just let him bounce along. Don't worry about saving anything. You're on the best horse, I believe. This is his last race. He's 12 for 17 lifetime, closing in on $3 million in earnings. Cody's Wish won the Dirt Mile earlier in the card, kind of backs up that good race in the 4 go when Jackie's Warrior was second to him. Let him roll. Let him rock and roll.
You would think that's got to be the plan here. He just seems to hold such a huge tactical advantage in this group. And it's, it was shocking when he got beat at Saratoga. He was 1-9 in that race when Cody's Wish beat him. He still ran his race. He ran a huge number. Cody's Wish just ran a little better. But again, that was 7 furlongs. At 6 furlongs, Jackie's Warrior's 4 for 5 lifetime, even better. I would have to say this is his best distance, wouldn't you?
I think it is. And listen, he got beat in the Breeders' Cup last year, but maybe it was a little bit just being over the top, hard campaign. Ran on September 25th. This year, they had a little bit of different tact. They were
because of what happened last year.
August 27th, the 4 go. He's had another month in between races this time. And how about that 58-3 work at Keeneland in his penultimate work for the Breeders' Cup? He was also another one of Steve Asmussen's runners that stayed up in Saratoga for another month into September. Cooler nights, cooler mornings, tranquil setting. I think horses do tremendously well, particularly after the race meeting there. I like everything about it. And the fact that it's his last race, it's not like you got to worry about how much you tire him out for the next one. There is no next one.
A little bit. I mean, everyone's going to the Breeders' Cup. They're laying it all on the line, right? I mean, it's a year in championships.
You're pulling out all stops, yeah.
Kamari for Wesley Ward, interesting to choose this spot. But he has maintained she is much better at 6 furlongs. That's why they passed in the filly and mare sprint. And her last 2 starts really back it up. Her last 2 starts, her figures stronger, depending on what figures you look at, than Jackie's Warrior.
Yeah, I mean, you pointed it out to me looking at the Thoroughgraph, and I mean, I respect that. And I also respect that Wesley Ward had the strength of his convictions. She's better at 6. That's what we're going to do. And we've seen fillies and mares have success in the Breeders' Cup Sprint in the past before the advent of the filly and mare sprint. I just have a hard time seeing her beat Jackie's Warrior, a big, imposing individual. And I guess Joel Rosario feels the same way because he's been the regular pilot for Kamari and he's staying with Jackie's Warrior.
And it's a little, I mean, what a jump for this mare, too. I mean, the last 2 starts have been, for her, just so dramatic in a move forward. But at least she backed it up, and it's been back-to-back starts. Meanwhile, Elite Power, can Bill Mott get another one here for this Juddmonte runner who has put together 4 consecutive wins, including the Grade 2 Vosburg last time out.
And he's definitely figured the game out, you know, always, physically always there, mentally kind of had a, you know, have a few runs to get it together. Last time he wound up on the pace because there was no pace in the Vosburg. I mean, 23-3, 47-3 for this level of horse. And he drew off with consummate ease. But he is going to, it's a little bit of a different group than he's facing. Eastern Bay and drafted nice horses. They're not the top of this division, and then he's facing the top of this division this time.
For what it's worth, American Theorem apparently has been working out of this world out on the West Coast, that making those who've been watching him saying this horse is poised to take a major step forward. We'll see if that translates. Shipping east. Back here in New York, lost in Rome, Heeman Harkey. William Youngins team up with a big upset, 16-1 to start the late pick 5.
And a nice run from him. Good ride from Heeman Harkey. Had him always in position. Lost in Rome, 35-40. And the hit parade continues today of long shots.
Good news, if you got knocked out, we got a pick 4 coming up next. We have the Stewart Manor 6 furlongs outer turf. And currently 5-2, redefined, coming out of the Grade 3 matron. American Apple for a moment yesterday looked like he was going to win that Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. This horse beat by him by a neck last time out. Jose Lezcano will be aboard. Redefined right now, the one to beat on the board. Won his debut at Belmont. Looked very strong in stakes company. Don't look back at all, though. It's going to be stiff competition for Christophe Clement.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Nairo Bets. Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome to America's Day at the Races on FS2. Those just joining us as well on SNY. Good to have you with us on Championship Saturday with a great card here, including a stakes race coming up at Aqueduct. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Greg Wolf alongside winningest jockey in the history of Aqueduct, Richard Migliori. This Stewart Manor, 6 furlongs on the turf sprint here for 2-year-old fillies is going to kick off this late pick 4.
Yeah, and a nice group of young ladies here, a couple of horses coming out of the same race. I thought that the 6 Don't Look Back at All had a little bit of a difficult trip last time. Just lost a little bit of momentum in critical ground or critical position just as the race was heating up.
Yeah, against Redefined, who finished ahead of her that day, but with that trouble, certainly an excuse and a chance to turn the tables. Redefined, though, is the favorite and the one to beat for Anthony Dutrow. Jose Lezcano will ride today. It was Javier Castellano aboard the Grade 3 Matron in a near miss against American Apple. And American Apple, we said it just earlier before our SNY audience came on, for a moment, top of the stretch yesterday, Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf, looked like she might win that race.
Yeah, I mean, so that shows overall that the quality was there. It ran an extremely good race at a big price last time in the Matron, but you saw what I was talking about coming off the turn there. Don't Look Back at All. Just had a pause in traffic. Just didn't have a clear running line. And then when she finally got to the clear, she finished with interest. I respect Redefined a lot. Anthony Dutrow does a tremendous job. Top horseman. Ran a really good-looking debut earlier in the day. Juniper's Moon, Galileo filly that ran second to a nice prospect of Chad Brown's, but a real nice run from her. He does a good job. Old school horseman, gets it done. Had the pleasure riding for his dad when they first came to New York, Dick Dutrow. And Anthony has always been serious about his craft, always completely focused on the horses.
Stewart Manor, 6 furlongs on the grass coming up to kick off this late pick 4 on our Championship Saturday program here in South Ozone Park as we take a look at what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farms. So this stakes race will kick it off, and then an allowance race up in the 8th, a good one where you had mentioned earlier Reggae Music Man and equipment change coming out of a very tough race with the talented What Do You Think Now. You can play all the action by getting signed up started with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. You'll get that $25 free play and a $200 deposit match sign-up bonus with that code there, Cup25, by going to NairaBets.com. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Late pick 4 is next here on America's Day at the Races. Stay with us. Action heating up on this Saturday afternoon.
Here comes Malathaat. Here comes Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's going to be Clariere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathaat grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathaat has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curling, the classic sire.
Regal Glory is finishing well on the outside. These two square off now. It's Introduced or Regal Glory. Introduced very tough on the front end, leads 3/4 of a length. Regal Glory bearing down in the final stages. Now on the outside, Regal Glory gets the upper hand. It's going to be close, and it's too close to call. That could go either way.
Wow, would become the best of her division, Regal Glory, and she might be your winner of the Breeders' Cup Mile this year.
Yeah, she showed early on that she had turned a foot sharp enough to win going 6. Tremendous, has turned into a tremendous miler.
Who would think the Stewart Manor would produce one of the greats in the division?
It's a great little village, Stewart Manor, in between Floral Park and Garden City. A lot of nice shops. The Manor Deli, you like the sandwiches from there?
She is, oh, love it there. Biggest reason that I miss Belmont. She's gone on to win 12 of 21 career starts, over $2.3 million in her career. She is going to be a major player in the Breeders' Cup Mile coming up for Chad Brown, tackling the boys. This is the first lady for her. Last time out, bested by her stablemate in Italian in really what's become a rare defeat for her.
And in Italian, showed her quality the way she ran in the Diana, and then she just ran second in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf to Tuesday, the shipper for Aidan O'Brien and Ryan Moore, who've just been lighting it up. So it wasn't as though she was beaten by an empty wagon here. In Italian's shown her quality, and Regal Glory is just a really good miler and projects to get a good trip. She's very tactical. She sets up right in behind the speed.
Year in, year out, Breeders' Cup Mile, one of the most wide open races, and this year it is again, as you take a look at that board and that lineup who will run. Charlie Appleby, the way his horses though have been running, wow, Modern Games, he felt coming in was one of his best chances, looks imposing.
Yeah, and Modern Game is going to get firm ground, which I think attributed a lot to, I mean, obviously a quality horse, but his race up at Woodbine was a whole nother level, and he got very firm ground that day. He's going to get firm ground again today. The question with Modern Games is, shipped here to run on September 17th, shipped back to run on October 15th to England, and now ships back here. It's a lot of travel for a horse.
It is. That Woodbine race, though, was out of this world from Modern Games. A repeat of that, and going to be very tough to beat. Let's go back to the Filly and Mare Turf, and you talked about the performance from In Italian. Ran a very good race here, but in defeat. Tuesday for Aidan O'Brien and Ryan Moore with a win.
Man, it did just hitting on all cylinders. Everything they put on the track, if they're not winning, they're running well. In Italian set a fast pace and ran very gamely, but that's her want to do in Italian. She's better when she just gets to bowl along on the front end. But Tuesday, Filly that's very accomplished, won the Epsom Oaks earlier in the year, and second in the Yorkshire Oaks, didn't run as well in the Prix de l'Opera. She just got another nice trip from Ryan Moore, who just seems to have that uncanny knack of producing horses with that final run. And it looked like at one point In Italian was going to be able to hold her off, but Europeans just seem to find that other gear, that turn of foot that we like to talk about.
Tuesday, 3-year-old Filly getting by In Italian. Third win of her career on the grass, and turns the tables too on a couple of competitors that had been better than her in that Prix de l'Opera. Nash went above the curve.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's just uncanny to me that Aidan O'Brien just seems to know what horses are doing well at the right time and would conform to American racing, and I think it's a generous price on her.
$10, yeah, 38 cents for the win. Big price in third there, Lady Spite Spear. Wow, at 32-1, hitting the board. Breeders' Cup Sprint just concluded in what was a big race for Jackie's Warrior. Of course, lost this race last year as a favorite. Short price again this year. Did not make the lead in this race, and Jackie's Warrior defeated again in the sprint.
Yeah, and just didn't, he broke okay. I mean, he didn't break poorly. He just didn't fire out of the way he has when he's the very good Jackie's Warrior, and he got kind of relegated to that stalking position. And then Elite Power Probably won the Vosburg wire to wire just because he's that good, but obviously showing that he's better sprinting from behind, making that one run. And when Irad Ortiz got him out in the clear, man, he dropped his head and ran. I thought he was going from basically the second tier sprinters to much deeper waters here. I could have been more wrong. I mean, Elite Power just showed he is an elite talent.
Really turned the corner his last couple of starts. Ever since he took a break from late June, his next 2 starts coming back, he has sort of vaulted himself into a different stratosphere. Now, obviously, this a big one. And this, you were talking to me about it off air, this makes champion sprinter a very interesting question now.
Well, it does, because Jackie's Warriors concluding his career off with back-to-back defeats. And this horse steps up and wins the biggest sprint of the year in the Breeders' Cup Sprint, coming off a Grade 2 win in the Vosburg. And he's 5 for 6 in 2022. So I think you can make a case that Elite Power could be champion and certainly is in that conversation.
Beat him on the square. Jackie's Warrior, 2 Grade 1s, though, in what, up to this point, even that defeat. I mean, he ran huge when he got beat by Cody's Wish.
Sure.
At 1-9 at Saratoga. He still ran his race. Did not really run his race today, though.
Well, CZ Rocket even beat him for second. You know, CZ Rocket's always shown glimpses of being a real top horse, but hasn't quite ever broken through. So kind of an interesting conversation now about champion sprinter.
Yeah, no question. Stakes action coming up here at Aqueduct. Stewart Manor is next. And I want to remind everybody playing today, plenty of bonuses to try and take advantage of, including the Breeders' Cup win bet bonus. Get a $10 bonus on your win bets. Opt in at NYRABets.com. It's available to new and existing players. Hit a $20 win bet in each race. You'll get that $10 bonus. Go to NYRABets.com now to take advantage. Here is Redefined. Still the 2-1 favorite. Anthony Dutrow, Jose Lezcano, owned by Team D. Had to face 2 real good ones the last time out. Drops out of a Grade 3 for today's action.
The level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. Anybody who's witnessed Matoli running sees a level of ability that doesn't come along that often.
Matoli's a monster! Matoli wins the sprint! Oh, what a horse he is! Matoli, he did it again! Wins the mid-mile!
The only thing to be better than one Matoli's a few Matolis.
The mighty Matoli, who won the Forgo by 3.5 lengths, the new stakes record.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One partner, one horse, one victory at a time.
Flight line, 20 lengths clear.
Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
Prolumo is the all-natural, non-medicated, targeted therapy top horsemen choose to reduce bleeding caused by strenuous exercise.
We use it for preventative, and also we start horses on it if after a race or after a workout they bleed. The success has been tremendous.
Prolumo's active ingredient, Noto ginseng, has proven hemostatic properties. Consult your veterinarian prior to administering. Go natural. Visit Prolumo.com to order today.
We are back at America's Day of the Races, presented by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Late pick 4 on the Saturday card begins with a stakes race, the Stewart Manor. 6-furlong sprint on the outer turf, and it has been favoritism for that one right there throughout to this point. 2-year-old filly by More Than Ready for Anthony Dutrow. Redefined coming out of back-to-back stakes races, just missed in the Grade 3 Matron last start. Let's head downstairs to Acacia Clement.
We'll get to Redefined in a moment, but just going in numerical order, starting with one of two for Jorge Abreu. The number 2, Georgie Spirit, cuts back in distance after trying the Miss Grillo last time out. And while she is a very big and substantial filly by More Spirit, I can see why they tried her going a little bit longer. Watching that race back, she was so keen early, really kind of leaping over the track, very hard to settle. And then as a result, just had no rally late. It's very tough to make up any ground late in the stretch when going a distance that maybe is not the best when you've been expending energy early in the race and fighting the rider as well. So off of that, I do like the cutback in distance. She also won her lone turf sprint at Saratoga, going 5.5 furlongs. She's incredibly fit in here, and I do think that this is the right spot. And also, she was beaten by Pleasant Passage, who we just saw run a good second in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf yesterday. Taking a look at the two coming out of the Grade 3 Matron, starting with the number 6, Don't Look Back at All. I thought that last time out, she did have to wait behind horses a little bit, tipping out late to be a fine 4th in that effort. She is a closing type, but she has continued to get so much stronger. It looks like she's put on muscle mass since her last start as well, which I do think is encouraging. Not to mention she had the rail last time out. She wasn't the fastest out of the gate. Let's see what kind of trip she navigates in here, but as we heard even Rick Shosberg talking about earlier, the engine, their hindquarters, that's where the power comes from, and she looks so powerful behind the saddle. The number 8, Redefined, coming out of that race as well in the Matron. I thought closing well, couldn't get to the winner, and at the time, American Apple was a big price, but we saw how she ran in the Breeders' Cup yesterday against males in the Juvenile Turf Sprint. And it was a strong figure as well. I thought Redefined has run 3 very respectable races, and last time out just couldn't get there behind a horse that has quite a bit of talent. She is the ultimate professional here in the paddock. I actually would like to see her perk up a little bit more because she's so laid back. And I'll watch her on track and how she warms up, but especially for a sprint race, you like to see them kind of on the muscle, jump into the bridle, be a little bit more energetic prior to the race. So I'll keep my eyes on her. She certainly is a major player coming in off of that last effort, just with like a little bit more energy. Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. Post-parade coming up momentarily. Approaching the 8-minute mark to post here for this Stewart Manor. I want to remind all the viewers out there, you can follow along, get all the stats on the horses, trainers, jockeys in today's action with free Equibase past performances. Go to NYRA.com/TV schedule and download your free PPs for the races on today's program. Now down to 7-5 in here on Redefined. And that was a big number, obviously, that she ran last time out. If she repeats that, or a very likely chance that she could move forward, she's going to be very tough to beat in here.
Yeah, and you know, you talked about American Apple, who was very game last time in the Matron, running well in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint yesterday. So I always like when you see that affirmation of the previous effort.
Still, look, don't look back at all. We talked about her having to wait a bit in that same race against American Apple. She's intriguing, and you know, Dulcia, 11-1 on the 7 in here. Dylan Davis, Joe Sharp. She's undefeated sprinting. Stretched her out in Grade 2 Jessamine last time out, getting back to a sprint. We'll get to her in a moment. We start with Moon Age Daydream, Jorge Abreu.
Yeah, improved in her second start. Got it done right here over the Aqueduct Turf Course.
Georgie's Spirit getting back to sprinting as well, where she won at Saratoga.
Yeah, finished very strongly in her second start to get it done, and then ran against much tougher Pleasant Passage and Free Look in the Miss Grillo.
Kendrick Carmouche went by in Showgirl Lynn B. Here's Hurricane Debbie, Wesley Ward.
Wesley Ward won first time out, didn't improve off of that first out win.
Recinto Romper for Arnaud Delacour.
Was impressive at Monmouth over the summer. Tried Kentucky Downs, where she kind of ran evenly. She didn't really break great that day.
Trevor McCarthy, the call for Christophe Clement on Don't Look Back at All.
Yeah, did have some traffic and certainly could improve off of that effort.
Dulcia at 11-1. The debut win came at Kentucky Downs sprinting.
Yeah, it stretched out against tougher, turns back here at a big price.
And the favorite, 6-5, redefined for Anthony Dutrow.
Does a great job. Daughter of More Than Ready, a terrific stallion that was trained by Todd Pletcher. She's done nothing wrong. All of her races have been good.
6-5 favorite from that outside post with more on the favorite. Let's go to Acacia.
By her trainer, Tony Dutrow, as redefined. She really has done nothing wrong in her career so far, and a good second last out. Can you tell us how she's progressed and come along?
She promised to be a better kind from the beginning. She was very, very smart for her age back in June when we got her going. And she's gotten a little faster every time she's run, obviously, but always been very professional. I don't see a lot of difference in her now than I did from the beginning. She's a happy girl, and I hope that she continues to get a little better. This will be her last race of the year, and we'll figure out what we're going to do as a 3-year-old, but so far so good.
Very laid back and professional in the paddock. Is she always like that?
Always. You knew she was going to, well, you don't know anything, but she promised to be okay from the start because she was so laid back, so smart, so professional about things. So here we are.
Now she has a closing kick. I expect her to be coming from off of it again today.
I asked Jose Lizcano if he saw the way Johnny and Jose rode her, and he said he did. And she's been very, very successful that way. I don't know that there's as much pace in the race today. We'll have to see, because you never know. But I would be thinking that he'd let her settle in somewhere where he was comfortable with the pace scenario, and hopefully she'll finish up as she always has.
Thanks for your time, as always. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Tony Dutrow sending out Redefine. We'll see if she can close out her 2-year-old campaign in style, Greg.
Thank you, Acacia, really took a big step forward last time out in that Grade 3 matron, just from a figure standpoint. And again, that should be good enough to win here if she can repeat it. She's the 6-5 favorite. As we look back to Georgie Spirit, this was such a nasty beat by Sweet Lou's Got Aces, who just ran the other day, who looked like was going to go on and win this race. And then Georgie Spirit all of a sudden comes along and just closing like a freight train in her turf debut, sprinting, gets the win.
Best feeling in the world when you come from off the pace and you just nip somebody on the wire, and the worst feeling in the world is when you lead and you've got the race won and somebody comes and snatches it away from you late in the race. I mean, she was running, to me, a little bit with the emergency brake on until she sifted all the way in the clear, and she didn't have any horses in front of her, and that's when she found another gear. Really dropped her head and kicked on then.
5-1 right now, and interesting, they stretched her out back off that, and you want to see what you have potentially to move on to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf. I would suspect didn't pan out in the Miss Grillo, so back to doing what she was successful at in that turf debut. As we take a look here at Showgirl Lynn B, not a ton of pace in this race. There's a couple, and she looks like she might be one of them, if not the primary speed.
I just wonder if this filly with Kendrick Carmouche doesn't try for the lead. She's undefeated. She's 3 for 3. If it appears she'll have to improve and run faster. She's a young horse, though. 2 of her wins came on synthetic. The other came at 6.5 furlongs at Kentucky Downs. And Kendrick's a rider that is aggressive and gets his position going forward. Now, the 7-horse, Dulcia, had good speed on debut and then showed no speed last time going a mile and a 16th. What does Dylan Davis decide to do? Now, I've always been of the opinion that if you're on a speed horse and you want the lead, it's like a game of chicken. I'm not going to blink. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to make you blink and adjust around me. And Kendrick's usually the guy that's more aggressive, and Dylan has a tendency to, okay, well, I'll sit and follow you. And I think this filly, Showgirl Lynn B, could shake loose here. And we saw him do it Vacation Dance earlier in the day, won the stake for the boys, going wire to wire.
And I bet, Dulcia, too, that going around the ground, that could dull that speed as well, even if Dylan wants it. For more, let's go to Acacia.
I do think will be the perhaps main pace setters in here, starting with the number 3, Showgirl Lynn B. As Richie mentioned, she has that early speed, and last time out, she was in second right behind the pace setter, but she was forwardly placed, and she's an energetic little filly, and she is a little filly. There is not much of her. She actually, if anything, strikes me as the type that would probably get over the Tapeta course down at Gulfstream quite well. She did run very well on the turf last time out at Kentucky Downs, and it was a turf course as well throughout Kentucky Downs, and they'd had quite a bit of rain throughout the meet, and sometimes you don't know how those races do stack up. But she had a lovely warm-up, bouncy on track. They had a saddle her on the walk, and she seems like she's spirited, as sometimes the small fillies are. But I think if she uses that speed, and we know Kendrick will be aggressive, that could be a big difference for her. But the number 5, Recinto Romper, has been so sharp throughout. She is really on her toes. In fact, I would like to see her just settle a little bit more, because even out there on the track, she's been tossing her head around with the pony. She was really revved up, getting the rider up. But last time out in the Untappable at Kentucky Downs, she completely dragged Joel Rosario to the front, and he had his feet in the dashboard trying to restrain her not to get in a pace duel early on. She's a big price, but I think that this filly will be able to use her speed in here today, and she clearly, in her demeanor and what I've seen from her previous races, is one that wants to be up on the engine. Greg?
Yeah, talking about the 5, and she showed speed in that debut at Monmouth when she won by 7 lengths to break her maiden. Wasn't on the lead last time out Kentucky Downs, but she wasn't far off it. But she's the third one. I guess she's kind of throwing the mix here in the pace scenario.
Yeah, and you know what? I mean, Keisha said something. I remember watching the race. She was under pretty stout restraint by Joel Rosario. Hector Diaz, who was aboard when she broke her maiden at Monmouth, is back aboard. And I think this filly, as much as I was fixated on the 3, Showgirl Lynn B, because of Kendrick and the fact that she's undefeated, maybe making the lead, she's going to have to deal with the 5, Recinto Romper, early on. There's no doubt about that.
Well, that would set things up beautifully for this filly here. Rita Fine would certainly like to see a couple go at each other up front. And even if that doesn't happen, it may not matter with the talent she showed last start.
Listen, Reed Define's a nice filly. And again, I'm a big Anthony Dutrow fan. He's a terrific horseman. His horses, always look good. He's been doing it well for a long time. She might just be sitting the trip. I just honestly was reticent to pick a 4 to 5 shot.
Her running style, though, look, she's drawn outside, and she wants to come from off the pace. Does Lezcano have to try and work his way down to the inside at some point?
Well, I think he'd like to tip in behind some horses. I don't think you want to just be stuck out 4 or 5 wide. I mean, you know how tough it is to be wide in turf races. And then particularly with a young horse from a mental standpoint, that they get a little lost out there. They're better off being in with the pack a little bit and kind of running with their friends. Get a little cover, follow them into the stretch, but at least with that outside post, you're most likely going to have that escape route when you want it, particularly if you have a lot of horse underneath you.
Back to Don't Look Back at All, and another chance against Rita Fine in here. Again, Rita Fine was second in that matron. Don't Look Back at All was 4th in that race with trouble when she had to hold up a little bit. See if the rematch is a different story.
Yeah, and listen, I don't think that Don't Look Back at All was going to beat Rita Fine last time, even if she had a perfect trip. But I do think she would have been closer. And the fact of the matter is, now this is her 3rd start. She has every right to continue to improve.
For Familiar Silks, West Point Thoroughbreds, who, of course, will be on pins and needles with one of the great horses we have seen in a long time. Flightline getting set to go in the Breeders' Cup Classic later on this Saturday afternoon. What's been, been such a tremendous steady climb for West Point as an ownership group. They've brought so many new people into this game. And to have a horse like that for Terry Finley and company, it's got to be really special.
Generational kind of talent. I don't like to compare horses from different eras. I want to appreciate them for their own greatness. He's as good as any horse I've ever seen. And he transports me back to that 10-year-old me in the 70s, watching the great horses of the 70s, dreaming about being a part of this game. And when a horse can do that to you, that's special.
We're hoping for more fireworks to come in the Classic later today with Flightline. They load up Stuart Manor 6 furlongs here in the outer turf starts this late pick 4, Redefined, all the way down to 3-5 on the board now from that outside post for the Dutrow barn, Jose Lezcano. Keep your eyes on Lezcano early and see what kind of trip he works out with the favorite there stepping in. Let's go to John Imbrial.
And they're off, folks, steadying after the start there. Number 4, Hurricane Debbie, and she trails the field. From the inside post, it is Moon Age Daydream out for the early lead. Don't look back at all. Runs in second. Dulcie is on the outside in third. Rescinto Rampere looks to split horses. Down at the rail is Georgie's Spirit. And then we come back to Showgirl Lynn B. And on the outside, it is Redefined. After the slow start, Hurricane Debbie is way behind the field. The quarter in 22-1. Moon Age Daydream, 3/4 of a length. Don't Look Back at All runs in second. Dulcia on the outside is in third. Georgie Spirit down at the rail next in fourth, followed by Rescinto Rampere. On the extreme outside is Redefined. Half mile 44 3, and they are in the stretch. It is Moon Age Daydream. Redefined is rallying out in the middle of the course. Here comes Redefined up to challenge Moon Age Daydream. Moon Age Daydream and Redefined. Georgie Spirit is in third. It is Redefined on the outside. Moon Age Daydream, a tough customer here, and she's gonna win it. Moon Age Daydream by a length at odds of 14-1 under Ray Lou Gutierrez.
Bowie fans cashing in. Moon Age Daydream. Wow, Redefined came right up to her. Looked like she was poised to roll right on by. This filly digs in and scores the upset at 14-1.
Did not want to get past the Jorge Abreu runner, who showed more speed this time from the inside. Ray Lou Gutierrez saying, I'm not taking any chances. You're going to have to come catch me. More of a closing style last time. It looked like Redefined was going to roll right on by here, right? She just had all the momentum. Now, I'm going to be curious to see a head-on. I mean, I don't think it was much, but I think he did come out to him. Just kind of fought off the late challenge of Redefined.
Oh, that is a big upset. 16-1, 14-1. Back-to-back to start off this late pick 5 on our Saturday card. We're going to get a look at this head-on here and see if there was anything down the stretch.
Ray Lou Gutierrez, kid that grew up at Finger Lakes. Father was a trainer there. Uncle is a jockey. Has been traveling around. Jose Santos Jr., his agent, ships them all over, and they saw an opportunity to come to New York. Nothing came out to him, but didn't even make contact. I mean, that's what I want people to look at and understand is race riding. Coming out to meet a challenge, but not going so far where you make contact. He did that perfectly. He rode that fine line absolutely perfect.
At this point, Lezcano on the 8 outside. It looks like game over here. She is not able to find more. Moon Age Daydream is to skirt away for the victory.
You know, it feels like Redefined might have a little bit of a short run. And when she got there, because even then the 2-horse, Georgie Spirit, was getting back to her late as well.
There's a look at Jorge Abreu. Terrific trainer. Still early on in his career. Winning for owner Chris Larson here, and is coming off a maiden win. Stakes debut, beating a very nice horse. But these 2-year-olds, they can improve so much start to start.
They change, they're developing physically. They're figuring out the game mentally. They're just like kids going to school. Some kids are a little bit more precocious and they have it a little more together. But I like to say it, and I mean it, the best athlete starting high school, not always the best athlete finishing high school. Other kids catch up and they develop and they change. This filly, certainly, this was a big step forward for her. And listen, I love the fact that she showed that turn of foot last time to win from off the pace, and today she showed speed and got it done.
Did not expect, if you liked her, you didn't expect that was going to be the way she was going to do it. 14-1. Moon Age Daydream now back-to-back victories, and very few, I would think, are still alive in this late pick 5. We got a long way to go here, 3 legs.
Yeah, that one certainly, took, I think, some deep diving to come up with, particularly the way she won it. I could have seen if maybe she settled in there and came with that furious finish she did last time, but you love to see the versatility.
Meanwhile, talk about respect for a barn. This is the Breeders' Cup we're talking about, one of the most wide-open races every single year on championship weekend. And Charlie Appleby in Modern Games, who, of course, was the winner of the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf last year, at one point was even money. 6-5 favorite right now, the respect he's being shown.
Well, I think people are looking at that Woodbine Mile where he beat Ivor, who we both believe is a live long shot, right?
Hugely live.
Yeah. That was a huge effort from him in the way he powered home there. But Ivor made a big shot, took a big shot at him, and now Modern Games has had to ship back and forth to England. Is that going to take a little bit of a toll on him?
And he didn't repeat that effort when he went back to Ascot as well.
He ran terrific at Ascot. I mean,
no, I'm saying he didn't run as good as he did at Woodbine.
Well, no, but he didn't catch the same kind of ground. I mean, he still ran well, though. I mean, I don't think you can knock the effort at all.
He came back to earth a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, he was beaten there, and before that, he was second to Baid. I think there's some interesting. You got to use him. I think Shrill Spite at 47-1 is a horse that you got to take a long look at. Look at his the last time he was at Keeneland was the best race of his life in the Maker's Mark Mile this past spring.
You'll see if, maybe a horse for course. We shall see. Was no match for Modern Games Woodbine Mile, but again, what happens at Woodbine doesn't necessarily translate here in the States. As we take a look at Annapolis, who really upped his game when he tackled older company for the first time. And he did this on this Keeneland turf course as well when he beat the likes of Ivar and Order of Australia.
Yeah, and he's been steadily improving his game, and they figured out that he wants to be a miler type for sure. And I love the fact that he runs in those colors of Avatar, a horse that won the Preakness in 1975. Was it the Preakness or the Belmont? I forget, but he won one of the classics.
And he did that, sitting off the pace a little bit, but a horse who can be forward, and there is very little pace in this race.
Well, I think, if a horse like Beyond Brilliant goes to the lead for John Sheriffs and Victor Espinoza, he's stalking. He's laying in that perfect spot. So being tactical, having speed to make your trip, get your position, but then if nobody goes, you can make the running. That makes a horse doubly dangerous because they're going to use themselves the way the rider wants them to use himself.
Europeans have been doing pretty good in the turf races to this point. Kinross comes into this race. Frankie Dettori will ride, having won 4 in a row, including back-to-back Group 1s, with a win over Malavath, who's going to be in this race as well. This was a start two back, Grade 1, Prix de la Forêt at Longchamp. This horse on quite a roll right now.
Yeah, I mean, he's in raging form, 4 for 7 on the year. Frankie Dettori's been on for his last 4 victories. And he's another horse that he's not going to be slow. He's got to work out a trip, though, from that post. I mean, he is drawn a bit wide. But I tell you, I've been impressed with how clean the races have been at Breeders' Cup into the first turns, particularly the turf races. It's been a lot of responsible riding. You're not seeing that reckless crush, it's a big race, we're just going to, anything goes. Guys have been really conscious of where they're at and taking care of each other a little bit. Now, I said that we'll probably get bumper cars, but I've been really admiring and appreciating the riding I've been seeing at Breeders' Cup over the last 2 days.
And look, don't let the outside post scare you away. We had a filly win this race from the far outside many years back. If you have the talent to do it and you get the right, it's all about getting the right trip in here.
Sure.
Domestic spending all the way on the outside, just about here. Post 14 for Chad Brown. He's trying to do this too off a layoff dating back to August of last year. And a horse who, is more of a distance horse, but he was training so sharp for Chad Brown. Said, I got to bring this horse back to the Breeders' Cup.
I mean, he's coming off, a better than a year layoff. Last time he was seen, he was beaten when Arlington Park was still running, right? Now that we didn't have Arlington Park this year. He was beating a neck going 1.25 miles in the Mr. D Grade 1. He's won the Manhattan, Hollywood Turf Cup. He's going to have to find a lot of breaks and a lot of gaps to win from out there, particularly off the layoff. I mean, we know Chad Brown's good at getting horses prepared, but this is Muhammad Ali taking on Joe Frazier off a 3.5-year layoff, basically. you got ring rust. And you're taking on the best.
He, more than anyone we know, stateside, has them ready to fire their absolute best off the bat. I don't know if I'm so much concerned about that, but the post, it just adds up. The layoff, the post, the field he's facing. By the way, 6 perfections, the Breeders' Cup Mile winner I was thinking about, who had that far outside post and won against the boys.
Yes, and Lohr going further back at Gulfstream, but he just went to the lead. He blitzed them, but shaved half the field getting there. But the post, the layoff, the competition, I'm appreciative of domestic spending. I'd just be surprised if we could overcome so much.
I believe 8-1 right now. Make it 10-1 on domestic spending. Last race came August of last summer. Moon Age Daydream, 14-1 in the Stewart Manor. Jorge Abreu, owned by Chris Larson. Raylu Gutierrez aboard for the victory. Back-to-back wins now and a stakes victory to boot here at $30 for the win. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
Joined by winning jockey Raylu Gutierrez, Moon Age Daydream. The first time this filly has been on the lead. Tell me a little bit about the thought process and the tactics today.
Well, coming to New York, I always hear David, Andy, and Stabile say you got to be aggressive here. You got to stay aggressive. But now, looking at the form, she broke really sharp last time with Flavian. He took her back a little bit, rated her. She finished strong. There was a bit of a lack of pace today, and I knew to beat Tony Dutrow and Lascano, I'd probably have to get away from them a little bit earlier. So she broke good. No one really wanted it, so I just took it coming from the rail post, and TT had her ready today. I mean, I'm so thankful for him and his team.
And Redefined, Tony Dutrow's filly, came alongside you, but your filly dug in really gamely in the stretch.
Yeah, I took a peek under my elbow and saw right there, and Lascano's a strong finisher too. So it was actually the best thing for me because I feel like my filly was waiting for somebody, and she got there, kicked on again. So it was thanks, Jose.
How's it feel coming back here to New York and just getting right into the winner's circle in a stake?
This is home, and it's personal always, and there's nothing like Aqueduct. You got to thank Naira. They had a whole meet here already, and this turf course looks really great. So that's credit to the team here, and it's personal in New York. It means a lot, and I've been getting at Jose to please get me at New York more often if possible. So I'm really grateful, and I'm so happy to see everyone. I'm always smiling. Beautiful November day. It's great.
Jose Santos, your agent, of course. Congratulations at Raylu. Terrific ride.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And Andy would be proud, I'm sure. Raylu Gutierrez, wire to wire, Craig.
Such a positive young man. Good to see Raylu with a victory here. And look at this start to the late pick 5-2 $30 horses.
And the parade of long shots continues here at Aqueduct. And I remember when Andy was riding, he was very aggressive. He put horses in that forward position. So Raylu really is doing the right thing, getting advice about riding from Andy. Sorry.
Malathought. Nest, we're going to look ahead to that distaff coming up in a moment after a break. Allowance race we have on tap next here in New York. And 6.5 furlongs, this entry-level allowance race here. Chad Brown figures with Watasha, reggae music man as well. Stablemates ready to do battle in the distaff. Malathought, last year's Oaks winner, and the queen of the 3-year-old filly division. Nest, ready to go head-to-head. We'll be back.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security, he smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
McLean's Music, I mean, faster than horses are built to go.
Into the turn they go, and McLean's Music has the advantage.
I mean, he is. It's just plain and simple.
And now it's McLean's Music finding more. McLean's Music opening up through the lane. 4, 5, going to be 6 by the time he hits the wire. Very, very impressive out debut here by McLean's Music.
You know, 1 start and 114 buyer.
Unofficial result, winner number 6, McLean's Music.
Unfortunately, an injury would end the racing career of McLean's Music after just one breathtaking race.
Easy to define. He's just faster than all other horses. His mother, Horse Music, was the same way. Stone Street and their unbelievable record of not risking anything. And then, you know, John Sakura stepping up and giving him the stallion opportunity that he deserved. Could not possibly give people more credit than how they've handled the horse and what they've accomplished with him.
McLean's Music just it means so much to me. It's the first horse I did with Barbara Banke. I always say about soundness, you know, if a horse has an unfortunate injury, then I don't think that reflects soundness or unsoundness. You know, it can be. Somebody can pull out of nowhere and hit your car. Doesn't make you a bad driver. Remarkable horse, did it on his own. Very proud of him.
Fortunately, a decade later, McLean's Music's progeny, like Jackie's Warrior, is exhibiting that same brilliance he showed on the track.
We have Jackie's Warrior because he was a son of McLean's Music, and knowing that brilliance was there and trying to get a chance to do it again.
And Jackie's Warrior remains undefeated here at Saratoga, and he wins an unprecedented Grade 1 stakes at the Spa for the 3rd straight season. Returning now is number 4, Jackie's Warrior, a 4-year-old bay colt by McLean's Music.
Watching continuing live coverage of America's Day at the Races on FS2 and SNY. Thanks for being with us on this Saturday afternoon. It's brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. As we continue on our Saturday card here in New York, this 8th race, 6.5 furlongs, entry-level allowance race coming up. Letty, Life Changer, Watasha, Reggae Music Man. You can make a case for just about all those runners. You had mentioned Reggae Music Man earlier, equipment change. Narrow second in a stake at Saratoga this summer to, what do you think now, who at one point earlier this year thought he was going to become a superstar sprinter.
Yeah, absolutely. And he ran well here the other day again. What do you think now? Showed high speed. And, you know, he was good then, and he was Hickory. Reggae Music Man takes the blinkers off. Pat Reynolds, old school horseman, knows how to get it done. Horse is tactical. There's a lot to like about Reggae Music Man.
We'll have more in this field, including the post parade, when we come back. Juvenile races, of course, in the books from Future Stars Friday. And some horses we got to see up at the spot, Saratoga, this summer. Forte, one of the big upsets with Cave Rock unable to get to him, and Wonder Wheeled finding different tactics to do it after winning the Alcibiades Gate to Wire.
War Dancer. The momentum continues with recent stakes winners on turf and dirt. Dancing Buck going wire to wire in the Grade 3 Belmont Turf.
Dancing Buck has opened up on the field. It is Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
And 2-year-old filly War Saichi with a wire-to-wire win in the Ladyfinger Stakes.
War Saichi asserted her authority immediately out of the starting gate, and she has not relinquished the lead.
War Dancer, the #1 third crop turf sire in North America. Proud to stand in New York.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. On the track, his recent top runners include these star performers.
It's Midnight Memories who takes the lead.
Midnight Memories, much the best in the Zenyatta. Scores by 3.5.
Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Thanks for being with us on the Saturday card in South Ozone Park here on America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Race 8 on the main track, 6.5 furlong sprint. First allowance condition. And as the board reflects, several ways, Mig, to go in here.
Yeah, I think it's a very wide open race, very competitive. Looks like there's ample enough speed side nod. Reggae Music Man takes the blinkers off, shown the ability to come from off the pace, but yeah, there is speed signed on here. I wonder the kind of trip a few of these runners will get, particularly like Life Changer, who seems to do his best running when he's involved.
Back to Lexington and the Breeders' Cup Mile. Talked about all that respect the betting public was showing trainer Charlie Appleby with very good reason. Doing it again, Modern Games. Seemed like had a lot of work to do mid-stretch. Does not matter. Wins again for Godolphin and Charlie Appleby.
He got shuffled a bit right out of the gate there about the first 50 yards, but William Buick, who's just been riding so well, was able to then kind of get his position into that first turn. He's just too wide. And you could see he had a lot of horse. He was going to work his way to the outside. And these horses just finished. They have so much turn of foot. He got him in the clear here. And this is a horse that has shown a propensity for racing in North America. His win last year in the juvenile turf. His win at Woodbine. Now this run here, shipping back and forth across the Atlantic. And he was a short price favorite. Where your value came was in Trill Spite, the horse that I talked about from Woodbine, 55-1, getting his nose down for second. That exacta came back $89.
Wins by a length here under William Buick, and here's a closer look at the trip between horses right now. Really finds that turn of foot and just turns it on and finds another gear than anybody else in this race.
You know, and he actually was able to work his way out a little bit quicker than Cheryl Spite was able to, and kind of got first run, and with his turn of foot, he got it done. Good race. Look at Ivers in there fighting. He hit the front about 1/16 of a mile from home, but couldn't hold off Modern Game. And all the horses coming out of that Woodbine race were kind of bunched up, you know, right there, weren't they?
Last year's Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf winner. And now he goes back-to-back. And Charlie Appleby, I mean, it's just ridiculous what he is doing on the biggest stage.
And consistently. Just brings them here. They're ready to run. And you think about how this horse has traveled. I mean, it's just remarkable in that way he's held his form.
Bad news for everyone lining up at the turf. He's got Nation's Pride and Rebels Romance, who's undefeated, by the way, on the turf. 2 shots at that coming up later on in the 10th. $4.76 for Modern Games. Cheryl Spike Kinross, second and third. He was much the best, though.
He was. Yeah, absolutely.
Let's look back to yesterday in the juvenile races and leading contenders now in the clubhouse for next year's Kentucky Oaks. And, of course, the Kentucky Derby, Breeders' Cup Juvenile. So much talk about Cave Rock. It's Forte who gets the win here, is 4th in a row.
Well, styles make races. Cave Rock broke okay, was hustled along a little bit, and then he got kind of keen. You know, pace makes the race. They went 22 and change for 2-year-olds going 2 turns. And Forte has shown that he'll settle and he'll come with a run. He takes kickback. He had a race over the track. You know, I think that's important to note. And he was able to come with that finish. Now, keep an eye on them when they turn for home, Greg. I just thought Cave Rock got a little bit disjointed here. You see he's going to hang on to his left lead, lugs in a little bit. Kind of reminiscent of his work 3 back at Santa Anita. He just looked like he got discombobulated a little bit. Here, Forte already got to his right lead, was straight as a string, a bit more professional. Cave Rock finally gets over his right lead, but the race is over. It's decided. Forte had momentum and did things more professionally and got it done.
Another closer look here. Excuse me, third win in a row. I have the updated past performances here, but he moves forward off, 2 big races, but a 100 Beyer speed figure for this win.
Look at the way he's traveling in behind horses. For a 2-year-old to be this professional, he's kind. He's not, pulling. He's off the bridle. He's not climbing from the kickback. He's just happy to content to be in that position and wait on Irad Ortiz to ask him for his best. And Irad was patient. Again, there was enough pace on. I think Cave Rock's a very good horse, but I think that he's going to have to get a little bit more professional and also maybe learn to settle just a little bit more. Right there, he saw his spot. You could see when Irad said, okay, now I've got the place to go. He saw that the horse in the purple, they were starting to stop a little bit. Let me go forward before that hole closes. And now he gets out in the clear and he's got all the momentum. And Cave Rock, had to deal with some pace pressure early, didn't settle as much. And you're going to see he's going to come off the turn and immediately, right here, he's going to get right to his right lead, where Cave Rock's still kind of sideways, hanging on his left lead, lugging in a little bit. Ryder's having to correct him. Finally gets over his right lead, but the race is basically decided by that point.
So it's Forte, multiple Grade 1 winner, and this should seal a championship for him. Todd Pletcher, Mike Rapoli, Vinny Viola, St. Elias Stable, they team up here with his Son of Violence. Moving forward for him. Do you see a horse? Oh, we have no idea. But from what you saw, the way he moves, more ground the better?
I don't think distance will ever be an issue for this horse. For the sheer reason that the way he moves, his efficiency of stride, but also from a mental standpoint, he's so relaxed, he's so shut off that he's going to maximize his stamina. He's not going to get keen or get in a position where he's going to use himself too much. It's so important with young horses.
That was the most impressive part about that win. Meanwhile, Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Wonder Wheel looked very good winning the Alcibiades, but hard to think that Chop Chop didn't run the better race. Wonder Wheel got to do it on her own on the front end of the Alcibiades. This time, she sits from well off the pace for the win.
Well, you love the fact that she changed up her style, different tactics this time, where she took the kickback, she sat in there, where she showed all that speed the time before. Chop Chop wound up, well back and just honestly didn't run. Chocolate Gelato made a little bit of run and she stopped. But how about this ride by Tyler Gaffleone? Finding that seam, was able to save all that ground and tip out into the stretch, get out of that kickback. And the fact that she showed that she could employ a different style and get it done, and this was much more impressive the way she finished here. This was an outstanding performance by both horse and rider.
Huge win for Tyler Gaffleone, and I know you're so high on him. You talk about his talent all the time. He was 0 for 34 coming into the Breeders' Cup before this performance. So how good does that feel as a rider to get that weight off your shoulder?
Oh, of course, you get that monkey off of your back, sure, but also delivering a ride like this as well, where you really contributed to it. Now listen, he had a lot of filly on him. This is a really good filly, and again, showing that ability to take the kickback, find her way through tight quarters, and kick on. And Mark Cassie, her Hall of Fame conditioner, had talked about her last year, comparing her to some of the best 2-year-olds he had ever trained before. She hit the front, and you can see the jubilation. There you go, right there. Now, he had won on the big stage before. He won a Preakness. He's won Grade 1s, but now he got the Breeders' Cup weight off of his back. He's got that done.
Big moment for him.
And then he followed it up today with another Breeders' Cup win.
Got married earlier this year, right before the Saratoga meet. Now he gets his first Breeders' Cup win. Things are starting to fall into place.
I would say that, yeah, life is looking sweet for Tyler Gaffleone.
Nice victory. And for Wonder Wheel, she reportedly had been training huge coming into this spot as well.
And nice to see DJ stable, too. Len and John Green, they put so much into the game and they really enjoy it, get it done.
Take a look at all of Friday's winners. Mischief Magic winning early on. Charlie Appleby again. It's just repeat. Whenever he has anything lining up on the biggest stage, you got to pay extra attention. Keep in mind, he's got 2 in the turf still to come. With more on what took place on Friday, let's check in with Acacia.
Well, we saw yesterday in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf that once again the Euros dominated, with Aidan O'Brien picking up his then 15th win in the Breeders' Cup. He made it 16 earlier on today, with Tuesday winning the filly and mare turf. But as we saw, Victoria Road over Silver Knot, I thought as you saw William Buick and Ryan Moore with these rides, just absolutely terrific. And as the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf was right after we had finished our show, I went back to my office and watched it as I was prepping for today, and just looking up and seeing Victoria Road on the track. This horse had framed himself up so beautifully, with touting, and what a terrific ride, and finishing so strong. Such an effort, and that photo absolutely tremendous. I thought once again we just saw the dominance of the Europeans in the turf races in the Breeders' Cup, but I've become a fan of Victoria Road and the valiant effort from both of the top two finishers in that Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. We'll see if the European turf dominance does continue with the Breeders' Cup Turf. Still to come, Greg.
And that filly down on the inside, that's how close it was to another Charlie Appleby win. Silver Knot, a really tough trip in that very narrow defeat. Might have been best in that race.
And he lost, I mean, he got all of the bob at the end. It almost looked like he got his nose back on the line first, but Victoria Road worked out that inside-out trip with Ryan Moore. I tell you, very impressed with the riding of so many riders on the Breeders' Cup 2 days, but you've got to really look at Ryan Moore and William Buick as the two best riders from Europe. And William Buick is such a strong finisher. I really enjoyed watching all these guys ride.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. We have the 8th still ahead here for this Saturday card at Aqueduct, and there is Chad Brown's Watasha. Manny Franco getting the call, owned by Peter Brandt. Dominant win last time out to break his maiden. Won gate to wire by 5 lengths, and now will tackle winners for the first time coming up.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance of ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit ihdvstallions.com to book your mare today.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on a gorgeous Saturday here in South Ozone Park at the Big A, New York City's racetrack here at Aqueduct. And we're going to be spring on the dirt coming up in a competitive first allowance condition where the public's still a little unsure of where to wind up in this spot. Right now it's the 3 Letty who is favored. Letty's going to have the rail, the 3, coming off a convincing victory for $50,000 starter allowance last start.
It puts back-to-back wins together. Was claimed for 25. I don't feel this horse as your favorite. I think there's other ways to go. Well, listen, Reggae Music Man and he are both 3-1. Letty slight favorite at the moment.
It's going to be post 4 for Ryan's Cat, the 1, Trevor McCarthy.
Certainly has races on his past performances that would make him tough here, and those races did come at Aqueduct.
American Gentleman, the other half of that entry. Nabokov beat him last out.
Yeah, gets the outside, and he'll be probably more of a closing type here.
Nabokov, talented runner, is going to run tomorrow on the card. Here is Letty, the favorite, in Jose Lizcano, Linda Rice.
Yeah, he's coming off a couple big efforts, but he's got the inside post. He's going to have to work out a trip.
Big look to Life Changer, who just missed last start at this level.
Could turn out to be the speed of the speed here. I mean, he's quick and he's drawn towards the inside.
Judge Davis, 14-1, Nick Juarez.
I thought enough of this horse last year to have him in the Nashua and the Rempson. Came back at Laurel, shook off the ring rust. Hall of Famer Shug McGahee.
He was third in the Nashua on the Derby Trail. Watasha, dominant maiden win for Chad Brown last start.
Yeah, and listen, he ran big here. I just feel like he's facing more seasoned rivals, and he's going to have to take a big step forward.
James Bond Barnes sending out Jester's Song. Heeman Harkey had a win earlier.
Heeman Harkey, underrated, rode this horse earlier in his career. Horse has never run a bad race.
And Reggae Music Man, blinkers coming out of a tough, well, really a few tough races. New York Traffic, what do you think now? St. Selby, Montauk Daddy, it's a stout group.
I like the blinkers coming off, and how about the strong work tab he's bringing into this since the freshening from August in Saratoga.
Yeah, he is working lights out, bullet drill after bullet drill. He gets 7-2 right now in Reggae Music Man. You can play this race and all the action, including the Breeders' Cup, by getting signed up and started with Naira Bets. $25 free bet bonus plus that $200 deposit sign-up match with that code CUP25 at NairaBets.com. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. So here's a look at Watasha. Took a little bit of time to figure things out. Debut did not go well, was a beaten favorite all the way back in July of last summer. Saratoga tried the turf next start, coming back as a 3-year-old, put it all together last start.
Yeah, he did. I mean, he took money on debut on the dirt as a 2-year-old, came back on the turf, took money on the turf, and then comes back again on the dirt and got it done and was impressive enough. He beat a field of maidens and he looked good doing it. Just feel like there's more seasoned horses in here that I would prefer to lean on.
So 4-1 Watasha, and certainly giving up, an experience edge in this spot. And the way he did it too. I mean, he was forward, basically took command early and had the lead in that race. There's some other quick runners in this race. He might get to do that. Certainly not as comfortable as he did last time today as we look at the 8 Reggae Music Man.
Yeah, with Paco Lopez aboard here. A good run from him in the John Morrissey, ridden by Jose Gomez that day, the apprentice in a stake. Don't get the benefit of the weight in the brakes. And he put in a real nice run to be second best to what do you think now? I like the blinkers coming off. I like the outside post for him. And I love the work tab coming in here. It's just, obviously, he's picked up the tempo of his works. Maybe the freshening is all he really needed to do. But this was a big run from him against a very accomplished kind of horse. And what do you think now?
And yeah, he is rolling in the morning. You got to assume it's with that equipment change, too. For more, let's go to Acacia.
And I do think it's interesting with the blinkers coming off for Reggae Music Man because he has shown some speed in the past. I agree. I like the work tab. He looks incredibly fit here coming in off a bit of a freshening since that John Morrissey try behind. What do you think now? And we haven't seen him in a couple months, and sometimes horses that have just had a consistent campaign as he went all the way through from January, running consistently, having a little bit of a break, they tend to do well and flourish coming back. He's always the type of horse that can get a little bit hot prior to his races. He's doing okay today, though. I actually really liked what I saw from him. He wasn't getting too keyed up, and maybe with those blinkers off, it just takes the edge off a little bit too. Maybe with the blinkers, it made him just a little bit too sharp, maybe a little too tough to handle. I love what I've seen from this horse out on the racetrack. The number 3, Letty, co-favorite still. Yes, it was an impressive win last time out. The winner, the second place finisher, did come back to win with a 70 Beyer speed figure, which was lower than that 83 that Letty did get. Yes, it was a big effort, and he's been in good form, and it was a good claim from Linda Rice. I do think that this is some deeper competition that he meets in here today. He's been very professional, though. He's really, really strong. The front wraps do go on for the first time, second off the claim. Linda does run quite a few of her horses in the front wrap, so I'm not too concerned about that. Just something that I noticed, especially if you are trying to maybe be a little hesitant of some of the shorter price runners in here. The number 4, Life Changer, I agree with Richie. I think could be the speed of the speed. This horse is so fit, coming in off of a second behind Steinbeck that I thought was actually a very good race for him. I know it's an extra half furlong only, but I like him getting a touch more ground. I'd written that in the past that my favorite distance for this horse is 7 furlongs. So getting just a little bit more distance to work with in here today. He's quick, he warmed up nicely, looks the part in here today, and Jose Gomez always tends to give his horses a nice warm-up out on the track, which I do appreciate. Finally, the number 6, Watasha. He's been tough to keep on the racetrack. He's not a turf horse. And I remember when he tried that turf race at Gulfstream going 2 turns, I wrote that he looks like a 1-turn dirt horse. And that has been the key to success for him. He also looks like he is a little bit more tucked up, a little bit more fit today. Second off of the layoff and off the back of that big win. This is the right spot to move forward, but I do think that he's meeting some tough competition today. He had a lovely warm-up, very eager out on the track. He seems to be doing well right now. Let's see if he can keep that good momentum going now that he's running back-to-back races together. Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. 3-1 favorite has become Reggae Music Man in here. It has changed quite a bit. Several have held the mantle of favorite.
What a wide open board. You know, the entry's 9-2. The 3 and 4 are 7-2. The 6 is 7-2. The 8's 3-1. This is a competitive heat.
Usually when that's the case and you see that and just about everyone's been given a chance, you don't want to throw out those other 2 as well at a big number because it means almost anybody can win it.
Particularly today, where we've seen a steady string of big-priced horses, right?
This is Life Changer. John Terranova, who was a winner 2 back at Saratoga going 7/8 and followed up with another big effort to just miss against Steinbeck.
Yeah, and it looked like, you know, he was getting the Steinbeck slowly but surely. Again, not one of those things. It looked like when he sifted away from that horse a little bit out to the clear, that's when he kind of dropped his head and came with a run. Life Changer's consistent. He shows up, runs good. I like Jose Gomez, you know, being aboard, 5 pounds, breaking the weights with an apprentice jockey who I think has just been riding tremendously. He, unfortunate earlier today, he got disqualified in a turf race. Horse lugged in a little bit. I thought he should have reacted a little quicker, but he's still young. He's going to make some mistakes.
Well, there's those Peter Brandt silks in the background. Forest green with the light green. Manny Franco getting a lot of work for the Chad Brown barn, especially this weekend, but really all year long. He has been really one of the main guys who's got a lot of opportunities for that barn, and he's delivered.
Absolutely. He's worked his way well into that rotation, if you will. And think about, like, the trainer's the director. You know, Quentin Tarantino, his go-to guy is like Leonardo DiCaprio, right? He's working his way to Leonardo DiCaprio territory.
Getting close. And Flavian Pratt has made the announcement he's for the winter is moving back to the West Coast. So that's going to open a lot more opportunities for someone like Manny Franco.
Yeah, I'm sure, though, we'll see Flavian back here next spring. I think he
will be back next spring.
Found a nice little...
But in the short term.
Yeah, but found a nice little niche routine, if you will.
We're set. Race 8, 6.5 furlongs. Let's go upstairs to John Imbrial.
They're all in. And they're off, and it is American Gentleman from the outside out for the lead. Life Changer is now moving up. Ryan's Cat is there and gaining ground, and moving up is a Reggae Music Man. Life Changer, Reggae Music Man, and those two are now on even terms. And just in behind is Ryan's Cat in third. And then comes Letty, who is down at the rail. American Gentleman on the outside. At the back of the pack are the trio of Judge Davis, Watasha, and Jester's Song. Steadying there at the back, Judge Davis. The quarter 22 and 4. Life Changer leads by a head. Reggae Music Man on the outside in second, with American Gentleman just off of them in third. Ryan's Cat down at the rail in fourth. Watasha is on the move, but will be forced wide as they come into the stretch. Jester's Song is next. Now they head for home, the half mile in 46 seconds. Here is American Gentleman on the far outside. Ryan's Cat, the entry mate, looking to come on through in between horses. Reggae Music Man continues to battle on with Life Changer down at the rail. And then it is Watasha, a 16th out. It is American Gentleman. Here comes Ryan's Cat towards the rail. American Gentleman with the lead. Ryan's Cat. And the entry does run 1-2. American Gentleman over Ryan's Cat. Close for third between Life Changer and Reggae Music Man.
Well, you're screaming right now. This horse was not part of an entry. I don't know what price this horse would have been.
I tell you what, he exploded out of the gate. What a good start for him. And then he settled just off the duel of Life Changer, who was committed on the inside. Reggae Music Man taking it to him every step of the way. Kendrick Carmouche delivered a nice ride here. Outside, clear, stayed away from him. You see that unusual white marking on the inside portion of his left leg. And his entry mate, the one, Ryan's Cat, rallied gamely, splitting horses late with Trevor McCarthy to get up for second.
10-12 to 1 maybe at least if he wasn't part of an entry?
Yeah, you got to think he was at least 10-12 to 1 here.
But goes off at 5 to 1, paired up here with Ryan's Cat. And Kendrick Carmouche, Gustavo Rodriguez, owns part of this 4-year-old son of American Pharaoh, the Triple Crown champ as well. Just 2 for 21 coming in.
Yeah, but you know, when a horse breaks that sharply, they're usually signaling that they're good. I mean, because he really broke sharp, and then he settled nicely just off of them. And there's that white marking I was talking about, just kind of unusual marking caught my eye. Kendrick Carmouche delivering a nice ride here.
We'll have the prices coming up. 5 to 1 in here. Pick 5 to this point. 16 to 1, 14 to 1, 5 to 1. This has been tough to come up with. Still 2 legs to go that are not easy at all. Let's go back to Lexington. Grade 1 distaff up next. Showdown between the stablemates, Malathot, Nest. And it is Nest, who I think most of us expected to be the favorite. She was the morning line favorite. Moments ago, I mean, she was even money, 7 to 5. She is a heavy favorite right now. 3-year-old tackling older company, who she handled older company, not the likes of what she's going to face today in the Beldame pretty easily.
Look, she's been in raging form ever since the Belmont Stakes, in which she was great in the Belmont. She just keeps taking it to another level. And Todd Pletcher, her conditioner, talked about how she flourished out of that 1.5-mile race against the boys. And that just speaks to her constitution, just what a strong filly she is. I think she's got her hands full of Malathot. I'm surprised they're not a little bit closer in the wagering.
I am as well. It's getting a little closer now. Malathot, of course, last year's Kentucky Oaks winner. They just worked heads up as well. And Malathot outworked her a touch.
Yeah, I'm not going to put a lot in it because they're trying to stay together. It's an exercise, and they're using each other to get to their optimum fitness. Like sparring, probably not trying to knock the other person out. You're just trying to gain conditioning and work on tactics.
This was the Ogden Phipps and that insane pace. In the end, it went to Clairiere, who would get the better of Malathot again in the Chuvie.
Yeah, and this was the last start for Malathot without the addition of blinkers. And I had always thought blinkers were going to make her better. Now, Clairiere was very good, and Clairiere threw in a bad race in the Purse Lansing when she was fractious at the gate and she banged her head. And so maybe she can rebound as well. But the next start, when they added blinkers, I was disappointed. I said, Malathot didn't really respond to the blinkers the way I thought she would. Then it was reported that she just wasn't herself. She was a bit dull. Personal Ensign saw the Malathot I thought I'd see with the blinkers, helped Johnny Velasquez more into the bridle. And then a race over the track, the Spinster, and drew away.
Meanwhile, Personal Ensign, 1.1 miles, Saratoga Grade 1. This were Malathot search results. It's like a repeat of the Kentucky Oaks from the year before. And you watch this race, and this makes you think, you look at the board and what's happening right now. To get 10-1 on search results, I realize Malathot beats her here, barely beat her again in the Oaks last year. That is a crazy price on search results.
Yeah, I agree. Way too big a price on search results. But I will say this, Malathot has been a mare throughout her career, has usually done just enough to win. So I'm not sure that the margin in victory is indicative of just how much Malathot might be better than search results.
Still, it shouldn't be 5-2, 10-1.
No, I'm 100% agreeing with that. 10-1 is way too big a price on search results.
But yeah, she has had her number, hasn't she, Malathot? And she has been that kind of filly who just does what's needed for the most part to get by the competition, and usually it's good enough. Although she did dominate in the Spinster, but that was a little bit softer company than she's used to taking on.
It was softer company, but I also think that kind of signals just how good she is at the moment. That she drew off so impressively in the Spinster. And we saw Wonder Wheel. We saw Forte horses yesterday in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies and Juvenile Colts that had races over the track and came back with big wins. I like the fact that Malathot has the Spinster over the track.
She's 3 for 3 on the track at Keeneland, and she always brings her race. Even when Todd Pletcher said she wasn't herself in the paddock at the Chuvie this summer at Saratoga, she still ran and showed up.
She ran. Again, I was a little disappointed with that effort just because I didn't see her grabbing Johnny and carrying him. Always having a kind of reminder, keep her mind in the game. Her last 2 starts with the blinkers, she was carrying Johnny Velasquez more into the race, and it just helps the rider so much to gauge how much horse you have underneath you, when you should start your run, and that kind of stuff.
So much talk about these two. Even Society talk about it. She's completely changed her career. Her last 2 starts, Charlestown and Parks, for what that's worth. Can that translate here on the biggest stage? Everyone's sort of forgetting, it seems like, about Clairiere. And that last race truly was a race you put a line through because she was so fractious in the gate.
She was, and you really don't know how much it affects them when they bang their head like that. Maybe they knock a tooth out. And she had been so settled before that, and she had been in such great form before that, to get beat 9.5 lengths against fillies that she had been right there with or beating. You've got to think there were excuses there.
Chance, though, certainly early on in this race for Society, Steve Asmussen's other filly in this race, Scott Clairiere as well, to steal this race on the front end.
I think a lot will depend on what Mario Gutierrez does with the 5 Awake at Midnight, who's the only other horse I think at times has shown enough speed that she could entertain her early. Search results will be close, but she doesn't want to be a front runner.
Distaff is up next on Championship Saturday. We have an intriguing storyline happening here in New York with how this late pick 5 has played out to this point. 16-1, 14-1, now a 5-1 upset. No favorites have won. If you were alive even at this point, going into the final 2 races, you've done a tremendous job of handicapping. This was the other part of the entry, American Gentleman. Kendra Carmouche, Gustavo Rodriguez teaming up for the win.
Yeah, worked out a nice trip. And again, this horse signaled that he was going to run well when he broke from the gate so quickly. We've seen that so much, even if it's a closer. When they leave the gate with run on their mind, it just signals that they're good on the day and they're focused. And then it gave Kendra Carmouche the luxury of just sitting off the duel that developed between Reggae Music Man and Life Changer. And Ryan's Cat was able to knife his way between horses late with Trevor McCarthy to get up for second.
Pick 3 tells you how tough this has been for the pick 5. $1,290 pick 3 to this point. That tells me we have a carryover in the pick 6. You would think. And you never know. We might have a rare carryover in a pick 5 to this point. This has not been easy to have.
Keep the excitement going from Breeders' Cup weekend into Sunday.
9th race on the turf at a mile, about distance of a mile for New York Breds. First allowance condition coming up. And the favorite right now, it is the 3-action Jackson, Jorge Abreu, Manny Franco, coming out of a stakes race last start against City Man.
Yeah, faced considerably tougher last time. City Man, Sanctuary City, Cold Hard Cash. This is quite a bit easier.
Another race, though. Look at those odds. Where do you go? Where do you try and narrow things down? Because to this point, it's been near impossible to do that. And if you're still alive to this point, you probably had to do it somewhere in one of these final 2 legs.
Yeah, I mean, and this is tough. I mean, you know, the interesting thing about this race, like I've always been a Mr. Kringle fan. You know, he's run some good races. I certainly think Excursion East put it together. He looked like a different horse last time than he had been previous. He finally broke his maiden. Agent Creed. I mean, it's just a really interesting race.
Yeah, Bricko for the Bond Barn's going to have the inside post. Had a very good Saratoga with that win at better than 9-1 odds. He has put together back-to-back very good races and has apprentice Jose Gomez aboard.
Again, Jose Gomez, you're stealing with 5 pounds with a young rider that's showing a maturity and, you know, a poise that usually comes later in a rider's career.
And then even if you do, whatever tickets are alive, you get through this race. I mean, we talked about race 10 on the turf again, 30,000 non-winners and 2 life race. I guess Timbuktu could win it, but that is, for Brad Cox, that horse is no cinch in there. There are a lot of ways to go in the finale.
A lot of ways to go in the finale. To me, this was the toughest handicapping conundrum of the day, and yet we've seen a procession of long shots throughout the card. We had a horse 57-1 win early in the card. It's been that kind of day here.
It has that feel like it's just going to continue on. It's been almost all day long. We've seen these upsets just come race after race after race. Of course, the big one still to come out in Lexington in the Breeders' Cup. And if there's any scenario where you see that horse getting beat, what would, in your mind, have to happen?
Well, barring anything unforeseen, you know, horses stumble out of the gate, things like barring anything like that, I think it would be if Life is Good goes and they starch each other. Because at some point, Flightline's got to go engage Life is Good. Life is Good's a good horse, quality horse. I don't believe this is going to be the case. I just think Flightline is the best of this group, one of the best horses I've ever seen. But that's the scenario. If he goes and engages Life is Good too soon while Life is Good is still fresh, things heat up drastically in the middle of the race. And then I think the biggest beneficiary, the most likely beneficiary of a scenario like that would be Epicenter.
He's got to do it, obviously. Got to show up. He's got to repeat. Well, he doesn't have to repeat what he did. That was out of this world. But where do you have to go back in history to find a horse that you think the way he's been could beat him?
Oh, I think, I put him in the same league as Spectacular Bid, who went 10 for 10 as a 4-year-old.
You have to go that far back, you think?
Yeah, to me.
It's coming up. Flightline putting that perfect record on the line in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Still to come in the showdown with Life is Good. Derby winner, Travers winner, but they're all chasing the horse who is ready for a liftoff once again. He has been training out of this world. The undefeated Flightline in the Classic's going to be the heavy favorite. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back right after this.
Consistently versatile with 25 Grade 1 winners on every surface from 6 furlongs to 1 1/4 miles all over the world.
Switzerland in the Dubai Golden Shaheen. Switzerland wins.
Churls Fight running on. Mason in front. Churls Fight on the outside. At the wire. Photo for the win.
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
All purpose, all places, all power. Speightstown.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Nairo Bets. Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
All right, everybody, welcome to Claiborne Farm. Claiborne Farm has been around since 1910. The tour is a backstage look at how we operate as a large-scale breeding farm. These are parts of the farm that have always been off limits to the public. You know, you would only see these barns and these horses up close if you worked out here. So it's been really exciting to open that to the public, to show that end of the industry and just spread that knowledge. You know, you take a group out, they get to scratch on a mare and foal, they think it's super cool, and hopefully create a lifelong fan. So our stallions stand from anywhere from $5,000 to $100,000. That is a stand and nurse guarantee. So that fee is not paid until the next year after the mare has had her baby, the foal stands, and everything is good. We have conceived 22 Kentucky Derby winners, 19 Preakness winners, 22 Belmont winners, and 29 Breeders' Cup winners. In addition to that, 6 of the 13 Triple Crown winners have been conceived in our breeding shed. So I'm always excited to, you know, spread the knowledge that I've had, share this passion for the breeding industry that I've had basically my entire life, and just spread the wealth. Basically, all of our tours are sold out. That's just absolutely fantastic. Sometimes we'll try to sneak in 1 or 2 extra people onto the trolley. It's a yearling colt field. Actually, this field is home of 2013 Kentucky Derby winner Orb, as well as Breeders' Cup Classic winner Flame. The cemetery is extremely popular. It's on both types of tours that we offer, so the trolley tour and the walking tour. People travel from all over the world to see Secretariat's grave. So it's really exciting to see people's reaction to seeing that. Secretariat, the 1973 Triple Crown winner. I just want to thank everybody for coming on this tour. This is a tour that we've been really excited about. We're really excited to open up this side of the operation to the public. I think Claiborne is just absolutely iconic when it comes to horse racing. I don't think you can think of horse racing without thinking of Secretariat and Claiborne Farm.
We are back on America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. On the grass, race 9, bout distance of a mile over the inner turf for this New York bred first allowance condition. And look at this board. No one knows where to go. Slight favorite, the 3 right now, Action Jackson for Jorge Abreu, coming out of that Ashley T. Cole Stakes race against a very accomplished City Man, who would be about a 1-5 favorite in this group.
Yes, City Man would be formidable here, wouldn't he?
Yes, he would. We'll have more in this race coming up in a moment. One of the many contenders, Bricko, for the Bond Barn, and it's a family affair for James Bond and company, his wife and 2 sons. They have a lot of success based in upstate New York at Saratoga. We see them win a lot of races at this spot. We'll be back right after this.
Racing for Home is the brainchild of Acacia when she was a teenager. We decided we wanted to get a thoroughbred, and we thought we'd go to the racetrack.
Racing for Home is a 501c3 nonprofit that's dedicated to retraining, rehabilitating, rehoming Thoroughbred X racehorses. We've been in existence since 2010, and we're accredited by the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, meaning that we meet a very high level of standards as far as aftercare organizations are concerned. It's run by me and my mom, Sherry, and it really is a family affair, and it's a labor of love at the end of the day.
We have a different business model than many of the other aftercare organizations, and I feel we all fill a niche. Some of them do adoptions where they come in and go out quickly. We don't do that. I often take horses that other organizations can't or won't take because the injury is a long-term rehab situation.
I had some horses be in some pretty bad situations, and it's amazing to see the transformation. There's no fear in them. There's no anger in them. They become like giant lap dogs, really, that just want to love on you and get their treats, and that's because my mom is this amazing individual that loves them and makes them feel safe.
I think we've had, 40 horses go through the program now, and I couldn't be more committed to what I'm doing.
Right now, Sweet Flattery, who was a Christophe Clement trainee, he only raced once and he came back to Racing for Home. My mom retrained him, worked with him, and he's now up in Saratoga at the Oklahoma training track as my husband Miguel's pony, getting all of the 2-year-olds ready for the meet.
More needs to be done for these horses that do everything for us, give us thrills, happiness, make people fortunes, to make sure that they all have the life that they deserve, because horses can live well into their 30s, and typically they're done racing 6, maybe 7 years old.
This is a nonprofit organization, and we truly do not profit. It's a labor of love, and like I said, it's something that we've taken on willingly because horses have given us everything.
Love this story, and Acacia, love all you're doing for horses and their aftercare. Seems like a daunting task to undertake at such a young age. Where did this idea come to you from?
It's funny, Greg, I actually remember vividly the moment I decided I wanted to do this. I was on vacation with my family in Florida, and there was a feature piece run about some horses that had ended up in a bad situation after their racing days were over. And I was a teenager, and I just remember I started crying, and I said to my mom, this isn't right. I want to do something about this. And it was actually a couple years after that that we ended up going to the backstretch at Suffolk Downs and adopting our first off-track thoroughbred. My mom and I have been around horses, both of us, our entire lives, and Palace Diva was the first one that we adopted, and she was the catalyst for us to start Racing for Home. And I'm really just stunned and grateful as to where we've come and how much we've grown, how much we've taken on in all the years that we've been in existence. Definitely have more horses in our care than we were probably expecting or that we had anticipated, but I'm really thankful for the opportunity to truly make a significant impact. And as Anthony Stabile always gives the shout out to my dad, Brian, he doesn't like to be in the spotlight, but it really is a family affair, and I'm so thankful to be in a family that cares so much and that really wants to give back to, as my mom said in the piece, the horses that have given us everything. I've gotten an amazing career, met my husband, and have had the opportunity to experience so much. So through Racing for Home, Greg, we're making a small difference one at a time, but really thankful for the opportunity to do so.
Well, we all thank you for what you do. I mean, that's a big
Fantastic.
undertaking, and I know how much it means to Acacia. Well done with this undertaking, and it's good to see all these programs. We talk about a lot of them too. Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation, the Wallkill program. It's tremendous that more and more people are seeing what's happening with these horses that have so much to give after their careers are over on the track.
They do. Their racing careers are a very short part of their life. They have long lives, and I applaud Acacia, her family, what they're doing. I watch an Acacia ride. It's good to see her on horseback as well. And it's incumbent upon all of us within the industry that make our living because of these horses, or even enjoy just a day of sport watching them, that they have a safe place to land when their racing days are over. And, you know, I have a couple pasture pets out there, and, you know, horses have given me everything as well. And we're just fortunate to be a part of them. They're amazing.
Living proof, too, that jockeys have productive second careers here with this guy.
Yeah, well, you know, that's another organization. Broken down old Pugs organization.
You got 2 jobs. I mean, you're taking care of a lot of the horses on the farm, too, and then you make the trip up here to work. You're doing it all as well. Yeah. We have the turf coming up in just a little bit. The distaff, as we expected. Stablemates in a throwdown. Didn't turn out to be the stablemates going at it late in this race. Malathaat found a different test she had to overcome here.
Yeah, Malathaat, that inside post, I think, played out critically here because she just got to gallop into position, save ground, wasn't hurried along. Ness kind of got caught out wide. She had to kind of make a 4 or 5 wide sweep around a turn. See Johnny Velasquez still patiently trying to pick his way with Malathaat, not wanting to get there too soon. But then how about the run from the 2 Blue Stripe? Hector Barrios, he was able to save ground, scooted up on the inside, was able to come out and split horses very adeptly, get to the clear. Looked like Secret Oath was really traveling into the stretch. Now here comes Clariere on the inside. This is what the Breeders' Cup's all about. You got 5 horses here coming in inside the 8th pole that can win this thing.
Blue Stripe among them, who takes commander. Hector Barrios, Marcelo Polanco, whose state's debut came in this race last year.
It's just incredible here. And you see Clariere down on the inside, battling all the way to the wire. Malathaat gets her nose in front to go out a winner. 10 for 14 lifetime with 3 seconds and a third, never off the board.
And a championship, you would think.
Oh, absolutely. A crowning achievement for Todd Pletcher. Shadwell Stable Hall of Famer Johnny Velasquez delivering another flawless ride. And Malathaat, just such a beautiful filly. Showed up every single time in her career. And what a thrilling finish. I feel for Hector Barrios, you know, being in that position, delivering an absolutely perfect ride and just getting nosed out. And you hope that he gets more opportunities to be in that position again. Clariere comported herself very well. She showed up again, ran her race. This was a really good horse race. Malathaat, very game filly, gets it done.
This game can just be inches sometime that separates things. Connection should be very proud of Blue Stripe. That was a big effort to just miss. But Malathaat, she has been sensational really from the moment we saw her.
Absolutely. And again, Hickory shows up every single time, puts it on the line, and has a nose for the wire, if you will.
10 for 14 lifetime. You talked about one of the overriding factors that made you like her even a little bit more. She's now 4 for 4 at Keeneland.
4 for 4 at Keeneland. Just, and what a job. Todd Pletcher, he's just such a master. He's been getting it done consistently for so many years. He's got to, you know, sometimes we lose sight of all that he's accomplished. You know, I mean, he's a Hall of Fame, we understand that, but consistently just mapping out a plan and executing with his horses, just phenomenal job by him.
Malathaat for Pletcher, as they usually do, delivering. And that exacta with Blue Stripe underneath. How about that? $111 for that $2 exacta.
Feels like the value's been in the exactas at Keeneland today. Malathaat, Blue Stripe, just a really good horse race. Congratulations to all 3 horses, riders, connections. I mean, they had their horses primed and ready to go, and they delivered.
Well, La Mer beat the boys coming up in the turf. Warlike Goddess ready to do battle, but she's got 2 Charlie Applebys that she's got to take on. She beat the boys Grade 1 Turf Classic in New York in her final tune-up. She's got Nation's Pride to deal with and Rebels Romance from a barn that has been unstoppable. We'll be back.
City of Light, a multiple Grade 1 winner with $5.6 million in earnings. Winner of the Grade 1 Malibu, the Grade 1 Triple Bend, the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, posting a 110 buyer, and the Grade 1 Pegasus World Cup, posting a 112 buyer. The best son to date of leading stallion Quality Road. City of Light stands to continue his sire's legacy at Lane's End.
After the Breeders' Cup, the sports focus will turn to Fasig-Tipton for the world's premier breeding stock event. Over 60 graded stakes winners or producers catalog, 30 of which are Grade 1. Offering champions, Breeders' Cup winners, a Royal Ascot star, and 3 Kentucky Oaks winners, plus 180 selected weanlings, all in one spectacular session. The November sale, Sunday, November 6th at Fasig-Tipton in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Standing at Gainesway.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races. Thanks for being with us on this Saturday afternoon. Brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. For Bond Racing, it truly is a family affair. Based in Saratoga, their horses always seem to shine during the summer at Saratoga. From Travers winner Will's Way to Whitney winner Tisway, Barons, Buddha, and many others. James and his wife Tina are living out their dream as best friends and business partners.
As a little boy, this was a dream. We've got a farm that most people would die for. It's gorgeous. We're so proud of it. I think it was predestined for us to have New York breds. I was lucky enough to have a horse called Le Carriere. Le Carriere was second to Cigar in the Breeders' Cup in '95. He was a New York bred. You know, New York's really getting it right. I mean, you look at Tiz the Law, Funny Side, so many great horses, 4-Star Dave. So you're seeing them every day at Saratoga, Belmont, Aqueduct, throughout the country. They're winning races. It's the greatest program, in my opinion. And, you know, we're lucky we're breeders too, so we get a few more awards.
We breed a lot of our own horses, but we have bought some of them as well and put into the partnership. We maintain the majority of each horse, and we sell 5–10% shares. We're heavily invested in each horse as well. It helps us with the risk, but it also gives them a lot of comfort in that we're taking the majority of the risk. These horses are professional athletes, and they're your sports team when they're going in the gate. And for us to share this with so many people across the country that have joined our partnership, and that's really rewarding.
We found this place and we redid it. We've had it for 23 years. It's 44 Gridley Street. We're a quarter of a mile basically down from the 7-furlong pole on the main track. And it's a little piece of heaven. The walk is the greatest thing for me personally because I get to follow my horses, watch them come back, I can make sure that they're okay all the time. It's actually an education process because the horses actually get to be around vehicles, cars, but the horses get used to it. We use clear cord a little bit to do some figure eights inside, just to kind of give horses back that farm life that they started with. I think it's great. The horses are out of the stall for about an hour, you know, which is really nice for the horses. We've been fortunate enough to have some really nice horses, and some of them were a little slow early in their life, mentally, physically, and they became good horses.
They're giving their all, striding with every stride. Will's Way has won it.
Will's Way was a horse that threw his heart out and he chased it. He was amazing. One of my greatest horses, if not the greatest.
My heart always went to Barons. He ran 6 Grade 1s, I think, in a row, and he went to Dubai twice. He was just an iron horse.
Tisway takes the Met Mile with style.
Tisway won the Met Mile and, of course, the Whitney, and you know, then was syndicated to Spendthrift. And he was a good horse. Buddha was an exceptional horse. He was a star. He beat Medel d'Oro in the Wood Memorial. They just wanted more. That's all you can say, you know, and that, you know, we're just lucky to be around them.
We bring different things to the table. I come from a corporate background, and he's the horse person, so I think I see things from different ways.
Well, I was her dream job, okay? We got to straighten it out right now, okay? It's fantastic. We are best friends. We've been best friends for 40-some-odd years. When you work with your best friend, great things happen, and I'm the luckiest guy in the world.
They are very easy to root for. The Bond family, his son's part of that operation as well, but Jimmy Bond, his wife Tina, great to see husband and wife getting along so good.
Yeah, just fantastic, and they are easy to root for, hardworking, and one for Jimmy, horse owned by Tina Murdy, 1987, while she was expecting Kevin. That's how far back I go with them.
Wow, here's their runner, Bricko, who's coming off a win at Saratoga.
Yeah, gets a good advantageous inside post, and Hot Apprentice Jose Gomez.
Linker's coming off Valero, Jose Camejo second off the claim.
Yeah, and Jose Camejo winning at a big percentage this year. Has to work out a good trip from the inside.
Favorite 3, Action Jackson, Jorge Abreu.
Yeah, comes out of a much tougher heat and got a big figure there.
Agent Creed, major player as well for Ray Handel.
Yeah, major player, runs consistent numbers, and should be right there.
6-1, Excursioniste, Trevor McCarthy.
This horse really put it together last time. Go back and watch that replay, the way he carried Trevor McCarthy into the race. It took him a while to figure it out, but I thought last time was a step forward.
And best figure he's ever earned and resulted in breaking his maiden. King Moonracer, Hector Diaz Jr.
I wonder if he really wants to go this far. That's a big question for me.
Giramonte should be forward.
Yeah, another horse that has run well, you know, shown some speed turf sprinting.
We're going to skip to the 9 here, and we do. We'll get to the 8 momentarily. A-Light, Eddie Pringle. And 9 starts on turf, has never hit the board.
Yeah, 1 for 40 lifetime. It's accumulated almost 100,000 the hard way, but that 0 for 9 on the turf is glaring.
Nice warm-up for Mr. Kringle, as usually Kendrick Carmouche gives his horses this kind of pre-race warm-up.
I like Mr. Kringle. The trouble for me is he's got 2 wins, 6 seconds, 6 thirds, and sometimes he doesn't seem like he really wants to get by at crunch time, but I think he fits really well in this race.
Near miss last time out with a wide trip against next out winner inflation adjusted. So 5-1, I like that warm-up too from him. Here's the Bond runner. This is Bricko. Again, a winner at Saratoga back on July 22nd. Early on in that meet at almost 10-1.
Yeah, and you know, Bricko was good this day. He worked out kind of that ground-saving trip that he projects to get today as well. Inside out, and very resolute. Got a good figure this day, and we haven't seen him since July, but he's got a nice steady work tab up there in Saratoga, and should get a good trip again. Save ground right in behind the pace, get that coveted pocket trip.
Meanwhile, Action Jackson remaining your favorite. Very talented turf trainer. Jorge Abreu. This one, a son of Union Rags. Manny Franco will be aboard. This was 2 starts back. The maiden win off a long layoff. Hadn't raced in September, the 3-year-old campaign. This was the 4-year-old return to the races.
Yeah, I mean, to come off of a layoff and win like this kind of showed that time off did him well and he finished well. I have a question though, and this is something we brought up the other day, and I just want to get your take on it. I know he got the best figure of his life last time, excuse me. But again, against much better, do you feel like sometimes those horses kind of get dragged along into a better figure than normal?
I don't know. It's tough to tell. I mean, you got to make that decision on a race-by-race basis, horse-by-horse basis, because look, he much better race, second off a very long layoff. He had every right to move forward and earn a bigger figure.
Right.
And he did. But, yeah, that's the beauty of handicapping. You have to make those calls, and they're tough sometimes. Let's go to Acacia for more.
And I agree with Richie on Action Jackson. I do think that he was perhaps flattered by the level of competition that he was facing last time out in that Ashley T. Cole, and also at a distance that I don't think that he prefers. Going the mile and an eighth, and he was headstrong, he was a little bit tough to handle there, and as a result just didn't have anything to offer late and was beaten by City Man, who came back to win another stake following that in the Mohawk. And 2 starts back, I had liked Action Jackson because he was off of a layoff, but he was so much more relaxed, so much more focused than he ever had been throughout his 3-year-old season. Last time he got a little hot and revved up prior to the Ashley T. Cole. Today, he is focused, he's relaxed, he's doing well once again, and it seems to be that he runs his better races when he acts like this. And I also think that going back to the mile should suit him well. He, I think, is the horse to beat, especially getting back to a level that he probably will appreciate. The number 4, Agent Creed, gets back to the turf, though he did run well on the dirt last time out. And his last couple of turf races, he thought he ran credible races, and against open company as well, as he does go back into New York breds. And here today, he is such a solid, strong, well-muscled horse, and also did think it was interesting to note, and yes, he's back on the turf in 4-way handle, but he comes back with clean legs, no wraps on today, and I think he's going back to the spot that he probably will be happy to be in, though he is one that tends to come from pretty far off of it. I nearly picked Mr. Kringle today. I think I've picked him in his last 4 turf races. I've been waiting to see him break through because he has improved this year. He's a horse that never used to carry his weight well. He's looking tremendous again today. As Greg mentioned, he had a big warm-up by Kendrick Carmouche, who I think suits him well. And Inflation Adjusted, who beat him last time, came back to win again with an 81 Buyer speed figure. I wouldn't be surprised to see Mr. Kringle win today. It's just hard to trust him. I like him, just wish he had a little bit more of that winning intent and dominant presence, so to speak, Greg.
Well, there's a lot of the runners in this field that don't fit that profile, which makes it a tough handicapping challenge. But at least he woke up, it seems like, last time out and appeared to be on his toes in the warm-up.
Yeah, I agree with Acacia. I picked him. I like him. I am concerned that he's compiled more seconds than wins, and there's been situations where I thought he could have gotten there. So yes, that is a concern for me.
Kendrick Carmouche on that race, on that Mr. Kringle last out when he just missed. Back aboard today, but the favorite has remained Action Jackson, dropping class from that stakes race for the 3. Bricko, interesting as well, has put together back-to-back very similar numbers at this mile distance, including now win at Saratoga. And in a post position where he can save ground from the outset.
Love inside posts and turf racing.
John Imbrial, the call here's the 9th from Aqueduct.
And they're off. Agent Creed away well. There goes King Moonracer now. King Moonracer grabs the lead with Giramonte right alongside and in second. And then comes Agent Creed, who is now back running in third. Excursion East is in between horses. A Light is on the outside. Break of 2, back to Action Jackson in 6th. And then down on the inside is Bricko, who's racing in 7th. Voliero is next in 8th, and Mr. Kringle trails the field in 9th. They round the turn and head for the backstretch, and the quarter win in 24-2. And we've got a battle up front now between 2 long shots, Giramonte at the rail and a Light on the outside. The front 2 now have 5 lengths on King Moonracer in 3rd. It's another length and a half to Excursion East in 4th, followed by Agent Creed down towards the rail in 5th. Action Jackson is in 6th, about 9 lengths off the lead. Then it's Bricko and Voliero and Mr. Kringle, half mile in 48-1. A Light and Giramonte. A light takes the lead. Giramonte at the rail, back in second. King Moon Racer is on the move from third. Excursion East on the outside. Agent Creed is down towards the rail. Then comes Action Jackson. Voliero is widest of all, followed by Mr. Kringle and Bricko off the turn into the stretch. 3/4 in 12 and 3. Here comes King Moon Racer. Here comes Agent Creed. And here comes Mr. Kringle on the outside. It is Mr. Kringle and Agent Creed. And now those two hook up as they hit the 16th pole. Agent Creed on the inside and Mr. Kringle on the outside. They come for the finish, and it is Agent Creed to win it by a neck. Mr. Kringle was second, and farther back, Giramonte held on for third.
Christmas will have to wait. It's Agent Creed. Jorge Vargas Jr., Ray Handel.
Nice race. Good ride from Jorge Vargas. He just put a good position, was able to save ground, come out into the stretch. Mr. Kringle worked out a good trip from far back, got to the outside, hit the front, and snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. Just doesn't look like he wants to go by horses. He got there and basically did his best impersonation of a chandelier. It's a shame because he looked like he was going to go right on by the 4, Agent Creed. Agent Creed was game, and Mr. Kringle did not deliver.
No presence right now, anyway. Ray Handel, good for him. Third win on the grass for Agent Creed. Jorge Vargas Jr. with the victory here. This horse at 9-2. We have not had a favorite win in this Pick 5.
And what a nice trip he got to. Jorge Vargas was able to split horses, slide in between horses there so nicely. Mr. Kringle had every opportunity and just could not get by late. Horse looks proud of himself, doesn't he?
Should be. It's a big effort. Getting back on the grass, was washed off the turf last time out. Ray Handel, we talked about on the program the other day, one of the young rising stars on this circuit. Had a nice Saratoga.
He's pretty happy-go-lucky, too. He's a guy that, he's enjoying himself. Let's put it that way.
Agent Creed with the victory here. 9-2. Shortest price we've seen in this sequence, too. 16-1, 14-1, now 5-1, 9-2, with one leg remaining in this Pick 5.
Yeah, this seems like a very logical result comparing what we've seen earlier so far.
Well, back on championship stage in Lexington, Breeders' Cup Turf is next. This is a little bit crazy what we're seeing right now, and it's the power of Charlie Appleby. And look, he delivers. He's proven it time and again. But I thought if there's going to be a favorite between his two runners here, 5 Rebels Romance would be the favorite. He's got Nation's Pride as well, 3-year-old, tackling older company for the first time in his career. Rebels Romance, he comes in perfect on the grass, perfect 4 for 4, last 2 wins in Germany.
Yeah, it's interesting that William Buick winds up on the 3-year-old Nation's Pride. He's their first call rider, but Rebels Romance is in raging form, and he is a 4-year-old. And he hasn't shipped back and forth, Nation's Pride, although Nation's Pride did stay here from the Belmont Derby for a long period of time. But, yeah, I'm with you. I thought that the 5 Rebels Romance would be a little more fancied than Nation's Pride, but I think people are looking at William Buick going in that direction.
Yabir took this path as well for Appleby last year to win this race. But this horse, just from the figures he's run, would need to take a big move forward, seemingly against this group. This seems like a wide-open addition. Of course, the mare, or like Goddess in here against the boys. But with what Charlie Appleby is doing, it is just really ridiculous what he's delivering with. Incredible. On the biggest stage. Every horse is live. And we talked about even Silver Knot probably should have won on yesterday's program with a troubled trip. Nation's Pride, though, back-to-back wins, taking 2/3 of that Turf Triple Series.
Yeah, and here he is winning the Jockey Club Derby with Frankie Dettori aboard. And the key has been, after he was defeated in the Belmont Derby, getting him up into the race more. It seems like his strength is his stamina, that if he gets his position, he can stay. He's a true stayer. So I'm sure William Buick's going to be looking to get right up in behind the likes of Bye Bye Melvin. Channel Maker's going to have some speed. You got to think he's going to want to set up shop right in behind them. Warlike Goddess, 5 for 5 at the 1.5-mile distance, takes on the boys. She took them on last time, was a prompt winner. She got to avoid traffic trouble that she suffered through in the Flower Bowl, though.
Stone Age was ahead behind him in the Belmont Derby. Aiden O'Brien, he's 15-1.
Yeah, but I think that's what happens when you get races that are so deep, like the Breeders' Cup races, that certain horses are going to get lost, and you're going to get a bigger price than maybe you should on them.
Of course, the mare beat the boys in that prep, Turf Classic prep. It was a Grade 1 win. Can she do it again in the Breeders' Cup, Acacia?
It's absolutely possible, and opting to go against the boys once again, Bill Mott saying that he thought that she would really appreciate the configuration of Keeneland and the 1.5-mile distance. He's been pretty consistent in saying that he feels the 1.5 miles, which was the distance of the Joe Hirsch Turf Classic, is her best distance. And she trounced some pretty impressive company last time out in the Joe Hirsch. Yes, she was a victim of the pace 2 starts back in the Flower Bowl, and she will be reunited with Joelle Rosario in here today. We'll see what the pace scenario does shake out as she'll have likely Bye-Bye Melvin to run down again, who's drawn to her inside and is one of the main pace setters along with the veteran channel maker in this race. But I just snuck in and watched the post parade and a little bit of Warlike Goddess's warm up on the track over at Keeneland. And sometimes she can be really revved up and kind of anxious, a little hot prior to her races. She seemed to be taking it all in stride and really, really relaxed on the track. And it's interesting, as Maggie Wolfendale and I have discussed this as well, as often when you see fillies going against the boys, you try to see how they stack up physically. Warlike Goddess looks small and unassuming next to her own sex. So if you see her on the track and she looks much smaller than the boys, that's just typical of her. But she loves this 1.5 miles, and we'll see if that really is her favorite distance as she takes on this tough group, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. She's 5 for 5 at 1.5 miles, and obviously proved she could beat the boys last time out. Now, a different level that she's going to have to deal with. I mean, the Euros have been absolutely dominant. Most people thought this was not the strongest European contingent coming over this year.
Yeah, but they've been proving it wrong left and right. And honestly, just the turn of foot that they have has been making the difference. They turn for home and they find another gear. Warlike Goddess is going to be tough if she doesn't get caught in rush hour traffic. And that to me, that's the biggest concern with her, working out the right kind of trip.
And that happened in the Flower Bowl.
I mean, she was best in the Flower Bowl. She just got stuck, no place to go. So Joelle Rosario is going to have to make sure he finds live cover. I liken it to halfback has his fullback to follow through the line. You need to find that horse that's going to create the gaps for you that you can follow in their wake.
Still, and it seems strange saying this for those that don't watch the game a lot, but that was a compact field. And in compact fields, a lot more times, for whatever reason, you seem to encounter a lot more traffic trouble.
Well, particularly when you're a short price favorite, because everybody's aware of where you are and you have a target on your back. Plus, there was no pace on whatsoever. When they go a half in 53, the field is going to stay together. They're too compact. There's no separation. Today, you've got enough speed in here, I think, to create the separation to give him more options.
All right, that is coming up next on Championship Weekend. Meanwhile, back at Aqueduct, Agent Creed, Jorge Vargas Jr., Ray Handel, and Green with MV Stable. I love that name for this ownership group.
Yeah, what a nice trip. Got to sit in that pocket position, waited for room. Jorge Vargas has been riding very well with the opportunities he's getting. Slid out between horses here so nicely. I mean, just that's as smooth a transition to your path as you can possibly make. Here comes Mr. Kringle, full head of steam, gets to his neck. Mr. Kringle remembers he's Mr. Kringle and says, no, I'm very polite. After you. Please do.
Yeah, looked like had every opportunity to get by, put in that big run, and then just, that was it, flattened out. $11.80 for the victory. One leg remaining in this pick 5, which has been near impossible to come up with. If you're alive to this point, good for you. Take a look quickly here. Wow. There are carryovers in the pick 5. We'll address that when we come back, and we'll talk the big one. The Classic is up next. Showdown, here it comes. Life is Good, last year's Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner. ready to tackle Flightline and, of course, the Travers winner, Epicenter. Can he figure in the mix, the 3-year-old, taking on older company? We'll be back.
Here comes Malathaat. Here comes Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's going to be Clariere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathaat grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathaat has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curling, the classic sire.
When you enter Gainesway, you can feel the hallowed ground beneath your feet. 1,500 acres of the finest bluegrass land in Kentucky that once housed the famous Green Tree Stud in Whitney Farm.
It's a gorgeous place. When I look around, all I see is work, but it is an absolutely stunning property. Just immaculate looking barns. They're more like churches inside. The woodwork, the stained glass, the stone, the tile. I've said it a million times, if I could come back in my second life, I'd like to be a stallion at Gainesway.
The Gainesway roster of stallions includes the generational sire Tappet and stallions ready to make their mark on the sport. Expectations are high for McKinsey. As Street Sense's best son, McKinsey is a Grade 1 winner at 2, 3, and 4 from distances of 7 furlongs to 1 mile and an eighth. He consistently ran the lowest Ragozin figures of any stallion set to retire in 2021.
McKinsey is a stallion prospect. It's the first stallion prospect I was part of at Gainesway. You couldn't be more excited about him. The book of mares he got was unbelievable. So we're really excited about him at Gainesway right now. I felt the mares we got in his first book was a great group. We bred a lot of fast early mares to him. We bred a very nice, well-rounded group of mares that can do anything. So we're going to give him every opportunity.
His first runner's debut in 2024. August has been a banner month for Gainesway. On the track, Kirakante's 3-year-old daughter Spenderella throttled the field in the Grade 1 Del Mar Oaks.
Field sent on their way
to become Kirakante's first Grade 1 winner.
Spenderella striding away, 4, 5, 6 could not have been more impressive.
In the sales ring, a Gainesway offered yearling topped the leaderboard when a gunrunner colt out of Heavenly Love sold for $2.3 million at the Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale.
$2,300,000.
We've been very fortunate to have the support of a lot of successful breeders who deliver us quality product. We try to present that product the best we can, as professionally as we can. It's our goal to maximize results for our clients. We're all very fortunate to be a part of this place, and I think we all just want to do what we can to ensure that it will carry on for a long time.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races. And we have the nightcap coming up here at Aqueduct. Mile and a 16th. Outer turf, $30,000 claiming race. They're all up for sale. Horses who have only a maiden win to their credit, so non-winners at 2 lifetime. And another wide open board. As we expected, Brad Cox, though, with Timbuktu, figured to take play. 3-1 morning line right at that number.
Yeah, he's run consistently good races and even ran well last time in an off-the-turf event. Makes a lot of sense, good inside draw.
Talked about earlier that we would have thought there were going to be carryovers potentially in this Pick 5. There are. 4, 7, 9, and 10 could all result in the Pick 5 carrying over. I thought Meseta certainly had a chance. I don't know about the 7, 9, or 10, but you never know with what's played out today.
Been a lot of surprises today.
And there will be a Pick 6 carryover going into that Sunday card, so that'll be exciting as well. You ready?
Sure.
Sunday card.
Sunday card. 2-year-olds in the spotlight.
I'm going to be on Talking Horses tomorrow with Acacia. We're going to talk plenty about this card. The Nashua feature on the Sunday card. The Tempted early on the card, but Nashua comes up a little bit later on. And Signator, Javier Castellano, has got to take a quick flight back. Horse who was impressive last time out, maiden breaking win. It was in the mud for Shug McGahee. Expensive son of Tappet, who had that compromised beginning. It did not matter.
No, it didn't matter, and he appreciated the stretch out, the experience he had first time out sprinting. And what do we talk about Shug McGahee's horses all the time? They get better with racing, they get better with age. And this horse I thought was very impressive breaking his maiden and certainly could take another big step forward.
That was start number 2, stretching out. Did it on, a track listed as muddy. Well, probably going to get fast going tomorrow, I would think. But he's been impressive, expected with that pedigree to be a runner, and breaks his maiden start number 2.
Man, I like the way he finishes here with his legs up underneath him, took the kick back, was guided to the inside by Javier Castellano, and kicked on nicely. A lot to like here, and a work in progress, a horse that's going to continue to get better. I think he might have his hands full with the one Full Moon Madness, who I liked from the start. I thought he got compromised by inside post his first 2 starts. He gets back to the inside post, but in a small field, he might be able to work out a trip.
This horse was significantly cheaper than Flightline.
Significantly?
I mean, significantly more expensive than Flightline.
1.7 million, but you know what? He's still, the dream is still alive for him for Kentucky Derby, isn't it?
Early on in his career. And, the fact, too, you talked about Full Moon Madness. This horse has done it at a mile. That's the distance we have in this race tomorrow. Full Moon Madness, we'll see. It's always a question, can they carry that talent longer? He won going 6.5 furlongs. We'll see if he can do it at a mile.
Yeah, I mean, he has the impression physically to me that he can. He's by Into Mischief, by the Moon, terrific mare. Certainly a producer. I think there's a lot. I honestly think the race goes through the 2 of them, 1-3.
Yeah, I think most would agree. Maybe a little look to American Speed for Rudy Brissett. Flavian Pratt has the call from that outside post. Intrigue you at all?
Well, the outside post is a big help going a one-turn mile. Should gallop into the race the right way, and he took a big step forward from first start to second, so maybe there's another big step forward.
Grade 3 Nashua, that's race 9 on the card on Sunday, where we will have a Pick 6 carryover. Tempted comes early on, it's race 3. One-turn mile as well, and Good Sam for Chad Brown, Peter Brandt, Arad Ortiz Jr., the return call. Easy time of things in the debut, and he was 4-1 first time out. One like he should have been odds on.
Yeah, she just really was very, very impressive. Good speed that day. Irad Ortiz also going to be probably on that same plane with Javier Castellano getting back here. Now, the thing you have to ask yourself, is it just that she's good, or was she aided by the fact that maybe she handled the mud better than her opposition? I mean, I would tend to believe that she's just very good because, she's worked on nothing but fast tracks previous to that.
And we'll see. Yeah, she earned that number on a wet track. Will that translate? But the number she earned, everybody else seems to be playing major catch-up if they're going to be in her stratosphere.
Yeah, they're going to have to take big steps forward, and she may have to even take some step backwards, a little regression there to kind of narrow the gap.
And she did it on the engine too, on the front end. Looks like she is potentially the quickest in that race tomorrow. Again, that's race 3, part of that early pick 5 sequence. Tempted, 1-turn mile on that third on the card tomorrow that will have a pick 6 carryover, potentially going to have a late pick 5 carryover.
It's been a tough day for chalk, a lot of long shots, and if you've been creatively handicapping, maybe you're still alive in this pick 5.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back when we return. He made the move to the East Coast. He's one of the absolute best in the game. He did it to get big opportunities, put himself in that conversation for an Eclipse Award, and he has done just that. His rise continuing. The story of Flavien Prat when we come back.
Extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
If this place could talk, it would roar. Hearts pounding, hooves beating. Into the stretch they come. It would say, "This is racing." Full fields and packed stands, and the best fans in the sport. This beating heart in the heart of horse country. Steady and strong beneath the roar. Listen closely, and you just might hear it. Ringing out, growing louder, reminding us why. For the love of the horse. For generations to come.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal racing experience. Looking to own thoroughbred racehorses and win at the highest level circuits? We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Experience the Adelphi difference. Join the club today. Contact us to get a taste of the Adelphi racing experience, and let's win races together.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on FS2, SNY Network as well. Thanks for being with us. We have the nightcap coming up here from South Ozone Park. He was the dominant rider on the West Coast, and then Flavien Prat decided a move east would better position him to be in the year-end conversation for an Eclipse Award. It was a big and potentially risky move, but as Lafitte Pincay explains, Prat has risen to the challenge.
French jockey Flavien Prat has experienced success everywhere he's gone. He had become one of the most prominent riders in California before moving his tack to the East Coast this spring.
4 straight graded stakes for Chad Brown and Flavien Prat. They're putting on a show.
Well, living in California was definitely not an easy decision. You don't want to be in the comfort zone and kind of, try to challenge yourself and see what could you do somewhere else. So that was my thought process, moving on the East Coast and riding with obviously a great colony of rider and different tracks. At that point, I thought it was the right thing to do.
Stepping out of his comfort zone is not something new for Prat.
I left home when I was 14 to get to the jockey school. I actually tried to leave when I was 13 and the school didn't accept me because I was too young. I think I cried for a whole day. Never been that sad in my life.
In fact, Prat's first introduction to horse racing wasn't with thoroughbreds.
I grew up in the harness business with my dad, who's a trainer. Now my brother was working with him. Obviously, when you see your dad, working from 5:30 to 1 p.m. and going back to the barn from 3 to 6. You learn what's hard work, and I just think it's an amazing way to live. In France, it can happen where there's a racetrack where half of the card will be harness and half would be thoroughbred. I love to go on the weekend with my dad and see the thoroughbred, and then went a few times to Longchamp with my mom and some friends. So yeah, it's always been in the back of my mind.
Drugier, and she will deliver here, coming from off the pace under Flavien Prat.
By 2019, Pratt had grabbed some of the attention of trainers nationwide, enough to get the call from Hall of Famer Bill Mott in America's most prestigious race, setting up the biggest moment of his riding career.
Obviously, we had seen that he was doing very well in California and was a good rider, and we put him on, and it couldn't have worked out better. What a great trip he worked out for him. He was 3 wide around the last turn, but he was able to avoid the contact that some of the other horses had on the inside of him. We actually did not get bothered. You know, we took a slight little bump coming out of the turn, but really nothing that would have affected us one way or another. Then, of course, 24 minutes later, they hung our number up and made us the winner.
Winning the Derby was a strange experience. A lot of mix of emotion because obviously you win the Derby, so it's great, but it's by disqualification. There's always going to be some controversy, and yeah, I didn't cross the line first. And then you have to wait. We had to wait a long time before they decide to put Country House as a winner, so hopefully one day we'll cross the line first.
Tremendous young rider who does just about everything at a top-notch level. What has his impact been over here on the East Coast?
I think he's made the guys around him better. They go, man, we got to really, raise our game. We don't want this guy to be taking all our mounts. And one thing about him, he does everything well. He has no weakness in his game. There are certain riders that may do something a little bit better, not much, marginally better, but he does everything well. And he's a chameleon. He could ride any kind of horse. He fits the horse's style, not the other way around. It's been a pleasure to watch him ride. I mean, I knew he was doing well out there. I watched him in California. Small fields, usually riding one of the contenders, if not the best horse. Here, he has shown just how good he is.
Where is he today?
I think he rides a little horse named Flightline.
Coming up in the Classic, we will see Flavien Prat. We're going to take a time out. We will be back. Big one coming up on a horse who's being talked about, one of the all-time greats. He's got to back it up in the Classic. His big showdown is coming up after that otherworldly performance in the Pacific Classic. Stay with us. We'll be back.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Alamo, and Echo Town raced away.
And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Jerkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
Back on America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you where you can play it all, Naira Bets. Get signed up, started, go to nairabets.com. Cup 25. Final chances to use that promo to get that $25 free play and that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. As you look at the Pick 5 wheel page, 4, 7, 9, 10. This is rare to see a carryover in a Pick 5.
It is rare, huh?
That's how difficult it's been this afternoon. Two $30 horses to start things off. No favorites have won in the sequence in this last race, as we talked about. Maybe, unless, Timbuktu, Brad Cox could win it, sure. Outside of that horse, it's completely wide open.
I think it's very wide open, and I am interested in the 8 Breadman because he returns as a gelding at the cheapest level he's ever tried. He had shown flashes of ability early, and I just think the class relief and the gelding could make a big difference.
Back to the Breeders' Cup and maybe the biggest overlay of the entire weekend we just witnessed. We were both surprised Rebels Romance somehow went off at 6-1 in here, and the public made Charlie Appleby's other horse, Nation's Pride, the favorite. It's Rebels Romance, who's now 5 for 5 in the grass.
And he just really is in tremendous form. And like you're saying, undefeated on the turf now, worked out a beautiful trip under Jamie Doyle. And he was a 4-year-old where his stablemate, who's taken more money, Nation's Pride, a 3-year-old, a good 3-year-old. But this horse has been in raging form, and Charlie Appleby train just keeps on chugging along. I mean, it's amazing what he's been able to do. Horse was on his left lead until about the 16th pole, jumped his right lead, and was putting separation on the field here. Just a really nice performance.
I know a lot of U.S. trainers were not happy to see him starting to bring his horses over here to the States.
Yeah, I mean,
he made an immediate impact.
I mean, you feel it would have to be, don't they have enough big races over in Europe for you to conquer? But obviously they've got the formula and what horses belong and can adapt to American-style racing.
Started with just a game, the Diana last year. Althea Summer Romance won 2 in both those races. And it has continued on. Rebels Romance, $13.92 for the win. Stone Age, War Like Goddess, the mare for Bill Mott, winds up 3rd. As we move on to the Classic, and it's 1-2 right now. Flightline putting his perfect record and potentially immortality on the line.
He is a horse that, again, transports me back to that kid I was falling in love with racing, watching the great horses in the 1970s. And when a horse is able to do that and take you back to that feeling, that's a pretty phenomenal thing, particularly when you've been in the game as long as I've been in the game, and you tend to get a little bit jaded, not impressed so easily. I am duly impressed.
Incredible what he did in the Pacific Classic. Incredible how he overcame trouble in the Met Mile as well against Speaker's Corner. Well, you can play Flightline in the Classic, and you can get a little bit more money for doing so. Be sure to opt in to this promotion. Double your win bet payout if Flightline wins at nairabets.com. Be sure to opt into that promotion, by the way. All right, back to New York. Mile and a 16th on the turf coming up, and here is one of the runners that would result in a Pick 5 carryover, the 7 Ginsu Warrior.
Yeah, Ginsu Warrior, Ruben Silvera, a rider that's had a tremendous year down at Parks, 161 wins so far on the year. His turf race 2 back would make him competitive here, wouldn't it?
Yeah, had trouble in that race. Ran a 70 buyer, puts him right in the mix anyway. I'm with you. 22-1 right now. And he's got some other, he has another race too at Belmont back in June that puts him in the mix, no?
I think so. His last race was an off-the-turfer. I feel like it dirties his form up somewhat. But some of his turf races make him a player in here at a very big price.
And that Belmont race, that was against Brazilianaire, who in this field be a heavy favorite against this group. 7-2 is the favorite right now. Brad Cox, Calumet Farm, Manny Franco will be aboard the 2, who is a 7-2 favorite.
I think this is a very interesting race. Even towards the outside, if he can work out a trip from out there, the hard guy Rye, I thought he had a difficult trip last time, kind of buried down towards the inside. And he's had some races that would make him competitive here.
6-1 here in this Danny Gargan runner to kick off the post parade.
Ran well at the beginning of Saratoga, hasn't been seen since.
Timbuktu, Brad Cox drops in class.
Runs consistently well and should be tough here.
I was in this level last start, but that was off the turf. Spetro, 17-1.
Stretching back out, looks like the main speed here.
Macetta, this would be a carryover as well in the pick 5.
Yeah, goes back long after turning back in distance. Last time could make him a bit sharper, closer to the pace.
Fast Gordon, and he should be forward.
Another horse that has some speed, should be forward. Last race was good back in August in Saratoga.
Dylan Davis, Fieldstone for Joe Sharp.
Yeah, big run last time. Looked like he loomed up, took the lead like he was going to win in Saratoga, and then he kind of flattened out late.
Ginsu Warrior, I initially did not believe, but you've made me take a second look.
But I think that's how tough this race is, because this horse does have races that he could beat right there.
What, 2 lengths behind Fieldstone with a troubled trip. And Fieldstone's a player. The 9 at 22-1. This is Ableton for John Kimmel.
Yeah, Ableton ran okay on the turf. 2 subsequent starts, and off the turf got it done last time.
3 Diamonds Farm, Mike Maker, Bless, the 10 went by, and here's Pivotal Run, the 11.
Yeah, Pivotal Run, deep closer, got up to breaks maiden for 25. Feels like he'd have to improve.
Hard Ride Guy, the 12. Second off the claim, Jose Camejo.
Just a really tough post, but I think a horse that certainly could be a player here.
And there's the 8, Breadman. Last saw him at Saratoga. New gelding now for John Terranova.
That's my selection, and not just because I'm a big New York Ranger fan and an Artemi Panarin fan, who they call the Breadman, because I like this horse getting down to the $30,000 level, returning as a gelding, and you can see he's pretty frisky out there.
And a number. So we told you about the horses that carry. We're going to check in with Acacia for more on this field.
And taking a look at Breadman, it's interesting because, as Richie mentioned, he does come back off a bit of a layoff since the beginning of August and as a new gelding, but he has scratched at least twice with a race being taken off the turf, which is interesting because he's actually run some very good races on the dirt. But it seems that John Terranova is convinced that he is a significantly better turf horse and has been waiting to have the opportunity to run him on the grass. So no rain in the forecast today. Breadman has the opportunity to run on the turf. He's very, very fit, and he has been gelded, and you might have noticed that he was accompanied by the pony back in the paddock, saddled with the pony alongside. He used to be a really tricky horse to get the tack on, and he's much more settled now. I think they still do that kind of as a little bit of insurance to make sure that he doesn't do anything naughty, but he makes a lot of sense in here, especially on the drop in class, and especially given how keen his connections are to keep him running on the turf, though he has run competitive races on the dirt as well. Taking a look at a couple of others, the number 1, Gooch Cobra, comes off a little bit of a layoff as well. You haven't seen him since he finished second at Saratoga opening week, in fact. So he comes back. I would say that he is maybe carrying just a touch more condition than I've seen from him in the past, just a little bit weight around his barrel. But overall, I think he actually needed to put some condition on, and I do like him coming back in here. I think he's a horse that has it didn't take a huge step forward, obviously didn't live up to the promise that he might have shown and the hope that they had thought he might have as a 2-year-old, but I do think that they found the right level for him and has steadily improved for Danny Gargan. Not to mention he has the type of running style that he doesn't need to be too far back. Thought he warmed up well out there under Jose Lezcano, and he was a little bit distracted, kind of tossing his head around back in the paddock, settled nicely out on track. Timbuktu gets back to the turf today, and he is your tepid favorite. And last time out, just even though he ran well, finishing second, wrote that he looked so much more like a turf horse. And I've always felt that longer is better for him. So he gets to go back to 1 mile and a 16th and back on the turf. He's a big, long horse, long legs, long body, long neck, everything about him says long on the grass. And he too, he was a little bit more forward last time on the dirt, though he typically tends to be a little bit more of a closing type, but I would say that this is the biggest, stretchiest son of Munnings I have ever seen, as they typically do tend to be a little bit more on the stout and compact side. This is the right spot for Timbuktu, and it is his first start at this level on his preferred surface. Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. We're 3 minutes away from this finale on the card. By the way, so we mentioned the carryovers, right, in the Pick 5. The lowest payout to the current favorite, that is Timbuktu, 25,000 plus, and then it jumps to 50 from there.
Wow.
And beyond.
Not a bad day.
Good luck to whoever remains alive, and there are not many of you out there in this late Pick 5. Again, we have a Pick 6 carryover into Sunday's card.
A nice card, too.
Yeah, there's some very difficult races on that card tomorrow.
And
so good luck to everyone. Got some extra handicapping to do tonight.
Look forward to the 2-year-olds tomorrow, too. Always like the Tempted in the Nashua. You prep races for the Demoiselle and the Remsen, respectfully.
So 5-2 public settling, as we expected on Timbuktu in this spot. Brad Cox, Manny Franco. Acacia going to wind up on the rail. And again, you like the 8. Excuse me. Breadman. That's a good view up there from that perch.
I'm definitely about the Breadman.
New Gelding, Kendrick Karamouche, and a drop in class. Swords win against Timbuktu. Timbuktu certainly got the better of him, going 1 mile and 1/8 at Belmont back in June.
Yeah, I just think that certain, changes that Breadman's gone through. The gelding, loved the way he warmed up. Looked great on track. Just drop in class. I think there's a lot to like there at a decent price, 7-1.
Well, the way it's gone today, too, I would not discount something chaotic happening in this finale. And we have had just throughout huge prices. Idea Generation began the card for Chad Brown, odds on. Then we had a $116 winner in race 2. What was it, the 4th? No, the 4th was Formful. $42 winner, Toga Dancer, in the 5th. And we all know what's happened in the Pick 5.
Wish we had a crystal ball.
Just one day to use it.
Just one day, that's all. And hope a day like this.
Well, usually if you play this game long enough, you're going to have your day. And a lot of times it only takes one to be profitable. And that's what we love about this sport.
They got to run around the racetrack. It could look one way on paper. They got to go out there and do it.
There's your Breadman stepping in. Kendrick again for John Terranova.
I hope the Breadman shoots and scores.
Should have been a hockey player in another life.
Those guys are tough. I don't know. I'm a big fan.
You guys are pretty tough, too. There's the 10 stepping in those familiar 3 Diamonds Farm Silks, Mike Maker. Let's go upstairs, the finale on this Saturday card. Here's John Embrial.
For Fieldstone and Hard Rye Guy. And they're all on the gate. And they're off. Spetro is out first with Macetta racing in second. Towards the inside is Timbuktu in third. Fast Gordon runs in fourth. Ableton on the outside is advancing from fifth. And then comes Pivotal Run, who's in sixth as the field goes into the clubhouse turn. And down on the inside is Fieldstone, followed next by Breadman. They head for the backstretch now. And up front, it is Ableton and Spetro. Ableton has the lead. Spetro runs in second. It's 4 lengths back to Macetta next in third, with Fast Gordon in fourth. Timbuktu is in fifth position, followed on the outside by Pivotal Run in sixth. Fieldstone is alongside in seventh. Ginzu Warriors next in eighth. Then comes Breadman in ninth. At the back of the pack, the trio of Bless, Gooch Gobra, and Hard Rye Guy. Opening half mile, 1 in 48 and 3. And now Ableton gets away from Spetro. It's Ableton by 2. Spetro in second by 2. Meseta is third. Timbuktu advances now down on the inside from fourth. And it's Fast Gordon in fifth, followed by Fieldstone. And on the outside, it's Pivotal Run. Then Breadman, Ginzu Warrior, and Hard Rye Guy. 3/4 in 1:13 and 3. They're at the top of the stretch. Spetro has now taken the lead. Meseta's on the outside. Timbuktu now looking to come on through. It's Spetro and Timbuktu, and now they're 1-2 with an eighth of a mile to the finish. Spetro on the inside and Timbuktu on the outside. Fieldstone has moved into third. Timbuktu has taken over, and Manny Franco gets his third win today. Timbuktu, Spetro held second. Fieldstone was third.
Timbuktu favorite, Manny Franco. You heard 3-win afternoon, teaming up with the Brad Cox and Calumet Farm.
Yeah, very logical result. Got a terrific ride from Manny Franco, who's just been riding in really good form. Spetro, the runner-up, ran a great race, stretching back out. Trevor McCarthy had him on the lead. The 9, Ableton, was kind of running off with Eric Cancel. He was able to ease back and still had some horse left to finish with, but Timbuktu, best on the day. Spetro game to hold on for second. And the Breadman did not deliver.
Not today. Timbuktu, dominant performance here in terms of the turf races he had been in. This was a big drop in class. He was in this level last start, but it was washed off the turf. And of course that some potentially could lean on here. That's going to be a $25,000 plus late pick 5.
This was the one favorite that won in the sequence. And someone's getting handsomely rewarded for some very good handicapping earlier.
Manny Franco, that's the way to do it. If you're not going to be at the championships, take advantage, and he certainly did with 3 wins.
Yeah, I think I'd rather win 3 races at home than go get beat on 3 or 4 long shots at the Breeders' Cup. It's nice to be a part of the event, but you want to go there to win. You don't want to go there to be just part of the show.
Most importantly, you want to go there, though, if you have a mount.
Well, if you have a mount, you got to get there. I mean, that's your responsibility to get there.
This one in the books, we're going to have the payoffs for you in a moment. Timbuktu takes this finale. Big one still to come on championship weekend, and that means Flightline trying to remain perfect and trying to go into the history books. Potentially is one of the best this sport has ever seen. His Pacific Classic was a race that we have not seen in a couple of decades.
It's eye-popping. It was, you know, you can close your eyes and listen to Chick Anderson's call of Secretariat's Belmont. He's moving like a tremendous machine. That's what Flightline was doing in the Pacific Classic. You see Fabian take a peek over his right shoulder. He's going to basically gear him down the last eighth of a mile. The race is won. It's a procession. He's cantering under the wire. This is a horse that you have to acknowledge his greatness.
One for the ages. That 126 Spire speed figure, the quickest since Ghost Sapper. 2 decades ago.
And again, all I can say is that somebody that's been in this industry his whole life, basically, and watched races since I'm a little kid, this horse is as good as anybody I've ever seen. Now, it's horse racing. You know, we're going to watch his work now, but...
Finish your point.
Well, years ago, somebody bet a large sum of money on a horse that was going to pay $210. And his friend said, why would you bet that much money on this horse? And he said, well, where can I get that kind of return on my money in 2 minutes? A nickel on the dollar. What bank's going to give that to me? Horse stumbled leaving the gate, lost his rider. Guy loses money, and his friend said, well, what bank makes you run around the track to collect?
This is him in action. His works have been out of this world as well. I mean, all of them leading up to his classic. Everything he does is just sensational.
He goes fast very easily. And then after the wire, when the rider gives him more rein, he finds another gear and cuts out again. It just seems like there's limitless amounts of gears. You know, Juan Leiva, who works for John Sadler, his assistant, gets on. And Juan Leiva's a Breeders' Cup winning jockey himself. And I get a big kick out of the fact that he's part of the team getting this horse tuned up because he knows what it takes to win a Breeders' Cup.
He is special, and you know we've had some very good horses. We always talk about it when we get Triple Crown on the line. Could this be the next great? I mean, this truly is potentially one of the greatest of all time we have ever seen in this sport. He's got to do it again to remain there in this classic. Let's get Acacia's thoughts as we get set to see Flightline, hopefully Acacia, take off again.
It's pretty exciting, and the only time I've gotten a chance to see him race in person is when he did come to the East Coast and run in the Met Mile, and it was pretty cool to see just how the track, the crowd at the track reacted to him even then. I mean, he was starting to get a little revved up in the paddock because people were applauding him as he was leaving before he even went out onto the track. Now, it was interesting because even throughout this summer, physically, I love the likes of A Life is Good, and yet Flightline has just continued to strengthen, to dominate on the racetrack. Every single thing that you throw at him, he has done flawlessly. He's 5 for 5, 5 triple-digit speed figures, 3 grade 1s at 3 different distances at 3 different racetracks, and 1 cross-country. He seems to have just bucked every single trend. We know he can handle the distance, which is a question that I do have with a horse like Life is Good. I would imagine he's going to be sitting just off the hip of Life is Good, much like he did in the Met Mile, where he showed that he could overcome adversity and not necessarily need to be the pace setter. I've loved everything I've seen from him training coming into this, and I agree. I think Juan Leiva is such an integral part of the preparation, being the assistant for John Sadler, and it's fun for me having gotten to know Juan a little bit back when I first started at Gulfstream, and he was riding there a few years ago. But this horse has just been so special, so fun to watch, and as we get ready for the Breeders' Cup Classic, I always try to get a little creative, Greg. I'm not going against Flightline today. I think that we're going to see something special this evening.
It's interesting. You think back to Breeders' Cup last year, how dominant Life is Good was really all year long. He had that injury, he came back and dusted off your eventual horse of the year in the Pegasus Knicks Go. He's 8-1 in this race. And before Flightline became Flightline, we thought this was the horse who was going to be that next generational type of talent.
And listen, utmost respect for Life is Good still. I mean, he's a tremendous racehorse. I question the 1.25 miles for him, and I question the fact that he's going to have to take heat from Flightline at some stage. I still respect him. Think he's tremendous. I love the way he's been training straight as a string. He's by into mischief. You know, you'd have to think he's going to be a tremendous sire if he passes along his speed. I just think this is...
Did you feel, too, in his last couple of starts, and we know we got beat on what was a very deep racetrack in Dubai at 1.25 miles, his only try going that distance. Last 2 races, though, Whitney Woodward, 1 1/8. Did you feel there was a bit of struggle late in those races for him as well?
I did, and you know, especially last time in the Woodward, but you could attribute that possibly to an off racetrack, which he never had to handle before. And he also, I think, got put to sleep on the lead that day. He went so slow. For a horse that has so much natural speed, some of them go so slow, they go into snooze mode. And then they had to hit the alarm and get him going again.
As for the 3-year-olds, it is a daunting task with a horse like this. And Life is Good for that matter, but certainly Flightline for 3-year-olds to make an impact. We have some pretty good 3-year-olds who are lining up this year, including your Travers winner, Epicenter, who firmly established himself at the top of the class with this performance at Saratoga.
Epicenter has not run a bad race since his debut, where he was just, probably a little bit green. He showed speed that day, but I like the way he's turned his style around. Good horses possess speed, how they learn to use it. He was dominant in the Travers, best buyer figure ever got in his life. He was unlucky through the Triple Crown. The Derby, he worked out a great trip on the Joel Rosario 20-horse field, but he had to move a little early into the teeth of a very fast pace to secure a clean trip.
Wrap up the nightcap here in New York. Timbuktu, Brad Cox, Calumet Farm Silks, Manny Franco winning connections to close out a wild day of action here at the Big A. $6.20 for the win. Spetro Fieldstone. Spetro 17-1 underneath, completing a 41.50 exacta. Pick 5, 25,000 plus. Nobody hitting that pick 6, $31,000, 820 carryover into the Sunday card.
Yeah, it's great. So we got something to keep our excitement level up from the 2 Breeders' Cup days. I can't wait to get down to my office, sit back, and be 11 years old again and watch Flightline.
Yeah, I think everyone's going to be doing that. See if this tremendous run can continue for a horse that can you even remember the last time we talked about a horse in this high regard?
No, and on a personal, I can't remember the last time I was excited just to watch a horse run.
He's been sensational. Racing would love to see it continue. A few connections may not. We're in the Classic. But Flightline, we're going to recap what happened on tomorrow's program. We're back tomorrow, 11:30 a.m. start time on FS2. Check your local listings. Vacation Dance, best in the Atlantic Beach. And a bit of a surprise in the Stewart Manor. Not the way we expect. First of all, we didn't expect to see Moon Age Daydream do it at all, but certainly didn't expect to see him do it on the front end. Flightline, here he goes. Perfect record on the line in the Classic. Enjoy it, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.
War Dancer. The momentum continues with recent stakes winners on turf and dirt. Dancing Buck going wire to wire in the Grade 3 Belmont Turf.
Dancing Buck has opened up on the field. It is Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
And 2-year-old filly War Saichi with a wire to wire win in the Ladyfinger Stakes.
War Saichi asserted her authority immediately.